and Johnny. Guys, a month-long competition coming to an end. How are you guys feeling?
Oh my God, it is such an emotional moment, but finally, the one question that has been asked for the last 30 days, we're going to get our answer. Who is the champion of the BMPS 2023? Who will win the Battle for Glory?
You know, to be honest, I am super excited because this is probably for the first time so many people are in the crowd. The atmosphere is so brilliant. There's just one problem, I think.
What?
On the desk, there's just too much swagger, Johnny. I mean, look at your glasses. We're all wearing glasses. But I think we've got to tone it down a little bit. Let's just take it off.
All right.
But I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's all take our glasses off. And now we look more like humans and a little more presentable.
I just feel like we're a little bit more cool kids before. But you know what? Speaking about the cool kids, right now the cool kids are definitely on the top 5 in the overall standings. Insane 2 yesterday, 2 chicken dinner back-to-back. Definitely an astonishing moment for all of us.
Of course, the comeback was impressive and it needed to be as well. There's a lot on the line. It's not just about the trophy, it's not just about the prize, but there's a massive prize pool that the teams are fighting for as well. And it's going to be exciting to see as to who walks away with 40 lakh rupees in the back tonight.
Exactly. Let's move forward and take a look at the prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. As you mentioned, so much money on the line, but if you speak about the total prize pool, it's going to be 1 crore rupees, from which the champion team getting 40 lakhs.
Absolutely, and the second runners up, of course, 20 lakhs. You've got everything in order. Everyone who is inside of the grand finals, they get something or the other. So you will get rewarded for all the hard work that you've done to qualify from 96 teams to coming in this elite group of top 16. But also not to forget the MVP of the BMPS. There's a very heated race going on, Necro, regarding that, isn't it?
Of course, MVP, it's always a race for the last moment. And so far, all the 5 people have been over there. But then even the best IGL is something that you got to consider, man. There's so many good IGLs currently competing in that arena. But let's move forward and take a look at the format of this entire BMPS, of how things actually look like.
Exactly. It was one of the most exciting formats I have ever been a part of. As I mentioned, from 96 directly to the top 16 grand finals. It was exciting, it was thrilling, and even the journey was exhilarating, to be honest. The matches themselves during the league stages, every single match, a different set of teams were supposed to drop into the backgrounds and battle it out for the win. And that made sure that the excitement never stopped.
Absolutely. I think also the fact that there were constant reshuffles happening made it so much more complicated, but so much more entertaining. But how did we come across these top 16 teams, Necro? Through the points distribution, isn't it?
Exactly. The points distribution in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, from which, of course, if you're going to place yourself in the first spot, 15 points were given to you, and of course it's going to keep on descending downwards till one more special factor that was added. Of course, one elimination will give you 1 point, and that's something a lot of these teams are relying on, especially Insane relied on that so much, and including Blind Esports too.
Exactly, and it is going to be quite important to rely on those finish points as well if you want to hold on to the advantage that you have for yourselves in that overall leaderboard. But there's one conversation we were having last night about the teams at the bottom, bringing that extra bit of spice into the matches with early drop clashes that no one expects. And today is the day we make it all happen. Or today is the day that the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard make it all happen.
You know, to be honest, teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, for them, they only have one thing in mind, and that is vengeance. And I'm pretty sure there are going to be some heated battles. Teams at the top, they also might struggle.
Exactly, but now it's time to take a look at the overall standings, because this is going to be revealing all the storyboard that so far in the grand finals has been going on. As we do see the top 5 in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Insane yesterday pulled off a miraculous comeback, but Blind Esports is currently leading the charge.
Yeah, Blind was very impressive in their matches yesterday. They have 2 chicken dinners to their name. There was a potential third also being won, almost won in fact, in the last few moments. They did drop the action and drop the ball, but still 176 points to their name. But as we move down the rankings, yesterday we saw a downfall from 2 names in particular, GLITCHREBORN and of course 8-Bit CS, moving down to that 8th position. But over on the second page is where things get interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of the second page, right, you have a look at this. Revenant and Team Blind, there's a points difference of almost 80 points, 80, 90 points, right? And that just goes to show that within a gap of 6 matches, it is almost impenetrable will. And the teams at the bottom, there is some huge understatements. Team Soul, HYDRA, GENxFM, who have been performing brilliantly in the league stages. They could not really come up at their absolute best. And it definitely is going to hurt the fans, right? Especially for the defending champions.
Exactly. Top 5 players in front of us. We were speaking about the MVP of this entire tournament. Well, let's find out. S-Power is currently leading the charge, but we never know. Maybe Dark Lord can pop off today.
Yeah, the difference is not that much. Just 2 finishes between Dark Lord and S-Power. And let's not forget the players following them up. Apollo as well with 51 eliminations to his name. He is just 3 shy of tying things up with S-Power himself. And if you move all the way down to the 5th spot, even Godbot is still there. 49 eliminations to his name. Manya tied up with Godbot. These 2 players can also catch up. But imagine what a phenomenal sight it would be if in the list of top 5 players, we have 4 players from the same lineup.
That will be very... I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, to be honest. But if only one team can do that, that is possibly Team Blind.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen Ronnie perform. We've seen Knuckle perform. Why not all of them today?
I mean, look, even the IGL's over there in the MVP run. Imagine Manya becomes the best IGL of the tournament at the same time the MVP. Man, that man's going to be running away with a lot of money.
And wins the trophy.
Yeah, and wins the trophy as well. That's so much money. 40 lakhs, all of themselves.
That's
Man,
basically like almost half of the prize money going to just one particular team because they've literally won every single title there is to offer. But
I mean, Salty, wouldn't that be an extravaganza?
For sure, it would be an extravaganza. But look at this. It seems like it's an extravaganza inside the stadium.
Yeah.
Wow, what a crowd.
Well, the crowd is insane. And
I like the drawings. I like the sketches.
Once again, I'm going to remind you guys, if you guys are in Ahmedabad, make sure to drop in Eka Arena because right now the crowd's electrifying and even the stadium's actually filling up. So make sure you're quick enough to book yourself one seat and just come over here. Drop by and say hi.
Yeah, that's our motto. Drop by and say hi. We are there right next to the audience, actually. And if you guys are close enough, we're going to say hi to you guys as well. But cruel? What's so cruel?
Hey, we finally saw one Godsreen fan.
Oh yeah!
It's been a while. Godsreen has been a name that was sort of forbidden over here, but now finally we're seeing. Yeah, we know they're not here, but actually a while ago I met Ninja Jod.
Hey guys, I mean, to be honest, we've seen a lot of great sketches and there are some amazing talents, but what is this Soul Gobu? Goblin. Yeah, that sketch isn't really the best one of, to be honest, but the ones where Scout's logo is being recreated, I really like those ones. I feel like that's a great doodle to make.
A lot of Jonathan fans in the arena as well, supporting the legend. But as you were mentioning about drawings and people making portraits, I think we just noticed one exceptional portrait of Scout. I think someone right behind us has an exceptional portrait of Mortal as well. So the audience that is there in the arena is definitely quite talented, but now we have to check what is the limit of their lungs, actually, their capacity to scream and cheer for their favorite teams, because tonight might require every single bit that they have to offer.
I just feel so bad for the audience that's currently watching online because you cannot experience what exactly is going on inside the arena itself. So that's why I'm just begging you over and over again. If you're in Ahmedabad, just make sure to drop by and say hi because you guys would not regret it. But now, getting back to the conversation once again, we need to keep on continuing to talk about still the potential teams that do have a chance to make it on the first spot, right? I'm also speaking about a couple of more teams that are just right underneath that 5th spot. What do you guys think?
I think potential can be there, but the first 2 games will decide if the probability increases or if it turns to 0. If one of the teams from the 5th to that 8th position, not just 8th, I'm going to include Revenant in this list as well, because Revenant yesterday did pick up a little bit of a momentum. They were able to hold on to that 9th position. For them, they need to win at least one of the first 2 matches to take a leap, get close to the top 5, and then just win one more game to break into the top 5. From there, it's up to them what they do.
Exactly. Numen Gaming, Team X Spark, Salty, what are your thoughts about their downfall?
At this point, I think, especially for the bottom 3 teams, right? GLITCHxREBORN, Team Numen, and Team X Spark, all of them are in the 90-point marker, 94, 93, 93, which I feel is way too low to be competing for the championship right now. Of course, I want to be very positive. I want to open the doors and open possibilities, but it seems like the best bet for them right now is to compete for the top 5, potentially top 3. But the championship, it seems like it's a little out of grasp because Blind, they've almost got that 80-60 point lead 8 on top, which I've always said it's too much.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, one thing is for sure, we've got some nice stuff cooking up on the stage. So let's move on forward, but for now it's time to take a break.
Heads ahead, combat, play to win, won that. Headshot, you saw that, no assist, all contact. I lay the man them down on site, check a man's head, see if I'm alright. If he got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive. I lay the man them down on site, check a man's head, see if I'm alright. But you waste your time, go back down, what's target? No fear, look in my eyes, don't like it, do something about it. Don't like it, do something about it. I play kind, victory's mine. Don't like it, do something about it. I play kind, victory's mine. I play kind, victory's mine. You're wasting your time.
કેમ છો अहमदाबाद? एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं, मजा आवे छे कि नहीं? तो अभी और मजा आने वाला है, क्योंकि पिछले 2 दिन में हमने यहां पर एका स्टेडियम में कुछ ऐतिहासिक होते हुए देखा. द बिगेस्ट लैन इवेंट इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ ई स्पोर्ट्स, एंड आप उसका हिस्सा थे. तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप लोगों के लिए. एंड पिछले 2 दिनों में जिस तरह से आपने अपना प्यार दिखाया, आपने अपना सपोर्ट दिखाया, आपने अपने बेहतरीन और खूबसूरत पोस्टर्स दिखाए, एक बार उन पोस्टर्स को, उन प्यार को, उन सपोर्ट को एक बार फिर से रीलिव करने के लिए एक बार फिर प्लीज मेक सम नॉइज अहमदाबाद. अहमदाबाद के एका अरीना से एकदम लाइव हैं आप लोग दुनिया भर के स्क्रीन्स में. एंड इस समय बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो अहमदाबाद में ही हैं, लेकिन इस समय जो लोग वो मिस कर रहे हैं. मैं चाहता हूं कि अहमदाबाद में बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो आपके आसपास हैं, जिनके पास टिकट्स हैं, जो अभी तक पहुंचे नहीं हैं, शायद वो रास्ता भटक चुके हैं. तो एक बार आप यहां से उनको बता दीजिए कि एका अरीना है किधर. तो ऑन द काउंट ऑफ 3 यू ऑल नीड टू मेक सम नॉइज एंड टेल योर फ्रेंड्स कि where exactly is the action happening. All right, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. आपने अपने फेवरेट टीम्स को सपोर्ट किया है, अपने फेवरेट प्लेयर्स को सपोर्ट किया है, तो क्या आप लोग फिर एक बार अपने फेवरेट टीम्स को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, जी जान लगाने के लिए, क्या आप तैयार हैं? सिर्फ यहां फ्रंट रो में नहीं, मैं चाहता हूं कि जो ऊपर बैठे हैं आप लोग भी अपने खूबसूरत पोस्टर्स एक बार दिखा दीजिए. पीपल सिटिंग इन द स्टैंड्स, प्लीज शो अस योर पोस्टर्स, शो अस योर लव. प्लीज लेट्स गो फॉर इट. वी वांट टू सी एवरी पोस्टर आउट देयर. ये कुछ महीने पहले की बात थी जहां पर 96 टीम्स हैड अ ड्रीम टू लिफ्ट दिस ट्रॉफी. उन 96 टीम से हमें मिले हिंदुस्तान के टॉप 16 टीम्स जो अभी आपके सामने हैं, तैयार हैं फॉर सम अमेजिंग BGMI एक्शन. लेकिन इस रात के बाद, इस शाम के बाद आपके सामने हमें मिलेगा हमारा नया BMPS चैंपियन. तो आपके हिसाब से BMPS 2023 का चैंपियन कौन होने वाला है? यही चमचमाती ट्रॉफी, जो प्राइड है, जो फ्लेक्स है, आज आपको पता चल जाएगा. तो इस समय बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो इस समय अपनी टीम्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. प्लेयर्स की अगर बात करें तो दे हैव बीन ग्राइंडिंग, दे हैव बीन प्रैक्टिसिंग फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर डे फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम. लेकिन आज एवरीथिंग बॉइल्स डाउन टू द नेक्स्ट फ्यू आवर्स. तो शैल वी बिगिन? I said अहमदाबाद, क्या हम शुरू कर सकते हैं? अगर आपकी इजाजत है तो शुरू करते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise because live BGMI action begins now, and we have our lovely casters who will be taking you through with the amazing storytelling behind the game. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finale, and over to our amazing casters.
Rohit, and yeah, indeed, the crowd is enjoying themselves. One thing is for sure, always over here, right here, down here, these guys are having their own party.
Oh, yeah.
And over here on the desk, we're also having fun casting the entire event because the competition has been really fierce.
Oof, I mean, it has gotten exciting with every single game that went by in the finals. When it started off, who knew that Entity would be sitting on the first position at the end of the day? And on day number 2, they would never be able to regain that throne.
You know, it kind of felt sad for Entity because this was such a magical storyline for them, like a fairy tale, to be honest. You look at their journey in the past where they were struggling, and then Team Entity barely making it inside of the grand finals on that 15-16 position. And then from that point on, day 1 was such a beautiful occasion. But then again, that slump. It kind of feels sad, but Team Entity, they still have a chance. 123 points, if I'm not mistaken. I think if they want to make it count, they certainly can.
I mean, pretty much every single team in the top 5, they've got a solid chance. GLITCHxREBORN, we cannot forget this name. A name that came in out of nowhere. We saw this team all the way back in BGS as well. Yes, of course, back then they were struggling, but the way these guys have gained that experience, the way they have patched up a lot of the loopholes that were there in their strategy, it's clearly visible.
And today, GLITCHxREBORN, they are trying to show up with vengeance in their eyes, because when day 1 was going on, they were there sitting on the second position quite comfortably, ended the day within the top 3. But yesterday was just brutal to them. Not too brutal, to be honest. I mean, still in the top 5, still in a manageable position. You brought this up yesterday that the goal for day 2 is stay in the top 5. If you manage to do that, there is still a chance that you can win the trophy. GLITCHx, imagine, they have one game with 15 eliminations, the chicken dinner, 30 points. The difference is gone now.
To be honest, I will beg to differ. I mean, the top 5 for sure. In every single tournament, we always talk about the top 5 having an equal chance. But when there's a difference of 70 points within the top 5, I beg to differ. GLITCHxREBORN, they cannot be fighting for the title. They will have to settle for the top 3, if at all. I mean, for sure, I would want these boys to just go all out, but then it will be an impossible task. And if they manage to do that, I think it will be nothing less than a magical moment.
I mean, it's understandable what you're trying to say. It makes a lot of sense too, but then once again, you cannot really just keep on saying that one team is going to be that consistent. You never know. Maybe Blind can be counteracted today. Maybe GS, a team that has been taking shots against Blinds over and over again. Blind has been taking down GS. Maybe today they're on the path for vengeance.
So there's a couple of things over here. First of all, I think we need to figure out who is taking shots on who. Is it Blind taking shots on GS or GS going
I
after
think so.
Blind?
It's Blind taking shots at GS without a doubt. They're treating them like free points in the arena.
That's what you keep calling them. But another team that we haven't spoken about much, but they are there on the second position, and they're the closest ones to Blind. The next in line to lift the trophy, Gladiator Esports. And we all know Destro and the boys, if they get down to work, it can be very tough to challenge them.
I mean, once again, I'm just going to bring in one more thing over here, is that Salty has predicted Gladiators, and maybe because of that, the odds of them winning has went down.
You know, to be honest, I predicted Blind the day 1. They played phenomenal. Day 2, I predicted Gladiators. They made a comeback.
You realize on day 1, Blind did not play that great. They played great on day 2.
They played great on day 1 as well. 65 points on the second position. They played pretty well, to be honest.
But day 2, chicken dinners, back to back.
I mean, I don't know, man. Again, right, in my personal opinion, I kind of feel when it actually comes to lifting trophies, the experience of playing grand finals always matters. This is one of the reasons why Real Madrid have 14 Champions League. This is one of the reasons why Gladiators, they have multiple titles underneath their belt. Blind, they certainly have dominated, but they haven't lifted the trophy before their head.
So I have one question now. Did any of you guys pick Entity?
No.
Nope. We did not even dream of them being inside the top 5, but they still somewhere are in the top 5. And as I mentioned this too, Somraj is on the path for redemption. Everyone has been calling that man washed. Everyone has been giving a lot of names to him. But now Somraj realizes the fact that, okay, it's time to wake up. It's time to take things a little bit more serious. And he has been doing a great job. With those little tweaks we have seen inside the tournament. They're clicking in well.
They certainly are, right? I mean, Troy, Sue, as well as Gamla Boy. You've got to give credits to Gamla Boy. I think his position not being there on the MVP standings does not justify the amount of impact that man has brought, right? The MVP standings only dictates that, all right, fine, you've got this many amount of damage, you've this many amount of finishes. But this man, Gamla Boy, he's brought in so many placement points on his own back, given chicken dinners with the virtue of just heal battles. That impact, the saving Team Entity from the brink of death every single time, you cannot quantify that with the MVP title or any other title whatsoever.
That
You
is
got
true.
something to say?
No, that is true. I completely agree with what Salty was saying prior. I mean, anything can happen today, but I think last day brings with it a lot of nerves. That is what I would like
True.
to add. So it doesn't really matter if you're sitting at the top or you're on the second or you're dead last in the
100%.
race. Anything can happen. You will try to make sure that no matter what happens, if you lift the trophy or not, the audience sitting in the arena, all of these lovely fans, remember your name and what you did.
That is true. One thing is for sure that Numen Gaming Team X Park, they've got a massive fan base.
That is
Yesterday,
true.
the downfall that we saw, unfortunately, them not being able to maintain that top 5 spot was definitely a big spanner in the works for them. Do you guys think there's a chance they can at least take a podium finish?
X-Park, yes. Numen, yes as well, actually. I mean, both the teams have a lot of experience within their belt, so it shouldn't be too difficult, but my hopes are a little bit more prominent for the side of X-Park, because speaking to these players, you realize how important it is for them to win. Bukar, even though he has been phenomenal as an IGL for the last few months, has yet to lift a trophy. Sarang and Spray God, both of them have been phenomenal throughout the league stages. And if after a run like this, you do not win, it is going to hurt so bad, but it's not going to hurt as bad as it is going to hurt for the people that missed the last 2 days watching the highlights of what has went down.
Exactly. Day 2 highlights in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, where Kashvi, Pyle, some incredible content creators made their way towards that stage. And today I've also heard that some of the legends are going to be on their way over here too. I do not really want to take the names, but you guys should be over here yourself in the AK Arena to witness those legends.
Legend or what? I think that should be a hint enough.
Johnny, that is a very big Easter egg. You cannot give that away. Let them wait.
I mean, at this point, I think so. They probably know. Shriman did go live on his Instagram last night, so they probably do know that Shriman's going to be on their way. But there's 2 other content creators. There's 2 other esports athletes that are going to be on their way over here.
Well, we'll find out who they are, but for now, we definitely had Scout on screen as well as Ghatak. Both of them were in there, were at the top of the Indian gaming scene for a very, very long time. And of course, just showing the crowd their love and support. And these are the scenes, these are beauty scenes, to be honest.
Iconic
Melts
moments.
my heart, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are the moments that you will remember for a lifetime. I mean, I don't think I'm going to forget the last 3 days for a long, long time until I'm a very old man. I mean, you guys call me old all the time, but I think this one is going to go down for ages,
Yeah, you're like ancient, and then Spiro is from the Stone Age, man, era. But you know what? Getting back inside the entire stuff, you guys clearly are seeing the Day 2 moments. Now just imagine if Day 2 was this packed up, if Day 2 was this good, then imagine what's going to happen in Day 3.
Well, we are about to find that out as these players.
Why do we imagine?
Exactly, right? I mean, look at this.
I just want you guys to imagine, because right now the show hasn't even started completely, and still the stadium is filling up. It's almost about to completely fill up.
Okay, by the way, for probably the first time, we've got the upper stands as well, which are getting filled up. This looks so good. This absolutely looks brilliant. It's not visible from our angle, but I mean, obviously we can't turn the camera, but if we do so...
there's probably going to be drone shots, right?
Yeah, there will be drone shots. Imagine the bird's eye view. It's so pretty.
It's going to be some incredible stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, we're getting really close to kick things off for the first game soon enough, because we know, as usual, the schedule is going to be looking like starting things off in Erangel. That's what the players like to start things off with, because it's, of course, the classic map. The players are locked in and loaded, Johnny. I want to know you guys' prediction. Which team do you guys think is going to come out on top of the first game of the day?
Let's let Salty go first, and then you and I go together again.
Okay.
Very dicey pick, but on the map of Erangel, I think it's going to be Revenant.
All right, Necro, are you ready? All right.
Yeah.
Salty, watch this. 3, 2, 1.
Insane!
What is wrong with you guys? How are you two at this sync, at this? How are you resonating with each other at this level?
I mean, I don't even know. It's just, I guess, work experience with each other for years and years. And maybe that's why our coordination is really good. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get things off with Erangel. The first game of the Grand Finals last day, as Erangel's going to be on the way and the plane's going to be hitting the skies. The plane flat path starting all the way from Hospital towards Kameshki.
Well, this is going to be an exciting game for sure, and it will bring with it a lot of changes in the overall leaderboard, hopefully at the end of it. But let's see how the teams are prepped to start the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. The last day, day number 3. This is going to be match number 13. And Salty, my man, are you ready?
I certainly am ready, Johnny.
I was going to say to rumble.
To rumble?
Yeah.
I am ready to rock and roll.
Let's go.
But having a look at this flight path, it seems like there is going to be a very rumbling start to this entire map of Erangel. Having a look at all the 64 players who are going to be... Oh, pardon me for that. All the 64 warriors who are going to be duking it out so far in this game. And right at the get-go, we do have a lot of birds in the skies. Teams proceeding to their usual drop locations. You've got Team Seoul towards Gatka, the defending champions. Again, for whom the tournament, especially the grand finals, was not ideal, was not what they expected, was not what their fans wanted. Everybody wanted this team to defend their title, but we knew how difficult it was. How difficult it rather is to kind of defend your title against when you're playing against the best of the very best. But enough about Team Seoul right now. Having a look at the Georgepur region, you have got 3 teams. Team AUTOBOTZ, Numen, X-Park in a very dicey split, but the circle did appear in front of us, and we do have a very interesting circle as of now. It does encompass the military base, also majority of the land, but now look at this. What? Clutch God! What on earth was that? He wants to spot out the players from AUTOBOTZ and take them down instantly.
Oh, but look at this. What is going on? A lot of people getting knifed, and it is insane. Who are just getting stabbed to their demise by the players of Revenant. What on earth is going on? Oh no, it is insane doing the stabbing in Revenant. PS running for his life. There's a Blade Runner after him in the form of Harsh. Slash and dash, and oh, he goes. But the cover fire from Apollo saves Fierce's life. He is trying to bait Harsh out from behind the rock. MJ has been knocked out. Sensei is running for his life. Salty, what's going on?
I have no clue, to be honest. An escape situation at hand. MJ is still knocked out. Revenant Esports, they will stabilize the situation. It's insane. Finally get away from this situation, from the clutches of death. But what was that?
I have no idea, but I'm sure I enjoyed it a lot. But what is going on in this game? I mean, a lot of fights breaking out right off the bat. We had the players of Insane going up against Numen with nothing but knives in their hands. And now, Numen, they have found the players from the side of AUTOBOTZ. Rico has been knocked and finished off, and AUTOBOTZ, guess what? They're down to their last 2 players.
You know, it's going to be struggle.
Yeah.
It's going to be a huge struggle for AUTOBOTZ, but so far they've never really challenged any particular team in this tournament. For AUTOBOTZ specifically, right, they have been very easy target for everyone in terms of both firefights as well as rotational fights. And now look at this, right? The last form of defense, just to swim out of your opposition's grasp, just to swim out of your opposition's sight. That is exactly what they're doing. But Numen actually did a very good job to capitalize on that early front.
I mean, they did do a brilliant job, in fact, securing 2 early eliminations. But Revenant versus Insane, it was hilarious. Players stabbing each other. And yet, Revenant got 1 finish. Harsh from Insane tried to get the trade with a knife itself. Unfortunately, he failed. So Revenant is still there in the game with all 4 players remaining. But although I think this will now result in a small reset, players are going to try to join their teammates, regroup and approach their prioritize or their main drop spot, start looting, and then from here on out we will witness a standard game of BGMI.
We definitely will witness a standard game of BGMI, but you know, the flight path was towards the north, which kind of has pushed one of the teams, particularly Gladiators, on towards the side of Kameshki. Now, nothing really surprising over there. Whenever the flight path sticks to the northern part of the map, you always have Gladiators going towards the side of Kameshki. But this time, I think the rotation is going to be a little more difficult, because when the circle did appear, I'm pretty sure the players are like, how did we miss that sweet military base, our sweet home ground advantage? A little bit of a spot on going here by Insidious. Did spot the players from Team Psych who want to cross over and take over Nova Upnoy, and I think they've been successful so far.
I mean, they can be successful, and Psych, I think it's just the players in the back line, Striker along with 1 more. teammate of his who can be put under pressure, since GENxFM and Revenant do like to start their game from farm and Milta. But we have the contenders for the trophy on our screens right now, and they are starting the game from their secondary drop location.
Yeah.
Usually you see Gladiators drop towards the military base, but since we had a northern flight path this time, Gladiators, they were forced towards the Stalbaka-Mishki Hill.
You know, Johnny, I've got to say this, right? For Gladiators, the only way they actually contend for the title, which I think might just be very possible, is by getting the first game in the bag. Not even getting the first game in the bag, just playing really well. And why?
That is true. Yeah.
Why can that happen? Because their momentum yesterday was so spot on, and Destro really looks dead confident. He had that same eyes that he had during the time of BGIS, and we remember from what point on Gladiators made that comeback. So certainly that is possible.
Well, there's a lot of things that are going to be possible today. And we're going to see at the end what reality looks like. But in the meanwhile, Team Insane, dropping between prison and shelter, have found a decent compound to work with close to the northeastern edge of the circle. Only two teams around them that they are going to be worried about. One's going to be Blind towards the west, and Team Together Esports towards Lipovka on the eastern side. Entity in their home of PSYCHE, smack center of the zone. Well, not exactly the smack center of the zone, quite close to the center, in fact. But won't cause a lot of trouble for this team. They have the entire city in their control. That means free looting area for the whole PSYCHE city. An Entity can gain a massive advantage because of that. They will have level 3 armors, level 3 helmets, the weapons, the scopes, everything ready for early and mid-game action. In the meanwhile, though, we have Team Soul on our screens. We know they like to start from Gatka, and heading towards that eastern side might cause some trouble as they almost reach PSYCHE. They might run into the players of Entity Gaming. It is going to be quite an interesting position to be in, but look at that already. Pushing forward, we have Neo going for that hill control. Still, I believe there's approximately 300 to 400 meters before they collide with Entity, and it's going to be a while before a fight breaks out. But as I say that, we do realize that there could be potentially two more teams closing in from the northern side, as Blind has decided to move towards the western part where they were just west of school, and X-Park is moving down south.
You know, I think this is where Team Soul has kind of struggled mostly, right? They made rotation collisions.
Yeah.
They have been falling prey to these unorthodox battles where they don't really have any sort of control, and their fights are extremely lackluster. They're caught in the middle of nowhere. And that just comes because either you're rotating way too late inside the circle, or you just do not really have that appropriate plan, the plan of action of how you move from point A to point B. Now, Team Soul, they've done the heavy lifting during the league stages. It's not like they don't know how to rotate or they don't know how to make those rotations work. But it seems like inside of the grand finals, all their plans have been counteracted by the opposition, especially when they drop down and move around from the Gatka region. They have been pressured so massively, they haven't been given any free real estate whatsoever. Even right now, right? Yeah. Majority of the rotational paths have been blocked by Team X-Park, by Entity and Blind, and these are familiar faces for them. Majority of the time, they will come across them, they will lose a couple of bodies, and that is where Team Soul will slowly progress to dwindle. But this time around, I think this circle will kind of put them in a comfortable situation, Johnny.
Well, at least for the next few moments, that is. Until we, I hope, get to see a shift towards that military bridge. There's a huge chunk of the military island still inside the circle, and if anyone is forced towards the southern side and PSYCHE stick to that small little village just east of that military bridge, they're going to have such a big advantage. Just a free hunting season for them, picking up anyone looking to cross over. But on small screen towards the bottom left, ladies and gentlemen, we do see the players of Insane. They are looking to move towards the eastern edge of the circle as well. They might just run into the players of HYDRA on the other side of the hill. This is going to be an exciting fight for sure, with Skips leading the charge and leading his team forward. Harsh is following up along with Adi, but Insane and HYDRA separated by a hill. And HYDRA, they've done something extremely smart. They've let Insane through. And if a backstab comes in, if the players are separated, HYDRA can hold an advantage in this fight. Let's see how things are going to unfold.
It depends how far Team Insane want to go up to.
Yeah.
If they do end up in a compound nearby, then that would be different. But now look at this, Team Blind. They have started this fight against Team Xpark, caught one of their players off guard, and now he has been knocked out.
Well, the knock has been secured. Should be a finish for Xpark as well. There it is. Sarang is going to be kicked out into the game, to the lobby, and the remainder of the squad of Xpark, they are not too far away from where the players of Blind are. 3 players trying to survive. In the meanwhile, the 4 from the side of Blind still on the hunt.
Yeah. Team Xpark, where are the rest of the players? Sarang had no idea. And this is going to be a very, very big nail on their path to glory. Team Xpark, I think the little opportunity that they had was to kind of close down that gap, close down that trail of points that they have on the first game, because as the day keeps on progressing forward, I think it would get way too late.
Yeah, for sure.
The required points rate would be way too high for Team Xpark to just match up, and that just means Team Blind, they've gotten themselves one opposition taken down from that contention. Have to deal with a lot more though. They have to deal with Gladiators, have to deal with Entity, GLITCHxREBORN, and all others who are going to be competing against them.
But sometimes, Salty, it's the small little things that make us happy in life, right?
For sure.
And that is something that can make Blind happy as well.
That was not a small little thing. I think Sarang is a very big pick again in the contention, right?
Yeah, massive threat from the side of Xpark nullified, but it's just one player from the side of Xpark. You have Spray God waiting in the backlines, and you will have to deal with that man eventually as well. And I think Blind also realized that every time you run into a fight, it's a 50-50 risk of you either coming out on top or you being the one that loses the players. And that is why they are also being respectful to the players of Xpark, not really overcommitting in the situation, just being patient and holding themselves back. In the meanwhile, let's talk about Numen. Now another team that all of us believe can potentially take that massive leap from this game 1 itself. And of course, GLITCHREBORN, a team sitting on that 5th position right now. No one thought Glitch on LAN would be able to pull this off, but they made it happen. And this man is one of the key reasons for that, Roman OG.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at that circle shift. Oh my goodness.
I wanted this. I said I want this.
Oh my god, Team PSYCHE. This is madness. Now they are going to be finding free entry into the circle, while the rest of all of them, they're going to come down charging towards the bridge. All of them approaching that same military-based bridge. Johnny, what do you think it is going to happen?
I think PSYCHE can definitely have a massive advantage in this zone like this, but let's talk about that in a bit, because for now, we do see the players of Xpark abandoning pancake houses for that lighthouse. In the meanwhile, Insane, they get clashed against CS and Entity, and growing strong out of nowhere just have held Insane out, and team, in fact, they've drawn all the attention of Entity upon themselves. The spray was there, but few shots whiffed. I was extremely curious as to how things were going to go down, because in a situation like this, is forced to choose targets. And who do you choose, a vehicle with 2 people or 2 individual vehicles that are going away? Okay.
It's fine, it's fine. It's going to land on its feet. But look at this. There's another fight going on. Team Insane versus Team Together Esports.
And Insane, oh no, this is not what they were thinking when they were rotating in this position. Skips, it's going to be the last man alive with the DPS. Not anymore! He falls, and Team Together Esports, 3 eliminations on the board.
What's up, Johnny? What's up, Necro? Necro must be smiling from the back lines. Your predictions. Wow. The first one to get eliminated. But I'm not going to roast you guys.
That was just game 1.
Yeah, that was just game 1. Exactly. I'm not going to roast you guys for now. But look at this. Growing strong on the other side. Team Revenant, a massive bridge block. And they have found their first prey.
It's hunting season for the lads of Revenant. MJ kicking things off. Godbot is going to be the first man to get knocked and finished. Revenant, they still have a nice advantage to work with, but look at Apollo. He's going to take that drop, move to the lower ground. Revenant, they're setting things up, trying to bait the players of Growing Strong, getting them to cross that bridge, and as soon as they are through, they try to push for the edge. They are going to meet 10 Grim Reapers, but from the back line, Team Together Esports also chiming in.
Absolutely. Now, this is such a bad situation for Growing Strong, to be honest. They have multiple teams coming together. They've got Team Together Esports, they've got Team Entity coming in from the back lines. Right up front, they've got Team Revenant as well. This is a sandwich situation and a half. But Team Entity, Who are they going to focus on? Because they are also contending for the title. This is not ideal situation. On the other side, Team GENxFM, they're under heavy fire, Johnny. What is happening?
And they have just gone ahead and annihilated Team PSYCHE. They took one knock. Wishu was the only man who was put down. And he wasn't even finished off, but GENxFM, brilliant utility usage, but still, look at the circle, it's still on the bridge. What is this madness? This is just game one of the last day of the Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen, and it feels like even the gods of BGMI have decided that it is time to take the action to the next level.
Wait, is that Roman on a boat who is crossing the river?
Really?
Like, did he really have the guts to do this, to pull this off in a circle like this with so many teams alive? I have no clue what is going on, ladies and gentlemen. But now look at this Team Blind. The plunge of death is there. Knuckle has been heavily tagged. It's Team Soul who is heavily charging against him.
It's Soul against Blind. The top contenders fighting it out. The defending champions taking on the potential new champions of this BMPS 2023. But they aren't the only ones. Even X-Park is looking to get involved. They have a nice little high ground advantage to work with as they are in control of this lighthouse. But Blind, they have managed to figure out a position from where they can isolate the fights.
My goodness me, we still have 13 teams and 42 players still alive. Pokar on top does have that visual on towards Blind, knows exactly where they're pinned down now. And it is Team HYDRA. The Dragons are here to slay them. But it seems like Blind, they will be able to kind of hold on to it for a little wee while.
Well, 3 wasn't enough here. The 4th squad and the knock from Spraygon. HYDRA's Sparsh is going to be knocked down. There's a red team joining the body. Gladiators, they're part of the action. Starboy is going to be picked up as well. Justin falls from the side of GDR, but still 3 people were left alive. And now they will face the wrath of both Blind and Team Soul. Akshat knocked out. Goblin falls as well. Omega is still there and he's still standing. But Gladiators, they've taken a massive tumble. They're looking to recover. Destro left alive on the small little walking pathway next to the bridge, and he's prone down, trying to hide his position as of now. But you know who took advantage of all of this chaos? It was Blind, because they have set up the ultimate bait for anyone who looks to cross this bridge next.
You know, this team, they are built different. They can survive the storm and the zombie apocalypse at the same time. I had to bite my words over there because this team is just so good. Have a look at this. In a situation where they are sandwiched by multiple teams, they're just patiently holding on to those edge lines on those little staircases right next to the bridge. Meanwhile, Team X-Park, Team Gladiators, Team Soul, they're just duking it out for survival. Gladiators have found a little bit of a dip for themselves. Artillery warfare still happening. Team X-Park will be looking to third party this fight as soon as they possibly can, and I'm not really a big fan of how Team Soul is poised.
X-Park, Gladiators, Blind, all the teams in the contention for the trophy, and this is just game one where they decide to duke it out. The catalyst from the outside that can break the flow is Team Soul, the defending champions themselves, the team that hosted the trophy and walked in on the stage when we began this tournament. But look at this, Delta PG with his nade can change everything, but no, overshoots and a little undercooked.
It certainly was a little undercooked. Another one going in the same direction, chips and a little bit of damage. Team Soul tanking all of those jabs coming in from Gladiators. But so far, look at where the circle has landed, ladies and gentlemen. It is every bit away from every single team out there. But now let's just focus on the action. Goblin was almost about to take that flank nade, still being exchanged. But all of those teams, they have to hurry up because they have to move on the other side of the bridge.
It is going to be tricky, as you mentioned, moving to the other side of the bridge. It's going to be important to nade on Destro, but he still takes down one. Omega falls down. Aksha 2 is dropped, finishes off one, but gets knocked out instantly. Delta and Shogun still left standing. Neo gets knocked with a nade, and Goblin, the last man from the side of Team Soul, is left to face off against one of the best players from the side of Gladiators. But Delta has no information as to where that man Goblin is.
Oh no!
In the meanwhile, comes the spark, ladies and gentlemen. Pokar, the IGL himself, has decided to pick up the mantle, but he's going to be picked up by Savvy Plays from Team Together Esports. A ninja hiding in the water lines. Spraygon looking for revenge. The spray connects, but not enough damage for the finish.
Absolutely, but with that being said, Gladiators as well as Team Soul. Team Soul, they're still going to survive as Goblin is still up there. The Gladiators, they had to bite the dust. Team Xbox have also taken an exit, and it seems like Team Soul, they will escape the wrath from Team Blind because they've already managed to cross over almost.
Blind are still waiting with the trap. They know there's at least going to be one player who will cross through. S-Power, shots fired in his back. Duora is going to be finished off, and along with him, HYDRA falls as well. They have been eliminated from the game in a matter of few seconds. We've lost 3 teams from this matchup. Goblin, look at that preemptive nade before he moves through. The Molotov to follow it all up. And Blind, if they take a lot of damage from this, Goblin can actually dish out a... Whoa, the Molotov connected actually. One player has been finished off, Ronnie has been taken care of, S-Power is extremely low. Goblin, all he needs to do is pick off Knuckle, and if he does manage to do that, the numbers in this fight against Blind will be equalized.
Exactly, but Goblin does not have the time and the space, to be honest, and he decides to take a deep plunge. And now it's going to be a long swim towards on the other side. Meanwhile, Team Blind, they're going to be waiting for Goblin with open arms. Have a look at this. Team Revenant, they're still progressing forward slowly and steadily. 3 players still up and alive. They are looking strong with 7 eliminations.
Oh, for sure. When we saw that zone shift towards the hill west of the military bridge, it felt like Numen, they had the best position to work with. But Revenant now having stolen that away. Insidious! You madman! Stands in the front of that buggy with the DBS, shoots him in the face and finishes him off. But Goblin, oh no! This is going to be brutal, ladies and gentlemen. Blind, they see him running, they know where the prey is headed, and we all know S-Power and his shenanigans. We are going to watch it live in the grand finals themselves. Look at that, Goblin isn't even checking his backs at this point.
Yeah, I mean, S-Power at this point is just playing with his prey.
He's going to jump and shoot him in the face.
Yeah. Okay. Here comes the connection. There you go. I mean,
what did I tell you? What did I tell you?
That was expected from S-Power, from Blind Team Soul. Decent performance from them, especially from Goblin, right? Individually, he's done a very good job so far, but now we are left with 4 teams and 10 players alive, Johnny.
It was a move made out of desperation. He knew there were players behind him, but if he stopped to check them, he was going to get finished off. But look at this, we have 8-bit CS. They have all 4 players remaining in the final 4 teams of this game. Revenant with 3, Blind with 2, and GENxFM with just 1 last man left standing in the action. It's a 4v3v2v1 situation. GENxFM and CD spotted out. The hit marker was there. He's going to get finished off by 8-bit CS. And now we're down to the top 3, ladies and gentlemen, but Blind, they're not looking to stop. Knuckle from the back line stakes down Ronak, secures the opening knock that he needs. 6 eliminations. No, they want the lucky number 7.
They certainly do. On the other side, it's Team Revenant, Team 8-bit CS. They have been pinned down from multiple angles. The dip, the valley where they are playing in from is definitely not going to help them. But now look at this. Who is at the helm of it all? Revenant Esports with a high ground advantage that might hand them the game. But they have to face the wrath of the Titans. Team Blind is coming, charging against them. The Titans versus the ones who've always been mighty. This game is coming to such a blockbuster end, Johnny. I'm so excited.
Oh, it's not just you. It's me, you, and of course, the 16,000 plus people that are present there in this arena right now. And all of us are going to witness the action, witness the end. Revenant Esports, the king of the hills, holding on to their throne. And Blind, they want to hold on to their throne in the overall rankings. Knuckle and S-Power moving together. 8-bit CS on the flank can ruin the day for either one of these squads.
Absolutely. And so far, it seems like Revenant Esports have spotted a couple of players. Blind Esports just running out in the open. Sensei wants to set up that wide flank. This man always does it. Makes those risky moves, takes those risky plays. He thinks that that smoke is a bait, but it's not.
Yeah.
There is no player hiding over there. Knuckle and S-Power in a similar position. I think this is where the artilleries fly.
Yeah, the artillery strike is going to be brought upon the players of Blind.
Airstrike.
But the nade is going to be a bit off the damage on Knuckle, not enough, but finally I believe Sensei should be able to realize that there's someone hiding in the smoke. Doesn't matter. The shots from S-Power are going to force Sensei to drop. Stay prone, hide his head, try to protect himself. Round for the next few seconds at least are down to 2 players who can be a part of the action, be a part of all of the fights that are there in front of them. It's not going to be as easy as they think. Plus, let's not forget 8-bit CS, they've kept their heads down and they've managed to avoid any confrontation with either two of these teams all this time.
Well, 8-bit CS, I have no clue how they managed to survive, but the circle is in no man's land right now. Blind want to sneak inside S-Power. Definitely having so much responsibility on his shoulders, but now look at this. Revenant from top, Sensei lines him up, sprays down the rest of the 2 players as well. Connections not get found, but Revenant Esports, they're doing a very good job.
That's the second knock they have from the side of 8-bit CS, and if they manage to clear up the flank, then finishing off Blind is going to be easy. One more fall, and finally is going to hit the floor. Last man left from the side of 8-bit CS, and push comes to shove as he tries to move in close to the center of the circle. 8-bit CS on the verge of getting eliminated. Blind in the back line, that's Knuckle is going to get knocked out, but no, S-Power still present, and he's still fighting for the last moment. Apollo is going to be the last man standing from the side of Revenant, and Blind, they want to win this game itself, not just the trophy. Every single match they want it to be theirs. Switching over to the S12K against the Groza. This is going to be intense. S-Power, a lot of damage taken, and he gets finished off. Blind kicked off. Revenant against 8-bit, and Revenant are down to their last man. Apollo, can you play like a god and live up to that name and secure the win for your team?
He has the entire planet in his grasp. Taking down the MVP of the entire tournament in a 1v1. And now it's a 1v2. The buggy comes charging, and Apollo here goes on a very, very ballsy move.
Well, this is definitely going to be quite ballsy. M4 and Groza, no utility. 2 first aids remaining. The armor is almost gone. It is half damage. The helmet is perfectly safe. But the Molotov on Apollo is going to burn him alive. Switches over to the Groza for the fight. The flank is going to be there. And 8-bit CS, they secure the first winner chicken dinner of the day. What an amazing move from the team. Did not think they will be the ones who will walk away with the win. Revenant stood at the high ground, had the numbers it wanted to work with, but unfortunately 8-bit CS just outmaneuvered both Revenant and Blind.
Here, Revenant Esports, once again the similar moves. Sensei had to take those risks. He had to make those very, very wide swings, which again sometimes it pays off. It turns out to be a massive game-changing move, right? But when it does not pay off, you tend to blame him a little bit more. The only problem over there was Revenant did not have the man advantage in that fight. Apollo was all by himself, still managing to get that. But what an amazing game, what an amazing circle. I'm so excited for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen.
I need to say one thing, the real MVP was the circle though.
Yeah.
The type of hard shift that we saw was something that no one expected, and that's where Blind Esports got really activated.
Res, yesterday on Weekend we were asking for a circle to be on the castle bridge. We got it. This first game, I really wanted to see what would happen if the circle was on that military bridge. And it was quite close, to be honest. This was one of the best angles we have had, not just in the finals, but in this entire tournament. This was one of the best zones.
I mean, it's been a while we witnessed zones like these, but finally, now that we got to see that, Blind Esports, I'm going to still say this, Blind Esports was the one who pretty much came out on top in that one.
I agree.
And now they're just starting to run away with the lead, and it's starting to be a big problem for even the team that are currently in the top 5. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to be a little bit ahead of YouTube streams and also want to be the VIP, make sure to download Loco on your phones and be a Loco VIP, because the stream is currently running on 0 delay on Loco.
Why did you have to wear Thug Life glasses just because of that?
Because I'm a VIP.
Oh,
interesting.
So if you are a VIP as well, possibly you can pass it on, pass on the mantle to our dear VIPs. But of course, it's
you
not
gotta
just
come to the arena to get these.
Yeah, absolutely. But Necro, what was your experience watching that circle? And what was your experience watching Team Insane get eliminated in the 16th spot?
Oh man, I mean, look, do not even try to point that out. That was a really good pick too, but I would just say it was the circle playing a lot of mind games. You cannot even blame Team Insane for that. But we've got the IRL highlights in front of us, and the crowd was just cheering on for their favorite teams.
I want to know what happened between Revenant and Insane at the start of the game. What was that knife fight all about?
I have no clue, to be honest. They just dropped down. They fell. They felt like there is some sort of a connection between each other. So
Yeah.
even if there are no weapon spawns, even if there is nothing absolutely, let's just pick out our daggers and go at each other because we are warriors. And of
Blade
course-
runners.
Blade runners.
exactly.
A very,
That's what I wanted to say.
A very old joke.
It's not even a joke at this point. I mean, people should understand blade, run, you're running and blading someone, blade runner.
Blade Runner, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty simple to understand. But jokes apart, getting back into the nitty-gritty of the things
All
now.
right.
Of course, the circle was quite weird, but I love the fact that the hold from the side of Blind Esports was just so phenomenal. They knew exactly when to move. They knew exactly what spot to pressure on.
Yeah, the timing of the rotations from the side of Blind is something to focus on over here, because had they moved in and crossed the military bridge a little bit quicker, they could have been backstabbed by Soul, Gladiators, HYDRA,
Exactly.
X-Pac. There were 4 different names that could have targeted them. So they stayed towards the side of the main island, right underneath that lighthouse to take the fights, and then camped the bridge for so long. And another team that had a brilliant rotation was Revenant Esports, who came in from the side of Nova
course.
Repnoi extremely late.
Exactly. I think there was another team as well, Team PSYCHE, who sort of had a similar opportunity.
Yeah.
But I think it was Revenant who kind of flushed them out, caught
Yeah.
their space, and took it for themselves. But
Exactly.
I think the circle moving down south, nobody expected, none of these teams expected, majority of them in the mainland. And then that is one of the reasons we saw that cluster, that chokehold at the bridge, right?
Yeah.
But that's where Revenant got the real advantage, though.
Yeah.
They drop inside Milta. They pretty much knew that the bridge line's going to be clear.
Yeah.
They moved down south. They got a
Exactly.
free land area to play with, but still somehow in the final few moments they messed a lot of things up. But as we have the highlights in front of us, this is how the action really kicked off. Blind Esports, as usual, just starting things off on a fantastic note. And you guys mentioned Revenant Esports moving in from that Nova Repnoi pitch and also doing a great job in camping that and taking down some foes who try to cross on over.
It was impressive what Revenant pulled off, but this is where the chaos began. Look at that.
Yep.
We have 13 teams, and a minute later, it would just be down to 7.
Gladiator Esports, they tried their best to defend themselves, but X-Spark from the top was just raining down hellfire on top of anyone that was over there. I feel so bad for Team Soul. Between X-Spark, between Gladiators, nowhere to go. These guys were choked to death.
You know what the best moment for me was of this match? It was Sevi Place, who just showed up from the river, took down one player from the side of, I believe it was X-Spark, he took down Pokar, and then just instantly tries to swim away to the military island.
Sneaky, man, huh? Try to be sneaky, but this time the sneakiness did not really work out.
Yeah.
Salty, you got something to say about that previous game?
You know, to be honest, this fight was the one where Revenant really lost a lot of their battles.
Yeah.
It was just Savitar, and the usage of the vehicles was completely unnecessary over there. I mean, it's a simple 1v2. Try and simplify your life. Try and make it easier so that you get those extra man advantage in the ending circles. We saw how much Apollo tried his level best. He used everything in his arsenal, be it the DBS, the AARs as well, but
Yeah.
he only lacked a partner in crime in that situation.
You got to give it to S-Power, though. This man's
Yeah.
got balls of steel.
Oh,
Moving
true,
down
true,
all by
true.
himself, even though he knows that there's still one more guy underneath him. But still the amount of confidence that he's got, he knows that he's going to take down the opponent whatsoever. So I got to say one thing. This man is quite brave. But then on the opposite side, I just feel so bad for Seoul because they had to go through 3 teams at the same time.
It's not just them. I think we got to feel bad for everyone that was involved in that fight,
Yeah,
to be
it's
honest. It was just
insane
brutal.
for that game. I just feel really bad for them.
Even Gladiators, as a matter of fact, right? Gladiators were trying to hold that dip for a while, but that even did not work out.
Yeah.
Exactly. But let's move forward and take a look at the MVP. Let's find out who was that man who outshined everyone. Of course, it's going to be S-Power from the side of Blind Esports with 6 eliminations and 697 damage dealt.
What can you say about this lad anymore? I mean, so consistent throughout. I think it's been several times this man has proved himself, and even right now, he is just not stopping. You've got Apollo with 3 finishes. He does have a lot of damage numbers, but it's a finish numbers where he kind of lacked. You've got Goblin, Fierce, and Vixky, all of them 3 finishes on board, and then S-Power just double.
Exactly. I mean, he's just looking like a wow, even on the MVP list,
Oh,
because
wow.
he's running away with the lead over there, too.
Wow.
Well, it is going to be exciting. But I want to see what the end result of this game was, because we had a lot of top contenders be a part of the action, and this game can actually decide the difference. And look at that Blind. They are there with 19 points. Revenant, we talked about them on that 9th position, so this will help them break into the top 8.
Yep.
But apart from Blind, I don't think there's anyone. There's Gladiators finishing with 7 points. Blind is just increasing the difference between them and the rest of the competition.
True that. Blind Esports, as you mentioned, just increasing the competition, increasing that gap in the overall point standings. 8-bit CS once again doing what they did on the day one. They got the first ever chicken dinner. Once again, they did that in the game of Erangel Seoul, making it to top 5. Not exactly inside the game, but still the amount of points they have managed to obtain, that's going to give them the 5th spot in the point standing. But let's move forward and take a look at the second page. One thing is for sure, a lot of disappointments are going to be here. Team X Spark growing strong, Entity, Psych, Insane. I mean, the teams that we had expectations from, especially Team X Spark, Entity, and Insane, not been able to perform. A big shocker for the fans.
Exactly, and I think this is one of the reasons why the overall standings will now even become more clear. Blind just making it way ahead of Gladiators. At this point, this is not
unfair. This is just unfair. Blind Esports 195, Gladiator 159. Johnny, the lead's just increasing, but at least Insane is still on the 3rd spot.
I mean, Insane is still there in the podium, so there is an opportunity. Necro, 5 games, 5 chicken dinners. When will you start believing with me?
Listen, if the 2nd spot wants to catch up with the 1st one, all they need is 1 solid chicken dinner. If Insane wants to catch up on the 1st spot, they just need 2 solid chicken dinners. So it is still possible, or maybe the consistency in the upcoming 5 games from Insane can help them.
Exactly, and it won't be about the chicken dinners themselves. Even if they finish in the top 3 with good number of eliminations, it's just about the points. You have to get the points one way or the other. That's
exactly. I mean, you got to do what you need to do, especially being as a competitor. It's understandable. It's the last day. The stadium is pretty much filled up. You're going to be feeling the nerves, but you got to control those. You need to focus on the game. That should be our main priority.
Absolutely. And I think at this point onwards, we do have a proper look. Like at least 60% of who the champion is going to be, we've sort of revealed it already. The first game was quintessential. I said if Gladiators are able to close down the distance in the first game, then there's a high chance. But I don't think there's the slightest of opportunities that Blind is going to slip up right now, because with the kind of form that Espoir is in right now, with the kind of form Mania is in, I barely think even if this team struggles in certain areas, they will manage to get at least a basic amount of 10 points every single game, where they will just be out of reach for anyone else, even Gladiators.
It's completely understandable. It just feels like they have cracked the code. They know how to survive till the late game, even though things are going to be quite dire early on. They just know how to play the survival game, and they always come out on top. I mean, we just need to get rid of S-Power, then maybe the firepower can come down by massive.
You made it sound so easy. They just take down S-Power. Do you forget the 3 people that back him up?
That is
Manya,
true. That is true.
Ronnie and Knuckle.
That is true. Ronnie and especially Manya right now. These 2 guys are in a red-hot form as well. So in general, the Blind Esports team is just feeling themselves.
So normally Manya is not really there in terms of the finish numbers for the team. And imagine how brutal Blind is being right now, that Manya himself is a part of the top players of the Finnish leaderboard. And Ronnie and Knuckle, they are always consistent. You add S-Power to that mix, who is in an incredible form, one of the best moments, one of the best runs he has had in his career so far, and he's very anxious. He's going to have a long career for sure. I mean, Blind, you think about the fact is they just look unbeatable, but again, the chase is on. Gladiators Insane. I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon, and that fight right beneath that lighthouse was a sign of that.
Exactly. I think for Gladiators, right, like I said, that dip did not really work out for them. They did try and battle it out against Team Seoul, and I almost felt like this team is going to make its way out of that situation, but Blind, they were thinking it better.
Look at that.
What is this
massive
monstrosity? Oh my.
I told you, it's filled up. It's filled up. It's about to get packed up till the brim. And if you guys want to be here, ladies and gentlemen, AK Arena in Ahmedabad, make sure, if you're in Ahmedabad, make sure to drop by and say hi, because we're pretty much amidst the crowd. The people are right next to us as well, saying hi to us. So, yeah, I hope you guys are having fun if you guys are already over here in general. But, man, these guys are definitely having a fantastic time. These guys are having the time of their life, considering it's the last day. Everyone can feel what the players are feeling right now.
Well, exactly. And we feel the energy of the crowd in the arena. It is absolutely insane. Look at that. Look at the wave of people that are there standing on the top of their chairs. And look at the people in the stands. By the way, I'm waiting for the guys. Day one, I noticed a group of people, and I wish that was there on the body cam. They were dancing in the crowd with tree branches in their hands. That is what I want to see again. Where are those dudes?
We're going to see them very, very soon. But now look at this. Supporters from the defending champions. Supporters of Jonathan.
I gotta say one
we've
thing.
got Maisie! We've got Maisie!
Oh no, they're asking him to.
Maisie's prediction team equals early elimination of that team, but not me!
Oh
my
my
goodness,
God.
this is something else. This is nuts.
Hey, and we were talking about the stands, and there is the amazing crowd. We've gotten the seats way high above everyone else, but they're also enjoying themselves. That is where the entertainment is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone's enjoying themselves. Everyone's having a good time. The only people that might just not be having the real experience are the people that are watching online. I feel bad for you guys, unfortunately, but hey, it is what it is. You guys are missing out on the best event that Indian esports history has ever seen.
You know what? I don't know why I am so excited today from the start. Just thinking, when I woke up in the morning, I was just thinking, all right, it's the last day. It is just going to be insane. But even I could not have imagined this. Even I could not have predicted that this would be the result.
You know what? When we wake up knowing that
What's he eating?
Yeah, this is a buddy camp.
Oh, he's eating a samosa. Oh, yeah, by the way, the people who are also watching at home, I want to tease you guys a little bit more. There's also some food stalls over here. And trust me when I say this, the food's amazing.
Hey.
Yeah, we trust you, Necro.
I mean,
Okay, buddy, all right, I see
Necro
what you
has
did
his
there.
priorities, guys. He has his priorities. Man finds food stalls out of thin air, but I'm pretty sure you've got more than one reason than to come here, right? It's not just esports, you've also got great food.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're talking about Ahmedabad, baby. Of course the food's going to be great.
Of course.
But look at the fans, so excited, so excited. One thing is for sure, there are a lot of Seoul supporters. Unfortunately, at the end of this tournament, these guys will be disappointed. But hey, just keep one thing in mind. Keep on supporting your favorite players and favorite teams because they need all the support that they can get. Do not be toxic to them. It's understandable. Sometimes a downfall can be seen for a team, but there's no reason for you to just hit on the team if they're not able to perform. But ladies and gentlemen, or pretty much gentlemen on the desk, the upcoming game's going to be the game of Miramar. What do you guys think? How the tempo is going to be looking like, and what are your predictions?
I mean, based on what the previous map was like, I think it is going to be, again, an action-packed game for the first few minutes, and then things are going to slow down. But predictions, again, we're going to let Salty go this time first, and then, Necro, you and I would test our synergy on Miramar, okay?
Let me summon my energy. Let me summon my energy and think of which team is going to win. I think
all right, Salty will include you in this.
Gladiators.
All right, he has done it now. All right,
Okay,
Necro,
well,
ready?
Yeah. 3, 2,
2,
1, blind!
What is wrong
the synergy
with you
is
guys?
on the points, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, the team's gameplay is going to be on the point. The crowd's super riled up, and we are going to be bouncing in the upcoming map of Miramar. The final expectations, the final predictions are locked in as well, as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again for the second time of the day. Miramar is going to be on the way. The plane fly pad starting all the way from LSR towards the opposite side, which is going to be Monte Nuevo. Salty, my co-pilot, take it away.
I mean, nothing really to say about this particular flight path, honestly, Necro. This has been a great start to the day, and now we are proceeding towards Miramar, where we do have a very exciting flight path. Cuts right in the center of the map, and it's understandable. Every part of the map is so equidistant from each other. You can go towards Campo Militar, you can go towards La Cabrera, you can go towards Minas del Sur. This is good stuff. And all the 64 players, I'm pretty sure all of them will be satisfied.
Of course, and I just love these player cams, huh, Salty? All the players, you can just see the intensity, you can feel the intensity on their faces as the plane's just progressing on forward. One thing is for sure, considering the plane flat path was quite perfect too, so no issues over there whatsoever. It's just dividing the map between two halves. So yeah, this one's going to be looking like pretty good. Blind Esports as well, taking an exit from their spot. Soul's going to be dropping down in Picado. Everything's looking like a good time in the hood.
Good time in the hood, but for how long, Necro, is the question. Because we definitely do have a lot of crowd flying towards the southern side. Seems like it's going to be a little south heavy, this particular map. The circle dropped in. It's a very generic circle as of now. And have a look at this. I mean, majority of the teams is going towards the sides of Chumacera. You've got 3 teams progressing over there. You've got Growing Strong, AUTOBOTZ, GLITCHxREBORN as well. Team Soul as well. pretty close. But now
Yeah.
look at this, Gladiators. Who are they going up against?
I mean, some big esports personalities stepping their foot in the arena. That's why the crowd's getting riled up. And as we focus back on the game, Gladiator Esports so close to a potential threat. HYDRA in a big world of trouble. Man's all by himself. Spray God's trapped. And he's only got an M16A4 to back himself up. It's going to be a tough one to defend, considering Shogun's making his push on top. With Shogun to the face, this might just be an easy one to take care of. But Spray God pulls out a punch. Shogun himself shuts down two. Goes for the third as well, but unfortunately, that's going to be denied from the far fray.
What on earth, Gladiators? That was a massive scare, to be honest. One player from the side of Team HYDRA just barely managing to take down the entirety of the team. Could have been a potential 1v4 and a memorable moment for the entire arena to remember. But as of now, we've got to give it to the boys of Gladiators for resetting back in this fight once again. All of their players will be revived and they will come back with reinforced vigor. But on the other side, towards Los Leones, you've got Team Soul who is approaching. Let's just find out what happens.
Let's find out. 8-bit quite close to a massive threat. Team Soul, what exactly is going on? They like to drop inside Picado, but this time, so early inside the game, they're already towards Los Leones, even though the planned flat path was supporting Picado. I don't understand what the game plan is looking like for Soul. But now, once again, they're going to be backing down to Picado. What exactly is going on with Team Soul, Salty? Well, I guess Salty's busy doing something else, but Los Leones inside that city, we've got 8-bit and another team, which is Revenant. Once again, Revenant has been dropping inside Los Leones, and considering Los Leones is such a massive city, no issue should be over there. Team Insane right next to their foes as well, which is, of course, going to be in the name of Entity. Quite close. I do not like this. Both these teams, they're desperate to get any type of points. If these two teams clash, one thing is for sure, the damage will be dealt equally.
The damage will be dealt equally, and the fact that both Entity and Team Insane are in contention. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, the instant replay of that fight. And I want to see it from the perspective of Spray God over there, because he was the one who was isolating those fights so brilliantly. He did not really have a lot of weaponry advantage over there, just had the double-barrel shotgun to work with. But it seems like he used it to perfection, just landing those shots accurately. But you were talking about the El Pozo drop clash, right? Entity and Team Insane. It seems like if these two teams clash, once again, the entire tournament just opens up. Blind and Gladiators will still be at the very top. Team Insane and Entity will be hurt equally.
GENxFM, another team that we had so many expectations from, but it's their first ever land, so makes a lot of sense. The jitters are always going to be there. Do not really have a lot of experience to back yourself up too, but GENxFM definitely, they are trying. The fearless Marathas indeed were fearless throughout the competition. Just need to work on a couple of more stuff, a little bit more tweaks, I guess, and they should be fine for the future tournaments. Once again, the future tournaments are not that far away, so you got to keep grinding up over and over again. Blind Esports on the screen, all the 4 players. Once again together, they're going to prioritize looting first as quick as possible and then probably try to make a march towards the enemies.
You know, Blind Esports always do that, especially on the circle of Miramar. Just hold down the edge lines as long as they potentially can. If they do find the Crater Field Hill right at the smack center of the circle, only then they will try and block other teams and their rotations. But of now, when they do play in from the edges, I feel Blind Esports, they are a completely ruthless entity. Just come in, chime in the late game. They will take those fights, they will scavenge the backlines, clear up every single team, and then progress forward. Just makes life so much more difficult for the teams who try to gatekeep the edge lines. But as of now, on towards the other side, towards Valle del Mar, towards the southwestern border of the circle, we do have team growing strong. And Necro, let's just have a conversation about this team, right?
Yeah.
They were scintillating in the league stages. Their fights were so brilliant. Every single player was chiming in. But the problem in the LAN exactly, I'm not really sure if it was rotation, if it was their gunfight. It seemed like everything fell weakened. The entire entity, not entity, the entity of growing strong fell weakened in this situation.
I like the fact that you're learning quite a lot of new words. Scintillating. Nice one, Salty. Good job.
What is wrong
Extravaganza, scintillating. Good job. But yeah, speaking about growing strong, of course, a team that showcased so many promises in the league stage, and whenever they come to the LAN, they always slip down. They always slip away. I don't know what it is about the LAN, but growing strong, they're just not able to adapt. They always fall away. GODBOT too, you've clearly noticed a massive dip in the performance of that guy. Hopefully in the future, GODBOT's going to be able to catch up to the competition inside the grand finals in the LAN events. Entity in front of us. Insane's going to be taking an exit from El Pozo. They're done looting. Now it's time to scoot.
Right side of the scoot, but they are on the right side of the circle, so you don't really have to care a lot about. But speaking of the circle, I really wonder where is the circle heading. We have seen majority of these circles end somewhere towards the side of Graveyard, possibly towards Minas Generalis as well. If we do get to see a southern shift, maybe an urban warfare at Los Leones or Chumacera is also possible. But again, these are just possibilities, and every single team, they'll have to kind of do their own SWOT analysis, understand where the circle is heading, because majority of the teams are already starting to cluster in that central spot, nearby Picado, nearby La Bendita, nearby Los Leones as well. So you've got that weird player density in this central spot. It's going to be massive, and I think there are going to be a lot of fights that will break out.
Of course. HYDRA honor screens. Unfortunately, they lost Spray God early off because the man was disconnected from the team, so needs to pay the price for his mistake, huh? Team X Spark, a team in the previous game, unfortunately had a lot of dreams, but were not able to just find that spark that was needed to click. Upcoming circle, it's going to be a little bit of a interesting shift. Shifts up north, a little bit on the left side, but still Team X Spark's going to find themselves in the smack center. GLITCHxREBORN and teams like AUTOBOTZ, growing strong, a little bit in the off-centric spot.
GLITCHxREBORN definitely have done a very good job in practicing their rotations and making it work every single time. Like, it's crazy how they've managed to just infiltrate circles, be it the western circles, be it the central circles, the eastern circles, across all different maps. And their most phenomenal rotation is possibly the one where they breach inside the northwest island of Sanhok. I think that rotation that they make, breaching past multiple teams through ruins and through Painan as well, that is something which has impressed me so far in this tournament. But right now, they are heading in a position, a high ground advantage is what they are currently holding. But Team Insane is just about to pop into their eyesight.
Oh, burst. The first burst does not find connection, so Duke wants to go for a couple of more, but the opponents are able to get the haircut. GLITCHxREBORN, a team, a name to be feared, but now they're getting charged in by the opponents. Numen Gaming, they're quite bloodthirsty this time. They won their vengeance against a name like GLITCHxREBORN. And for GLITCHxREBORN, they still have a fair shot at the championship, so they cannot afford to take this fight at all. Clutch got a good jump spot, was there. A good jump shot was there, but unfortunately, it's not going to find nothing.
You know, I like the intensity from Numen Gaming. I like the fact that this team is coming here with vengeance on their mind. Now, mind this out, right? Even Numen Gaming, as a matter of fact, they are well stationed on the overall standing. It's not like they have everything to lose. But now look at this, Gamla boy. An important player has been caught off guard by Team Insane. Now this is definitely going to sting Necro.
It indeed is going to sting. Oh, Samraj. Going to be spotted, Team Insane. Now they're looking quite bloodthirsty. They want to take down a couple of more opponents. This time, Entity could have been on the receiving lines, but they're a little bit too far away, so Team Insane, they can hold on to their horses. Team Insane, spots the competition in the far fray. Now needs to move away. They do realize it's go call. Either position yourself good inside the circle, or try and hunt down the enemies and get more points racked up in the bank. Numen Gaming still, they have managed to get the proactive control over this entire compound or over this entire area, so they can still be a little bit more good.
Yeah, speaking of being good, I think one team that certainly is or has done really well was Revenant in the last game, and this time as well, just holding right next to the edges. They've got Team HYDRA right approaching them from the back lines, and another team who we always know love to play in from the blue zone is Gladiators. And I want to see how the contrast in approach kind of works out for them, because now you've got Gladiators playing in from the edges. On the other side, you've got majority of the teams clustered up at the center. Which approach is going to work out? Well, we are about to find out. But for now, 8-bit CS, they've spotted GENxFM, and shots are definitely being fired.
8-bit. At least they've got a solid cover. The next circle shift's going to be hitting the deck too. Shifts a little bit on the right side, pretty much to the center, where Team Soul still in Picado, looking so comfy. Blind Esports inside Power Grid, the same thing can be said for them. GLITCHxREBORN right on top. They've got the high ground to play with, solid stuff. Now Team Insane is going to try to breach in the same side where Numen Gaming was holding. This can be a battle of the century. For Entity Gaming, I want to see how the breach is going to look like. But Blind Esports, S-Power, a big mistake being made this time. S-Power cannot keep on getting away with moments like that. It's understandable that you're feeling yourself, but overextending in fights like that, it's too risky. Playing with the risk factor, yes, sometimes can help you get that big play, but not all the time. So that's why you need to watch your back. But this time, Knuckle slaps down 2 players all by himself. And Numen Gaming, they have been eliminated from the game. What a monstrous play from Manya.
What exactly was that? I mean, a very quick 1-2 coming in from Knuckle. Man just slaps around, and his light just flashes in front of his eyes. That definitely was extremely close, but that is reflex. That is the reflexes which this team possesses, a superpower on these young lads. S-Power definitely has been taken down early on in this game, but you have to remember the rest of the 3 players. Johnny has always said this, they are equally brilliant. Blind Esports, first team eliminated, 4 finishes on board. It seems like they're about to touch the 200-point mark.
This battle is about to turn into a blood battle if MJ doesn't get out in the nick of time. Revenant Esports, even these guys are now, it seems like, back in form, but HYDRA, all it needs is the first knockout to bring things back on the equal ground. And HYDRA looking to find that one single knockout that can be the dictator of the pace in this fight. Spots out Fierce a little bit far away. Mini 14 is going to be the ideal choice for this man, but eventually decides to back away because prioritizes positioning first than the opponents, which is understandable. Pierre spotted out in the open. This can be so bad for Pierre. Shots are taken, but unfortunately, no connections found.
No connections found as of yet, but HYDRA official just looking to make an exit from this fight. They do not really want to take an early engagement because Revenant Esports, they've been very successful, but once again, an instant replay of that initial battle. Blind Esports, and now look at that shot. That was so good to watch. Gets that knock from inside of that compound, turns around, slaps another shot, finds that connection on the temple. And why not? It was Knuckle, of course, who was the limelight, the player in the limelight, who has been absolutely brilliant. But now look at this, once again, Gladiators, they start approaching the lads of Team Revenant, and this is going to be an enormous battle, Negro.
This indeed can be an enormous battle. But Gladiators, it does feel like no intentions of them taking the fight. Revenant Esports in a big wall of hurt. Gladiators just going to try to hold them off the edge. And that's where the real problem is going to start to hit the deck as well, ladies and gentlemen. The real issues will be starting now. Gladiators still pinning down Revenant Esports. Just to let you guys know why the crowd's going wild is because Jonathan has just made his way in the arena. The entire crowd's going wild.
They definitely will go wild. And this was understandable, this was expected, but as of now, we'll have to focus on these teams who are still battling it out on the battlegrounds. Gladiators just marching slowly and steadily. Destro on his buggy, the rest of the teams as well. They're just following Team Revenant Esports, and the buggy's gonna flip, the man is gonna fall. Revenant Esports, it seems like they've breathed the life of Grim Reaper into their nerves.
Oh, this is not good. Gladiators push them in tandem. A good communicated play coming in from them. Revenant Esports crumbling down, getting dismantled slowly and steadily. And now it's going to be only 2 players from Gladiators. They want to make it inside the zone. It might just be a tough call to make. It might just be a tough one to survive from. And maybe they will probably lose on those 2 knocked out players. It's going to be so tough to get these guys alive inside the circle. Unfortunately, one of them has to be taken down. And yes, Gladiator Esports, they lose out on both of those players.
That was a very poor move, to be honest. Did not expect that from Gladiators. A massive mistake, but now look at this team Insane slowly and steadily just charging up. The invasion is about to be completed. The first man falls. Team Blind, they are crippling under pressure, Necro.
Indeed, they are crippling under pressure. And look at the amount of utilities that are currently being tossed in against each other. Blind Esports and Insane, both of the powerhouses knocking out against each other. Ronnie finds the first engagement, but unfortunately loses that. Skips is going to be the one to come out on top. Blind Esports might just lose out on this one, and yes, they do. Insane, they wipe them off the map. And this is what you need to do to have a fair shot at the championship. Deny the top off the table.
Exactly, Team Insane. They did what they were served in the first game, and now they are marching. 4 finishers, 4 players still alive, and they've done a brilliant job. But now look at this. This is Team PSYCHE versus GENxFM. The first pair goes down. The rest of the cavalry rise as well. Shot being fired. Orza is trying to make his life much easier. The spray connects, and now this Team PSYCHE, they have an early advantage.
Oh, Team PSYCHE dismantling GENxFM. One more man of the back lines. The last glimmer of hope for GENxFM. What can he do? Team PSYCHE, they're looking in red out form inside the fight. The last guy from GENxFM, he needs to back away to at least try and play for the placements. But considering it's the last day, you might as well go for it. And that's what he's doing. Moch, no intentions of backing away. And now it's going to be a one-on-one situation. Team PSYCHE versus GENxFM. Who's going to come out on top? Orzi versus Moch. So much pressure can be felt by Moch over here because Orzi's got the high ground to play with. And what just happened? Moch comes out on top in that fight. Beautifully done. GENxFM back in full force once again. But over here, AUTOBOTZ against HYDRA. AUTOBOTZ in such a bad position. They're getting shot at from every single direction on this one.
Well, AUTOBOTZ is not going to survive for long, and so will the likes of HYDRA official as well. Sparsh and his entire wooden shack is under fire, and there's no way this man is going to be able to survive. Look at what skills is pulling off. And now with the final lane, I think that it's down and out. There is nothing this man can potentially do from the back lines. In fact, was it Roman? It was Chris who actually found the finish.
It was one player from GLITCHxREBORN to find that elimination. GLITCHx. A lot of pressure, even for them. Even they've got a fair shot at the championship. So much to look at, so much to prove. GENxFM just taking a bold rotation right from the center. Team Together Esports. This can be the moment to shine for them. So far inside the grand finals, they haven't been able to pull off anything, but maybe on the last day, you guys can leave a mark.
They definitely can. They certainly can, but right now, the job is so much more difficult because there are so many teams who are right around them. They've got GLITCHxREBORN, they've got GENxFM. GENxFM's Mox is right on top of that ridge, and he might find the first angle to actually eliminate them. Look at this, the artillery is being charged against Team Soul. Another one almost connects Goblin. A massive amount of damage being dealt, Necro.
Soul needs to spread themselves out. They need to do something as quick as possible. So much damage is being dished out. Team X Spark now starting to be a real pain in the foot for the side of Team Soul. Even utilities being tossed is of course catching them off guard, is of course dealing so much damage against them. Dreams looking forward to shut down at least one player from Soul so that the go call can be made. But Soul has the high ground to play with, and that's now starting to be a real problem for Team X Spark because even from the back, it's the players of GLITCHxREBORN.
So far, GLITCHxREBORN, they've kind of held their position, but it seems like right now they are being challenged. Look at Dreams. Team Soul have no clue. Team Soul, they have no clue right now. The Dreams is there. The nade has been lobbed in, but it's overshoots Goblin. Now his position is going to get revealed. And Team Soul is going to come charging right next. Team 3X. He is down and out.
Team X Spark out of the game, out of the contention. Team Soul getting the crowd riled up, feeling themselves. Team X Spark, what a big blunder that was, from having the chance to sort of take the championship, now not having any chance to win the game or win the championship as well.
Yeah.
Team Soul on the top, being proactive, trying to get the high ground control because they know right underneath is the players of Growing Strong, and this can be a free meal.
It certainly can be a free meal, but once again, oh, look at this. The nade just explodes in front of Goblin. He has to go back. Growing Strong certainly buying themselves some sort of time as we look at this beautiful audience, the sea of crowd that we have in front of us. And they are majestic.
Indeed, they are majestic. Growing Strong, as we see these guys in the front. GLITCHxREBORN on the opposite side. And Growing Strong, this time now looking forward to shut them down. Growing Strong is not really looking that great in the position that they've got so far, because pushing inside the safe zone is of course going to be a big point of concern, and that's going to make them sweat. GLITCHxREBORN, they went for it, but unfortunately that send it moment, it's not going to work out. Growing Strong, they catch him in the crime, but unfortunately even Growing Strong, they need to be quick.
They certainly have to be quick. Growing Strong, as of now, they are moving forward. Have a look at this. Godbot will be the first one to get taken down. Team Soul, the first knock is their Team Together Esports as well, coming in from the backlines. Multiple teams charging in towards the southern shoreline of the circle. This is going to be carnage, and I don't know what is going to be the outcome of it. Team Soul sort of in a sandwich situation between multiple teams right now.
Oh, Goblin, too many shots being inflicted on top of him. Nowhere to go. Team Soul, oh, out in the open. Omega is going for the run, but he's not going to make it on the opposite side. Team Soul on the verge of getting eliminated once again. This is not looking too good.
This certainly is not looking good. Growing Strong, as of now, they've done a very good job in sneaking past everyone's defenses and finding those locations, finding those angles where they are not checking. But how long will they be able to do it? Look at this. Neo having a little dip for himself, but he is being challenged, especially by the likes of Team Together Esports. So much nades and utility that has been thrown his way. Even Akshat, have a look at this. They are being pinned down, Team Soul. They've been caught in an absolute deadlock, Necro.
Oh my god, showering bullets against Growing Strong this time. Eclipse has been caught out in the open, that's why he was knocked out a while ago, but even the same thing can be said for Goblin. He's knocked out. Soul needs to get the fallen man back up. Is he revival? That's my real question. Godbot found two. A good shutdown on the Godbot. Try to pull off some weird shenanigans, but DBS on that range is not going to work out at all, my friend. But Neo overshoots a little bit, and he will pay the price for that. Team Soul, they're making some rookie mistakes in this fight.
They certainly are, but they have to kind of make amends for it right now. Goblin and Akshat is still alive. Look at that!
Oh,
what exactly was that? Akshat, man, actually is an absolute samurai over there. Finds everyone through his blind side.
Oh my god. Wow. Through the smoke, Matt's got some x-ray vision. Oh, once again, GLITCHxREBORN, Soul, what is going on? These guys are taking that extra bit of risk factor. And GLITCHxREBORN, they're just taking advantage of that. This time, once again, Entity, they have managed to survive in the top four. Can this keep on continuing, though? Top three should be the way to go. Entity, they need to perform consistently. And Chris OP has been shut down. First knockout found in the fight. First knockout found in the duel. Entity Gaming, they need to come out on top in every single duel they can't see in front of them.
Team Entity, I think they are the best team inside the circle right now. They have so much control. 3 players being found by Chris OP. Brilliant move over there. Duke was the one who actually found that on top of Troy, and now Team Soul as well. They're trying to challenge in for the circle, but the problem is the circle has been occupied by Team Together Esports already.
Team Soul has managed to get 12 eliminations so far. This team's on fire. Entity, they're playing for that consistent win. Every single team, they've got their own plans. But Team Soul, now they're going to start eye out the players of TTE. Team Together Esports in a really bad spot. As soon as we say about back spot, Entity, they lose out on one of their own. Team Soul, these guys are dominating the entire final circle so far. Maybe they can take this chicken home as well, but is that really going to find them a good spot in the overall standing? That's the real question. Akshat, another man taken down, semi-plays. Outside of the contention, still Entity Gaming, Somraj is live in the back. For TTE, PSYCHE is still there in the clotheslines.
They certainly are in the clothesline. Look at this. Akshat still thinking that there's somebody behind the buggy, that there is no one. Team Entity, as of now, they've taken a backseat in this particular fight. Gets that revive done. Somraj and Sue have so much to actually work together. They will try and create that flank angle against Soul, but I think Soul had the position marked. Just one player of Team Together Esports right in front, and that's going to be PSYCHE. I think this is already half the job done for this team.
Pretty much. Team Together Esports. PSYCHE, look at him. Still just prone over there. Does not want to give his position away. No one has any clue that PSYCHE is right behind that vehicle. And Entity Gaming. Between Entity, it's a 2v2 against Soul. Let's find out who's going to be coming through victorious. They need to send it inside the circle too. Team Soul currently controlling the tempo of this entire final moment, considering they've got the high ground to play with and so much visual information. But still, that one single man from Team Together Esports can be the game changer. Another elimination found. Somraj is going to try to go for the send, and that's what he does. He wants to get real up close and personal against the opponent. Somraj at least needs to find one knockout, but he gets denied. Neo returns the favor.
Akshat and Neo, the partnership of a lifetime right now. They have 9 eliminations exchanged between them. Team Soul certainly marching towards victory, as it's only 2 players. Sue is going to be visible. He's going to get eliminated. There's just one
That's
down,
it!
and Team Soul gets himself the winner with a chicken dinner. The audience is riding up. Everyone is on their feet right now to celebrate the defending champions making a comeback. But what a moment it is. Look at that. It was a fantastic game. And Team Soul just giving everyone a reason, a big reason to smile.
Team Soul doing what the crowd wanted and getting that chicken dinner secured. But that's really not going to change the overall story of this entire grand final. Team Soul, for them still, it's a mammoth climb to make to even have a podium finish. They're way too far away from that.
Oh, they certainly are. But again, these are the moments that the fans have been waiting for. They wanted a chicken dinner. They have delivered. The promise has been kept, but the promise of defending that title, just like you mentioned, Necro, it is very far off, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to be holding on to the positives. The performance was great. You've got to look at how Akshat just bounced back, like 6 finish to 7 eliminations on this man, all by himself. This is a true sign of a clutch master. When the time is right, cometh the hour, cometh the man.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but Salty, the real focus should be on Entity, because they were the only team who's currently in the top 5 and also in the top 3 in this game. So Entity's position over here matters so much.
Exactly. I mean, their position, their points were quite important in this game. And of course, I mean, as you mentioned, one thing that you said in the end, the fans wanted to see them win, and they have delivered. But again, the title is a little too far away. Same goes for Entity. I think the first challenge for Entity is to try and figure out how to take on the Gladiators.
That is true. I mean, taking on the Gladiators is going to be a tough call, considering even Insane is still back in the run, right? So it's going to be super tough. But Entity at least having that consistent finish, I would say they should be the real limelight over here, considering Soul's way too far away. So no need to sugarcoat things over here. I understand it's a glorious moment, but we need to stick with the facts, baby.
Yeah, we certainly do. And speaking of the facts, once again, I think with this, right, Team Entity will potentially move closer and close the gap against Gladiator Esports. Gladiators got eliminated pretty early in the game, which just goes to show that Blind, once again, they might just be running away with the championship as of now.
Hey, but with that, I just remembered Blind Esports got eliminated super early.
Yes, exactly. But still, I mean, Blind, the hard work they had done before this game even began, I think that will keep them afloat for a while. They will still be sticking on that first position in the overall ranking. But ladies and gentlemen, here are the highlights of when the game began and how things were in the arena and how things were after Team Soul got that win.
Of course, the crowd was riled up. This is the most fan-favorite team, so without a doubt, Team Seoul, they have managed to rile up the crowd. But getting back to the Blind and the Insane conversation, Insane was the team that actually wiped out the existence of Blind in that previous game. But then, unfortunately, Insane wasn't able to stay alive because it was an absolute chaos in the final few moments, and Seoul was pretty much just controlling the tempo. One thing is for sure, Seoul has gotten a lot of elimination points, but it's still not going to change anything in the overall standings.
Agreed.
There has to be one team who kind of comes up and shows us what exactly glory means, what exactly a comeback story means. And I think Entity are close to that. They are getting those consistent finishes, but the only problem is that they have to get those big chicken inners, do something which Insane did yesterday, do back-to-back 30 bombs. I think that is exactly when Team Entity will be back in the competition, and there will be a lot of suspense, even for Blind as well. Right now, Blind, with the kind of cushion that they have, even if they get eliminated early, I don't really think they care.
I mean, they should care actually, because now, as Necro mentioned, the difference between Entity and Gladiators is going to be cut short. But if Entity has one big game, that will put them in a position from where we can actually say that Entity and Blind will be almost neck and neck. And another big win will just put them ahead of Blind with a little bit of a safety cushion to work with.
And not just that. The upcoming map is the map of Sanhok. I'm sorry to cut you off.
It is their best map. It is a map where we've seen Entity perform again and again, but Gladiators is a team that has done quite well on this map as well. I mean, they should start from Paradise Resort. I don't know what happened in the Sanhok yesterday. We saw them start from Loco VIP for some reason.
Exactly. And another thing that I really want to bring up here is that Insane can potentially perform really well on Sanhok, considering they like to prefer aggression, and Sanhok really rewards a team that likes to take that aggressive control.
You know, if there's ever a meme about Necro commentating, it would just be Necro throwing insane all across the way.
Right, I'm going to throw one more team's name out in the air. What if, again, we have a circle towards the northwest?
Oh my god, well then, Blind Esports, they already have the 90% of the win in their hands. Unfortunately, the 10% will be left over if someone just messes up massively. If 8-Bit isn't able to take them down.
The 10% is Blind ruining their own game. Did you forget the Sanhok from day one?
Oh yeah, that is true. Just dropping down your own death. And we had a talk with S-Power too. He said that we thought we might survive on 1 HP, but S-Power, come on, buddy.
That is a long dive, to be honest. And I'll be surprised. I'll not be surprised. In fact, the Team X-Park also, they drop in the similar location, right? And they usually tend to go down the trifecta, try and guard the shorelines as well. What if Team X-Park decide to go up and challenge Blind on their home turf?
That's a very high possibility can happen, but it might be the other way around. It might be Blind taking on the players of X-Park just to get rid of the competition. And that will benefit Blind, because it's not just you getting rid of the competition, it's you getting 4 extra points at the start of the game. And apart from X-Park, there's no other team there to challenge Blind on that Camp Alpha Island.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Now, as you mentioned, if there is going to be a Camp Alpha circle, of course, Blind will come out on top. But ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to talk about. But we're going to toss to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You're asking for it? You're dying for it?
Got it? BGMI, it's not an easy game.
Hi guys.
Take off! Mummy?
गाड़ी लेकर आ गया और वो भी बाइक. हाँ? इधर क्या भेलपूरी चाटपूरी खाने को जा रहे करे?
वैसे तूने गेम तो प्रैक्टिस किया है ना?
वो ना स्टोरेज फुल हो गया है.
BGMI, it's not just a game, it's an emotion.
Help!
तुम लोग गिट गुड कर करके चैंप्स बन गए और मैं नुबड़ा का नुबड़ा ही रह गया ना.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, one thing is for sure, Salty's quite pumped up, man. I understand your excitement is through the roof. You were also jumping on top of the desk, but one thing is for sure, this desk might just collapse, so please don't do that.
Hey, I mean, if I jump this desk, it definitely will not collapse. But if you do, then possibly the entire arena might collapse.
Now, people are taking jabs at Batman.
Because
People
I'm
always
Superman.
take jabs at Batman.
Because I'm Superman, guys. Batman, I'm not really sure if he will survive.
I got the kryptonite. Don't ask me to reveal it, though. But you know what, Johnny? I'm going to get back to you. And we know the upcoming game's not going to be the game of Sanhok. There's definitely going to be so many expectations from so many of their teams because we know Sanhok brings in that variety, right? But there's something exciting going on the stage. And if you guys want to witness that, unfortunately, you guys can't. Well, that's the real truth. You guys need to be here in AK Arena itself in Ahmedabad to witness what exactly is going on because some insane content creators are there.
Things happen on the big screen behind us, but you can't hear what the conversation is about, right? And the answer to the problem is simple. Drop by in the AK Arena in Ahmedabad. Say hi to us while you're here. You can also enjoy the show that is going on in this arena itself. And of course, if you are not in Ahmedabad, you can enjoy the action with us. We are still here. We're always going to be here.
I mean, we're right amidst the crowd as well. But for now, it's time to find out who was the MVP of that previous game. So let's move on and take a look at that. Has to be someone from the side of Seoul. And here we go.
Akshat.
It's going to be Akshat with 7 elimination points wrapped up and 944 damage. Akshat has definitely managed to impress every single person, even in the crowd.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 7 eliminations, 944 damage points. Like I said, right? Commit the hour, commit the man. This man has always provided enough backup for his team, even when his team has not been performing. And alongside with Neo, I think this team has done a phenomenal job. But now, of course, have a look at this. Akshat, Neo, Goblin. 15 eliminations shared between these 3 lads. What else can you say? This was the performance which was expected throughout the grand finals. But sadly, it did not happen.
Just absolutely phenomenal. It was an impressive run by the players of Team Seoul. Insane skips as well with 3 eliminations to his name. And of course, PSYCHE from the side of Team Together Esports. If you remember, Salty, during the league stages itself, it was PSYCHE from the side of Team Together who kept the team alive, who kept the team inside of the top 8. And now, unfortunately, he has woken up. The monster we were hoping for, the monster Team Together was trying to summon, has come alive. But unfortunately, it is on day 3.
That is true. And one little hint to give to the audience that is currently watching online, but I'm going to hold on to that for a moment because the point standings in front of us. Seoul managing to get 15 elimination points and of course the 15 placement points. 30 bomb from Seoul. Where was this Seoul in the past?
I have no idea. I mean, we were waiting for them for day 1 and day 2, but they showed up a little too late to the party. And as you mentioned before, Necro, it is very difficult for them to climb up to the first position, take the trophy back home. But I think one way or the other they can try and break into the top 8 at least, or maybe into the top 5 even, if they can put similar performances in the next few matches.
Exactly. Well, time to take a look at the next page, Salty, and you can't see Gladiators Esports, a big downfall in the performance from themselves. 8-bit CS, after that first chicken dinner, once again that pace has dropped down too.
This has been a pattern for 8-bit CS for a while right now, right? To be honest, every single time where they start the day with a very big chicken, we think that 8-bit CS, they might actually have a potential momentum building situation going on, but then once again, that massive dip on the map of Miramar just completely halts that. On the other side, you've got Revenant as well. Again, a phenomenal starter right at the start of the day, but not anything to follow it up. This is where it hurts. Even Gladiators, as a matter of fact, 4 points, Blind 4 points. It seems like the tournament is getting away from Gladiators and their grasp.
Exactly. Well, time to find out the overall standings, how that previous map has affected the overall standings. Blind Esports still on the top, 199 points secured, so close to that 200 marker. Now, once again, Blind Esports doing pretty good.
36 points. 36 points. That is where the difference stands at right now as we speak after game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Entity, for them, the dip is a little bit more. So at this point, I think we can say clearly, Salty, it is between Blind and Gladiators. Unless Entity Insane Glitch, they just have phenomenal performances back-to-back. And also, look at Revenant. They have taken a massive leap from the 9th to the 6th, by the way.
Exactly.
That is true.
That happened in the first game, even for 8-bit CS as well. Both of these two teams made their giant leaps. Team X-Park has actually dropped down to the second page, and now they are on that 9th spot. Team Seoul has made an entry. They stand on the 100-point marker as well, but it kind of feels a little sad that Team X-Park had that plummet of their standings. Not really ideal, is it?
It is not really ideal. I mean, the second page says a lot of stuff. Team Seoul, as you mentioned, now that they're back on the 10th spot, but still nothing's going to be changed over here. But you know what? That's enough for the overall standings. I want to speak a little bit on what exactly is going on the stage. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a huge fan of that man. It's Streamon himself on the desk right now, on the stage, I mean. And there's some wise words being shared by him. Of course, even we cannot really hear what's going on, but I hope I get a chance to talk to him.
Yeah, should I make the big reveal right now? The hard work you put in before the show.
What?
You made some arrangements for us on the English test, right?
I tried to, and I hope that actually comes true.
We're going to try.
We're going to try.
You're going to have a break in a few short moments. You can try and make your efforts again.
I can definitely try and reassure that maybe that's going to happen. But you know what? Once again, the camera is going to be coming back to us, Johnny, and it seems like you've got something to say.
No, I was just going to say good luck with your secret mission.
Oh, well, I really hope that's going to come true, because if it does, then the English stream's going to be blessed.
Yes.
One thing is for sure. That will be one of the best surprises that you guys would want to witness. But, yeah, getting back inside once again the game, we know the upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok. Guys, any predictions?
Do you want to join us this time, or are you going to go solo again?
Yeah, I'm going to go solo, but you guys start first.
All right, what do we go with, Nico?
Insane.
All right, insane. The man said before.
What on earth is happening with these two lads?
Did you think we're going to do the countdown again, Salty?
I'm
Not
gonna
every time,
pick,
Salty.
I'm going to pick Gladiators.
Gladiators. Oh,
All
no,
right.
I feel so bad. They're already doing bad, and the gap is increasing.
It's 36 points.
Yeah, but still, before the gap was of like 25 or something.
I kind of
That is
don't
true.
understand the fact that my fellow mate over there who predicts Insane and them getting eliminated in 16th spot.
Do you want to switch positions with me? You
Yeah.
want to be here? I'm going to move
No,
there.
no, no. I think we might engage in a fist fight at that
Oh,
point.
wow.
Do you want to see that happen?
Batman versus Superman.
That was a reference, guys. That was a reference. The dawn of justice. But anyways, we are going to be coming back. I think Gladiators once again, because that big leap which I was expecting will come in one map or the other. That I'm sure of. Right? They will get, if not a 30 bomb, a chicken dinner with decent number of finish points. That is definitely there to come. But the only problem is, if Team Blind just progress further, keep on piling that point standings up, I think they might get a little too far ahead. That is my only point. That is my only piece of concern. But I do feel that this tournament is going to come to a close end.
Still 4 more chances.
Exactly.
Enough chances to make that bounce back. But that also means that Blind Esports needs to be stopped in their tracks right now. If they keep on moving up with the same lead, if they keep on getting more points to catch up, it's going to be next to impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a challenge to bring down Blind. Even in the last game, even the map of Miramar, it felt like insane. The struggle was there in the fight, and they instantly went down a few moments later. And Blind, I think, again, it will be difficult to challenge them, but again, the 36 points that are there separating Blind from Gladiators, that safety cushion is what gives them the confidence to push forward in those fights without feeling any sort of fear among themselves. And look at that, even the audience in the arena behind us are there,
Johnny,
witnessing greatness in the making.
What can be the capacity? Like, how strong are we in the house right now?
All right, that's 100, 400, 500,000, 5,000. Oh, we've gone over, I think easily we've crossed 10K today. Live in the arena, by the way.
We've crossed 10,000 in the arena, to be honest. And
10,000, really?
Last I heard, before Miramar began, a huge wave of 600 people showed up at the same time. And that was just one wave. People have been pouring in since the start of the day.
Wow, that's crazy. That is super crazy. I mean, you guys can see there's no space to even stand. And even now the top stands, or even the chairs that are at the top, they're starting to fill up.
Hurry up.
Not a lot of chance left, not a lot of time left for you guys. But for the players that are currently in the arena, they've still got 4 more chances to make something happen, especially the teams in the top 5. Still Insane has a fair shot. Still Entity has a fair shot at the championship. As I mentioned, Blind Esports just needs to be stopped.
And it's very surprising that as of now, Blind are very safe at where they're dropping. Like, how have they been allowed so much freedom by the ones who are at the bottom? I do not really understand, because what is AUTOBOTZ doing? What is Growing Strong doing? What is Team Together Esports doing? They have a very important job right now.
It's that one name that you took, Growing Strong. What is CS doing? It is their turn. They can get their revenge.
Exactly, right? And this is the time when they can strike when the iron is hot. Imagine this, you take them down in a drop collision, you completely ruin their hopes, and possibly the Gladiators, or maybe even Team Entity, just actually get themselves back.
You know what I think? I think Growing Strong is afraid of the fact that if they drop Clash and take the fight against the players of Blind, they might just end up giving them 4 extra points, and Blind is just going to keep on moving further and further up ahead.
That is true. I mean, look, at this point, all Blind needs to do is just get consistent 10 points in every game, and that's really possible. That's easily possible for a team like Blind.
I agree. I mean, take no fights, play for survival, and that is it.
Yeah.
But it's Blind, so we know they're going to run after those fights.
I mean,
they're not going to back off.
I mean, look, if there is a Camp Alpha circle, all they need to do is just sit on top of the hill and just wait for the circle to close on up slowly and steadily, and then try and make the upcoming plan on behalf of how the circle is going to be looking like.
True.
But one thing is for sure, Blind Esports, with how they've been playing, as I mentioned a while ago too, they have cracked the code. They know how exactly to survive to the late game, even though things are bad. Yeah, the previous game was a whole other story because Insane just pounced on top of the opportunity. They knew that Blind Esports is hurt. They do not really have the manpower to support him in that fight, so they easily took him down. But it seems like the upcoming map is locked in and loaded. Are your picks locked in and loaded?
Yeah, I think our pick was loaded, right? Insane.
Yeah, Insane. Yeah, our pick is loaded. Insane. Salty, what was your pick once again?
Gladiators, I'm ready, man.
Oh, wow, I feel
so
super
ready.
bad for Gladiators. But ladies and gentlemen, only 10 seconds away from that game of Sandhawk. Sandhawk being the smallest map, we're going to expect the maximum aggression in this one. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The third game of the day, as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again. The plane fly path will be starting all the way from docks towards the opposite side, which is of course going to be Camp Alpha.
And it's going to be an exciting game for sure, because you know this one can either decide the champions already or put a contender in the faces of Blind. The trajectory of the plane starting from the side of Drox, heading towards that northeastern quadrant, just the western edge, not the western quadrant, just the western edge of Camp Alpha. And it is going to be extremely difficult for the teams to challenge that one team sitting at the top of the leaderboard, Blind. We keep talking about them again and again and again. But let's not forget Gladiators, Entity, Insane, even Glitch are there to be a part of the action, to be a part of all of these fights. Do we see any early drop clashes, Necro? I think Revenant's 2-2 split might result in a clash with a few players of Insane and Entity. And look at that, the Blade Runners. It is happening again and again and again. It happened on Wrangle, it happens on Sanok. Insane's against Revenant in a knife fight.
Oh, this can be an Insane circle too, because it's actually on the top left, or on the bottom left island, Johnny. And talk about things. Numen Gaming drop clashed against the likes of HYDRA. This is going to be an interesting battle. Let's see, let's witness who's going to come out on top in this one. Numen Gaming, still a team, still a name to be feared. A lot of things will be judged on behalf of this certain engagement, because for Numen Gaming, they've lost their shot, or they've lost their shot at the championship. They're just trying to fight for the pride. But what exactly is going on in the elimination feed? Team X Spark going at it against PSYCHE.
Well, let's see though. Numen, as we talked about them, I mean, there is still an opportunity for them to actually move up in the rankings and increase the prize money that they're going to walk away with. And of course, as you mentioned, the pride itself, the glory that they will get for being in the top 3. In the meanwhile, Insane, hey, it doesn't matter if they lost the knife fight in game number 1. They brought guns to the knife fight in this map of Sanok. 2 players from the side of Revenant picked off. Insane, they have a man advantage to work with, and also complete control of that city of Painan.
Indeed, a complete control, as you mentioned. That means Insane can actually take their time and go for the loot, and they're probably going to be stacked up soon. Yeah, right now the loot's lacking, but at least they have managed to kick things off on a fantastic note. X-Spark getting shot at. And that's where one of the men's actually going to lose out on his life. And of course, it's Manya to kick things off for them.
And Blind, we know for sure, we were expecting this to happen. Them hunting the players of X-Spark. They have gotten one. They're going to look for more, but Mane is not going to do this alone. The dirty work is going to include his teammates in this, but Numen now taking on the players of HYDRA in the side of Bootcamp. Numbers equalized on either side, 4v4 as of now. HYDRA, they are on the compounds towards the southern edge of Bootcamp, just the outer periphery. And Numen, they have complete control, even of the backlines. The triple warehouses are theirs as well. So they have a lot more area to work with, a lot more information as well.
Indeed. HYDRA still eyeing out the players in the front. Numen Gaming, oh, one of the players' positions compromised. Savitar, he hears that nade being pulled and instantly backs away. I like that proactivity from Savitar, but at least now he knows that Duora very exactly his position. So Savitar can try to pull off some shenanigans on behalf of that, but this is how Revenant Esports, they got dismantled. Of course, it's Insane chasing down their praise like that. Insane knows it's either go all in or go all out.
Insane and Revenant, I believe, did something happen between these two teams? I mean, it's been 2 games. They've been just going after each other. It's like watching Blind and GS. Oh, look at this. Savitar, Shadow, looking to make the push. Duora, as you mentioned a few moments ago, his position, I believe, has been compromised. And Savitar is going to try and lob the nade. Oh, Duora is going to run into the damage. Gets knocked out. The first knock secured by Numen.
Yeah. Numen Gaming once again kickstarting things on a great note. But Starboy returns the favor back. Numen Gaming enough time to get the resurrection, so no issues on that part. Spray God makes a big mistake. Wow. Has no clue that Numen Gaming has surrounded the entire terrain. But look at Wixkey. He's going to miss out on one of the men in the front line. Stevie is pulled out, and that's it. What a big mistake from Spursh. And I guess that's it. HYDRA might just be eliminated right here. Starboy is trying to back away from this entire situation, but Savitar is going to get those finish confirmed with the knives. This man, oh no, just a pinch of salt on top of the wounds.
The leap of fate turning to a leap of death, and HYDRA, instead of being hailed, are going to be sent back to heaven. Numen looking for the last man alive. He was on the run, and I believe have managed to escape. Starboy reaching for the stars, because it seems like that's the only place where Numen won't find him anymore.
Oh, Adi's been knocked out as well. No, Insane now, they're in a big world of trouble, Johnny. Luckily for Insane, Adi is a little bit far away, so Glitch cannot find the confirmation instantly.
Well, Glitch, I think, are going to be satisfied with the 2 picks that they have as of now, and they are also looking to move towards the center of the circle already. It's not going to be too difficult if they find a shack, and here they go. Good position to play the next 5 minutes of this matchup from, at least.
Glitch, another one of those teams, came in with so many astonishing moments.
Yeah.
But now maybe their championship run is about to end. And not maybe, it has actually ended already, because Blind Esports, with that consistent lead they have maintained, they have pretty much denied so many teams a chance to even look at that first spot. Insane can be one of those few if they keep on maintaining that consistency, if they keep on getting those 20 points over and over again in the upcoming games, then Insane can definitely have a fair shot.
Well, let's see. For now, Team Seoul. Massive roar in the arena when they won the last game. The fans have been hoping to see this team perform, not just in the grand finals itself, but also in the league stages. They were in the top 4 when they qualified for the grand finals, but unfortunately the finals themselves were too much for Team Seoul to deal with. Still, though, last player from the side of Team Insane in front of the rise. Not the last, well, at least the first they can run into, or they meet the rest of the squad behind them. 8-bit CS, great start to the day, but unfortunately the downfall from yesterday seems like too much for them to recover from. Even right now, hope has started to dwindle for the players of 8-bit CS.
Gaining the momentum back is going to be a tough one, but oh, hold on, they might just walk into a crossfire. It's a 2-2 split. GLITCHxREBORN so quiet in this compound, but 8-Bit, a smooth sailing out of that spot, I guess. No issues whatsoever for 8-Bit. And with that, GLITCHxREBORN is also going to give their position away.
They have given their position away, but 8-Bit CS now are going to be aware of where these opponents are, especially considering GLITCHx are going for a 2-2 split play. They can be put in a very uncomfortable position. If the players are split away from each other and 8-Bit CS walks right in the middle, then plan can succeed. But what is this? X-Spark closing in on the players of Team Soul. It's going to be a King of the Hill battle, Necro.
It indeed is going to be a King of the Hill battle. Team X-Spark. I mean, for now, at least Pakar, he's on the top, going for a little bit of scouting moments. Considering X-Spark, they've lost out one man, so at least these 3 players need to take on the charge.
Yeah.
Which can be a difficult one to pull off, but still, it is not impossible. You still can try and be one of those miraculous men
What
to
a
pop
weird,
off.
what a weird day we are having, Necro. I mean, normally we see Miramar having a slow start to Wrangle is also going to be quite standard, but today it is Sanhok out of all places that has the eerie silence that we always talk about.
Makes sense. It's the halfway point of today's day.
That is true.
And considering it's the last day too, so as I mentioned, even though teams on the latter half of the board, they're not doing too good, it's still about making a mark. This is one of the biggest tournaments that India's ever witnessed.
Exactly, I mean.
So even if you get like one single chicken dinner, it's still so much to look up to.
You get one single chicken dinner in front of the 10,000 plus people that are there in the arena. They're going to go back home and tell stories of your glory.
Exactly. So it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. It's about leaving a mark. It's about putting up that remarkable performance. I mean, Gladiators and Blind Esports, these 2 teams have been doing that time and time, but it's time to see something new. It's time to see a new champion, maybe. Before now, next circle shift can be over here, and yes, it is. Still maintaining that anonymous aura between 2 islands.
You wanted to go to that small little island in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Me too, buddy. Me too. Let's see if that is actually going to happen. In the meanwhile, Blind Esports, they're going to be forced to cross over to that Ruins Island. And I think there is a very high probability that the circle is going to take us to where Team Soul and X-Spark are. Insane, they're going to have to deal with a lot of pressure of the teams pouring in from that eastern side of the map. But in the meanwhile, it seems like Team Soul have clearly spotted out the players of X-Spark. And a fight can break out between these 2 titans at any given second.
Indeed it can. Team Soul, I mean, they have managed to win the previous game, right, Johnny? With a bang. Imagine if they win this one too. Oh, maybe a podium finish is waiting for them. Maybe. Or at least even in top 5. That cannot be that bad. But still, you being the defending champions, that's gotta hurt.
Imagine if by a miracle, Team Soul, they do end up on that first position. Can you even fathom what is going to happen in this arena?
No, I can't.
Me neither. It is just going to be...
It's not going to happen, though. It's impossible.
You never know.
Oh, hold on, though. Speaking of impossible things, GENxFM. Oh, they just run into a massive trap that was man-made. First man got instantly taken down. Crypto's in the front still. The rest of the cavalry might just arrive, but Numen Gaming, they've already got the man advantage. And look at him, he's being too sneaky. Shadow Prone's down, finds out the toes. Another knockout followed up, a 200 IQ move.
And these sort of plays only come with experience in the players. Whiskey, Mooks will not see this coming. The nade damage, a little too much for him to get comfortable with. And Shadow is going for the flank, goes behind the hut already. And Mooks, he knows that Shadow is going to be running towards him from the other side. One more nade lob towards him, and now Whiskey is going to go join Shadow. The damage has been dealt. GENxFM, Mooks might be taking his last few breaths instead of the game. And there it is, the DBS goes pop in his face, and he's going to be dropped.
All you need is one pump. And that's what the DBS delivers. One more man to go from the side of GENxFM, who's just sitting in that hut. GENxFM came in with so many hopes and dreams, but all of those hopes and dreams are now about to be shattered. And Numen Gaming, unfortunately, they haven't really cleared anything. There's still a possibility of someone being in that house. And I guess Numen Gaming, they've got a clue of that. Oh, Nate tossed in, but Savitar knocks himself out.
Ouch.
This could have been an opportunity that the opponent wanted to capitalize, but instantly gets denied.
Could have been a massive disaster, I do agree with you. But luckily for Savitar, he has a teammate right behind him, so they do recover without taking unnecessary damage. But Starboy, the last survivor from the side of HYDRA, it seems like Autobots are gonna turn into the Decepticons in his life, or at least in this game. He's hiding behind a rock. There's nothing, no foliage around him for cover. If Sirvi just barely moves to this side of the ridge, Starboy, he is done. But team together. Oh, Gladiators, they found their number. There's the opening knock.
Oh, the gangsters pull up, of course. And that too on the team that's not doing too good. It's just bullying at this point. Gladiators, they've managed to find one.
Yeah.
I mean, the first man down, that's it. That might just be the chain that's needed to break the confidence. Team Together Esports, PSYCHE and Sevi play still in the back lines, and Gladiator Esports somewhere down line. They've realized that the foes are still around him, and these can be free points that you can feed on and get a little bit more stronger.
Well, let's see how strong are they going to go in the meanwhile. The next shift of the circle, where will this take us? And we're in Pine Island Ruins.
Solid stuff. Team Together Esports, Sevi plays, yeah, nowhere to go, it's surrounded by foes. Knocked out. Team Together Esports on the verge of getting eliminated. Gladiator Esports, of course, as I mentioned, it's a squad of gangsters. It's a squad of gladiators.
Even the car is very old school.
Yeah. They're the gladiator gangsters. Or they're the gangster gladiators.
I mean, gladiators themselves were
technically the gangsters back in the day.
Yeah, and also quite deadly. I mean, they used to fight lions. Did you not know that? Like literal lions.
Yeah.
So you need to be afraid of them as well, Necro.
They used to also have the arena battles.
And we are in an arena.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been mentioning so far. Gladiators in the arena. And they try their best to win every single fight, but sometimes the problems can occur when there's too many oppositions in the front. Autobots for now. As we've got Sirvi. Starboy still in the same spot. What is this man doing?
He's in stealth mode right now, does not want to reveal his position, does not want to reveal a single bit of information to the Autobots. Here's all the footsteps around him. Can cause a little bit of panic, but ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a recap of what went down between the players of Team Insane and Growing Strong. Just blink it and you miss it moment, as you call it, Necro. Destroyed in seconds, but Sirvi, why has he not moved over here yet? That is the question I want to ask. Sirvi.
Oh? Well, I guess maybe he thinks that his teammates got his back, because there's one more man right next to Starboy, if you can see on the minimap.
He's on top of the rock that Starboy is hiding under, by the way.
Exactly. So he thinks that his teammates got his back, but unfortunately he's got no clue that there's a surprise waiting to be revealed on his face. So yeah, so many different things can happen, so many possibilities can happen. Revenant Esports, unfortunately for them, they lost out on their two men. I mean, imagine this, right, Johnny? Revenant Esports, one of those teams that could have possibly had such a great chance to do something. But unfortunately, in the game of Sanhok, once again, things dwindled down. But still, two players are here, so anything can happen.
Anything can definitely happen, Revenant. The hope is still there to break into the top three. One big win, one massive 30 bomb drop on the board, and the leap that they will take will bring them in the top 5. Then they will have 3 more matches left to secure as many points as possible. In the meanwhile, Gladiators, this is the team that we need to focus on the most, because they are the closest to the contenders for the trophy. Blind sitting on the 2nd position, the overall ranking, 36 points separating them from where Blind is. Shogun, that could have been a bad call over there. Could have gotten extremely lucky, but luckily for him, there's no one around them, because Gladiators, they are sticking to their standard play style, what they know best, playing extremely slow.
Indeed. In Blind Esports, once again, yeah.
He's going to spot out Starboy.
That was the same reaction I had too. But I guess still Starboy is a little bit, he's invisible.
He's the luckiest man alive.
Or maybe he has mastered the stealth. He knows how to be amongst the enemies and be the imposter among them.
I mean, Sanok has a lot of snakes, right?
Yeah.
He is one of them.
Yeah, I guess.
Slithering everywhere he goes.
He's like a species of snake that can merge with any other species.
Isn't that a shapeshifter though?
Have you ever seen... I've heard a lot of things about shapeshifter. I've heard a lot of things about some weird stuff. But for now, Numen Gaming Wixkey. Oh, he was able to at least get one against HYDRA, and that's it. Johnny, HYDRA has been taken down. Starboy's position compromised. But for now, Revenant Esports and PSYCHE against each other. Sot gets knocked out as well. It's all down to the one last man alive. So much to live up to. But for Revenant 2, it's a 1v2 combat. But PSYCHE, the elimination got stolen away by someone else. It's 8-bit CS across the horizon.
It is from the back lines where the players of PSYCHE are actually getting shot at from. And Revenant, they have put in so much work to catch one of the big names off guard, but haven't really converted anything from this. It is going to be difficult for them to cross the other side of the ridge, because now even they need to realize there's two other teams waiting for them from the off the back.
Oh my God,
Gladiators arrive and what a run over! Apollo, he's going to be sent back to the moon. MJ is going to be the last man left alive, hiding in that US. But Gladiators, will they be able to pick him off?
Oh my God! He's playing with the opponents like that inside the vehicle, nowhere to go. He's trapped, down and dusted. Revenant Esports, they bite the dust. Gladiators, of course, they keep on marching through. It's like their own home turf. It's like their own arena.
They have 6 eliminations on the board already. Gladiators, this game is where they have incredible momentum from the start, and I don't think they need to slow down. All 4 players still left alive. There's a long way to go. 9 teams still remaining in this matchup, and we are already in the 4th stage of the game. But when we see the zone next, Necro, you're going to notice one thing. Blind have complete and utter control of the entire northern half of the circle. There is no one there to challenge them, but one team might just show up to ruin their day, and that could be Numen.
Indeed. Blind Esports. Still though, I like the fact that they're not just tunnel vision in the front.
Yeah.
There's still a couple of players who are still looking all the way back in the blue. Now that's what you call the presence of mind. Still expecting the unexpected, and Numen Gaming, as you mentioned, is still actually all the way back in the blue. But somewhere else on the map, Gladiators, another possible contender, can be over here in the name of Entity for them. And Entity is actually looking at the same direction where Gladiators are too.
Oh, let's see. Down to 2 players. Entity, they kick things off quite nicely. Gamla Boy finds the first pick. Shogun is going to be knocked down. Gladiators ahead that they did not want to receive has been handed to them on a silver platter, and they were forced to accept it with both arms open wide. But Justin and Delta still on the flank. Gamla Boy looking for a few more picks. Necro, this is not advisable. Look at that level 1 armor, level 1 helmet. No utility at all, just one single first aid. What is Entity thinking?
One thing is for sure, these guys want to be the bold ones. But they know one thing too, is that if they want to have a little bit more success in the future too, Johnny, they need to get rid of Gladiators. And that's the only way to go.
I mean, if the team sitting on the 3rd position is out, then the team on the 4th can easily climb up.
8-bit from the far phrase also taking shots against Gladiators. Gladiators right now is in a big world of hurt. Even Shogun goes down. But Destro and Justin, these guys are the smarter bunch. They spread out from the rest of the squad on the opposite side. And Entity Gaming instantly taking advantage of this entire kerfuffle, and they decide to move away. Beautiful stuff. Some 200 IQ moments.
Good job, but Entity, they have been poured out by the players of 8-bit CS as well, and the sandwich is successful. Entity are going to start to lose players. 8-bit CS, if they finish off Gladiators, they will make things extremely easy for Insane and for the lads of Entity. But Insane, they have been kicked back to the lobby a few moments ago. Gladiators, they need to make sure that they capitalize over here one way or the other. In the back line, Justin dropped. Gamla Boy still left standing on his feet, but will he make it through? A big question, a big ask from his teammates. Justin bleeding slowly and steadily. No information given away to the last surviving teammate. In the meanwhile, Blind in a fight for their lives. Manya knocked out. Neo traded from side of Seoul.
Oh, Blind Esports. It is completely okay, though. All they need are these 3 men to take care of the opponent, because even Seoul has lost out on one of their own. So it's a 3v3 situation, but look at what Blind are doing. One man is in the back lines, going for the reds constantly, and the rest of the players in the front trying to get rid of the opponents, or at least keep them busy for a while. S-Power's close down up. He's playing with that risk factor that I've been speaking about over and over again. But S-Power, can he come out on top in this duel? That's the real question, and he does! Shuts down one of the men in the close, Omega, down in dust.
What a play! S-Power moves forward. One more man spotted out and knocked out. Neo bleeding out on the flag. Just one last man surviving. Goblin in the backline, and he is running for his life. Blind, they are not looking to stop anytime soon. Another win in the back, and this team will have secured the trophy already.
Blind Esports, what's going on? Just welcoming enemies in this same playing field. And now, once again, Numen Gaming 2, they tried their luck to go up against Blind Esports, but they have been denied as well. Of course, S-Power, the man, the myth, the legend, feeling himself, taking down opponents left, right, and center. And he knows there's no competition in front of him, and Manya gets rid of that last leftover man from Seoul.
9 finishes on the board already. Down to the top 4 we go. Knuckle has been knocked out, but it shouldn't be too difficult for Blind to bring him back into the game and get that revive in. But guess what, Necro? Gladiators, they managed to make it this far as Destro decided to take the mantle into his own hands as the IGL and go for a heal battle. Last 3 first stages remaining. This man is praying for someone to get eliminated soon.
Destro, the med strat is definitely there, but Blind Esports, as you mentioned, if this momentum keeps on moving up, they will possibly easily be the champions of this entire tournament. 8-Bit CS is the only stronger team that can potentially stand in their path, but Blind Esports, they've already done it. They've got too many points lead. At this point, it's next to impossible to snatch it away. Utilities tossed. Blind Esports trying their best to fight back against 8-Bit, but 8-Bit, they're in a mad disadvantage.
Yeah, they don't have Juicy in this game. The IGL was shut down a few moments ago, but the trade of utilities from either side is impressive. But now it feels like Blind are looking to end it.
Oh my god!
Mina traded out. Mighty is the last man left standing. Manages to dodge the damage from the Molotov just for a split second, but S-Power and another win in the hands of Blind. What a day! What a team! And what a game!
Blind Esports! Some inhuman stuff in the game of Sandhawk. Oh, we thought that Camp Alpha Island Circles are their win, but this time Blind Esports, they proved that Sandhawk is their playground. It's their home ground, and they easily secure that victory. Yeah. Impressive stuff.
I gotta put on my jacket because things got heated up in Sandhawk for sure.
Trust me on this, right? There is not a team who can dictate a tournament the way Blind have. I mean, so many finishes, and S-Power once again. Like, what a lad. What a phenomenon.
You know what? 3 games left, 2 more, and Manya will have taken away Adi's best IGL.
I mean, that's the thing about playing with a risk factor, right?
Yeah.
If you do go for the fights, you go big, absolutely big. But if you get taken down, you put your whole team in the massive risk. Yeah. But S-Power, he went for that risk factor, and he actually came out on top as well. Shutting down Team Seoul, S-Power had the biggest hand.
He had 1/3 of his HP, Necro.
Yep.
You and I, we are the players who take the most risk, right? But even we wouldn't do that.
And that too in a professional game in the grand finals of BMPS. I mean, this is like one-in-a-lifetime moment or a one-in-a-year moment, and he still makes that happen. It's something that I'm still not able to get my head over. But Salty, I'm pretty sure you were in the backlines witnessing that madness from Blind. And with this, I think so they've also pretty much secured the championship.
Yeah.
They sealed the deal.
Absolutely, I think. At this point, even it's a tough pill to swallow. I kind of felt, especially with the way Gladiators were playing, wiping down multiple teams initially, I felt like, all right, Gladiators is on the prowl. I thought that Blind will not be able to execute this map, but again, they just proved me wrong time and time again. And at this time, it seems like the tournament more or less has been secured. I will accept that.
Salty, at the start of today's day, actually, you picked up Gladiators.
Yeah.
And Gladiators isn't really able to find anything. And this is not the way we have seen Gladiators play so far. It's like a big momentum shift in their performance. But we do have the IRL highlights in front of us. Players, the intensity, even the crowd. Look at that man standing. Oh, he fell down too.
Why are we laughing on our lovely viewers? I mean, our apologies, lad. The lad who fell down. But of course, I mean, it is a big day for everyone who has been a part of the BGMI community for so long. Of course, we keep mentioning, but if you don't believe us, look at that. Look at the screen right now. The arena filled to the brim with people who are in love with the game, and of course with the players that are there on
Johnny,
stage.
I'm not gonna
by the way, guys, I got the official count.
Okay.
It's somewhere around 10,000.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's somewhere around 10,000 in this arena.
That is crazy. But I'm not going to lie, I feel scared. There's too many people around us, dude.
There's more coming, Necro.
Yeah, there's more coming. There's more coming. Now that the game's over, of course, a couple of crowds just going away, grabbing some snacks or grabbing something to eat. They're probably hungry. They've been over here for a while.
Why are you always talking about food?
Yeah, that's the first thing he goes to.
Because, listen, these guys are definitely going to come back. It's the last day. Where are they going? Where are they going? Maybe washrooms? And maybe something to eat. That's the maximum places where they're going to go, because who's going to decide to leave their slot?
No, there is something even more exciting. There are the challenger zones, ladies and gentlemen, where you can actually play the TDMs. And if you do win, you get some exciting goodies like hoodies as well as t-shirts. That is exciting.
That is exciting.
Again, we can't turn the camera to show you all of this, but you will have to believe us.
Just turn it. Oh, no, it's not turning. But anyways, we've got the main camera.
Oh, there it is.
Who's
the
catching
zone.
everything. Yeah, exactly. That's the challenge zone we're talking about. You can also 1v1 against some of the random people that are over here. Oh, yeah. You know what, Salty? At the end of today's day, you and me, 1v1 in BGMI challenge zone.
Oh. Hey, I'm going to beat the hell out of Necro. This is fun challenge. Let's just
Did you finally get the Fool's Blessing Scarrel? Is that why you're confident now?
Not really, but I was always confident even before that. The Fool's Blessing, of course, if you do guys manage to get it, let us know, because I haven't been fortunate enough. Look at this. Once again, people, you know what the best part about this crowd is? Initially, it was all about Team Soul when we started the journey, but now have a look at this, right? Team Blind, they have sort of transitioned majority of their fans towards them, gravitating towards them because, of course, of their proper gameplay. Imagine this coming into the grand finals, dominating like this. You don't really expect to get this reception, but Blind, they've done that.
Necro, do one thing for us, my boy. Run your calculations, run the Pythagoras theorem, and can you give us a number? The difference between Blind and Gladiators right now.
That might just be too much to ask for. That's way too much of a precise math, but...
Give us a general idea.
So before it was around 35, right? 36. Now the difference is going to be 47.
Could have said 42, the answer to everything.
No. It's going to be 47.
47?
47.
Hey man, I mean, if he's so confident on his math, we should trust him, because at this point, me and Johnny were clueless. So yeah, he's the only person who can just chip in with a little bit of information.
The funny part is, we haven't even seen the point standings. We do not even know how many points they've got.
So I think you might be right. I think you might be right. It might be 47 or 50 plus. Not 50 plus, actually in the mid 40s. Because the chicken dinner was there, plus I believe they had somewhere around 11 to 12 eliminations on the board. So they will have 27 extra points from this game itself. But Gladiators also did do quite decent in this matchup. So that does bring the difference in a little bit, but it will be in the mid 40s. You are correct.
Yeah, exactly. It should be somewhere around that. But as you mentioned, even Gladiator Esports did quite well. Insane has been deactivated, man. I just don't understand what exactly is going on. Now, Salty, don't look at me and Johnny that way.
I mean,
we didn't do anything.
I'm not going to say anything. I mean, at least the team I picked, they are going second, right? These boys.
What was your pick for the winner overall?
Blind.
No, it was Gladiators. Stop lying. Stop lying. We have Spiro's reel.
Have you not been watching my videos, ladies and gentlemen?
I don't care. Dude,
my analysis is out there on my channel.
So this guy is someone who picks all the top 5 teams, and then he's like, yeah, I picked this team. No,
all right, wait, guys.
We're going to back together against him.
Yeah. So just to summarize this and finish this conversation, we were traveling for the LAN. The first day, I picked the winner of the tournament is going to be Blind. Now it's up to you.
It doesn't matter. This morning you said it's going to be Gladiators. But ladies and gentlemen, enough of banter on the desk, because there's something nice cooking up on the stage itself. For Rohit is waiting for all of us, because I'm pretty sure that interesting stuff is something that's going to catch your eye.
Thank you so much, casters. Of course, game में जो journey है वो तो आप लोग बहुत कमाल का हमें बता रहे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर जो हमारी live audience है, उनके लिए यहाँ पर कुछ special होने वाला है. एंड कुछ ऐसा स्पेशल चीज अभी आप एक्सपीरियंस करने वाले हैं इस मंच पर जो शायद आपने इससे पहले अपनी लाइफ में एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किया होगा। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो कैजुअल गेमर्स हैं, कुछ लोग हैं जो कैजुअल गेमर्स से अपग्रेड होकर प्रोफेशनल गेमर्स बन जाते हैं, लेकिन कुछ लोग बन जाते हैं इमॉर्टल। Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you this question right now. क्या आप गेस करना चाहते हैं कि अभी इस मंच पर कौन आने वाला है? अहमदाबाद, ये एक ऐसे इंसान हैं जिन्होंने आपके फेवरेट गेम को हिंदुस्तान में एक लेवल आगे बढ़ाया है। और इनके स्वागत के लिए मैं चाहूंगा कि इस स्टेडियम में बैठे सभी लोग अपने फ्लैश लाइट्स को खोलें एंड इनका स्वागत कीजिए, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ एक प्लेयर नहीं है, इन्होंने लोगों के दिलों में जगह बनाई है। Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise and welcome the one and only Mortal! Mortal, कुछ साल पहले you had begun your journey in esports. सुन लेते चलो, before we talk, let's hear them.
क्या बोलती है अहमदाबाद की पब्लिक? क्या एनर्जी है भाई, मजा आ गया, क्रेजी, हैविंग फन। मतलब मैं रिग्रेट कर रहा हूँ कि यार मैं पहले 2 दिन क्यों नहीं आया, आज आया मैं, बट यार यू गाइज मेड इट वर्थ इट। थैंक यू सो मच।
मॉडल, मैं यही पूछ रहा था कि कुछ साल पहले जब आपने ई स्पोर्ट्स में अपना पहला कदम रखा था, तब से और अब में क्या डिफरेंस देख रहे हैं, कितना ग्रोथ देखा है, थोड़ा सा हमें बता दीजिए प्लीज।
यार तब जो मेरे शुरुआत में इंटरव्यू होते थे, एक सपना था कि कभी ना कभी ई स्पोर्ट्स को हम स्टेडियम में देखेंगे, एंड आज वो दिन है। एंड थैंक्स टू यू गाइज, थैंक्स टू अहमदाबाद कि हम लोग एक बेंचमार्क आज सेट कर रहे हैं इन इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स। थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन।
एंड ऑफ कोर्स ये काफी इंटेंस BGMI एक्शन हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, एंड आप भी क्लोजली फॉलो कर रहे हैं। हम लोग चाहते थे कि आप पहले 2 दिन भी आए, बट यू मेड इट एंड वी आर सो हैप्पी दैट यू आर हियर। लेकिन 3rd डे है, फाइनल डे है, एनी पर्टिकुलर टीम जिसको आप क्लोजली फॉलो कर रहे हैं इस समय जो हकदार बन सकता है इस चमचमाती ट्रॉफी के लिए?
राइट नाउ ऑब्वियसली मतलब मैं तो पूरा दिल से चाहता था कि सोल ऊपर आए। अभी दे आर ट्राइंग हार्ड कि यू नो जितना हो सके उतना ऊपर आए, बट या आई वुड से ब्लाइंड एंड GDR आर लुकिंग यू नो वन ऑफ दोज टीम्स विल लिव दिस एज ऑफ नाउ।
ओके मॉडल, ऑफ कोर्स यू गेटिंग अ लॉट ऑफ लव हियर इन अहमदाबाद। अहमदाबाद का प्यार कैसा लग रहा है इस समय?
भाई इंसेन, मतलब मजा आ गया। थोड़ा अगर रोशनी होता तो मेरे को पता चलता कितना लोग हैं यहाँ पे, मेरे को बिल्कुल नहीं दिख रहा है, सिर्फ आप लोग की आवाज से समझ आ रहा है मुझे कितना लोग हैं इधर, बट बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, क्रेजी। ये हुई ना बात, क्या बात है।
अहमदाबाद मॉडल को इस समय मतलब वो देखना चाहते हैं हर एक इंसान को यहाँ एका क्लब में, तो एक बार मॉडल के लिए एक बार फिर से अपना फ्लैशलाइट ऑन कर दो यार, एक बार बता दो कि आप यहाँ पर मौजूद है, एक बार बता दो कि यू आर हियर टू सपोर्ट BGMI, यू आर हियर टू सपोर्ट योर फेवरेट गेम।
क्या सुंदर नजारा है, सच बता रहा हूं, मजा आ गया देखकर। ऑसम, थैंक यू सो मच अहमदाबाद, एंड आई एम प्रीटी श्योर जो बगल में स्टेडियम है वो भी एक दिन हम लोग पूरा फुल कर देंगे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
बट थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू अहमदाबाद फॉर ऑल योर लव, एंड आई होप द डिजर्विंग टीम विंस, एंड आई होप टीम सोल भी ऊपर आएगी बहुत जल्द, टेंशन ना लो।
मॉडल, बिफोर यू लीव द स्टेज मैं चाहूंगा कि आपकी एक फेवरेट लाइन है वो एक बार हम लोग अहमदाबाद के साथ भी कर लेते हैं क्या? Alright.
चलो वन लास्ट टाइम, क्या बोलती है अहमदाबाद की पब्लिक? थैंक यू एवरीवन, टेक केयर, एंजॉय, हैव अ ग्रेट नाइट, बाय बाय.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the one and only Mortal! एंड दिस डज नॉट एंड हियर, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने अपना संडे में कीमती वक्त निकाल के यहाँ पर एका क्लब में आने का ये जो डिसीजन लिया है, हम लोग इसको एक लेवल और स्पेशल बनाने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे. तो अभी मैं चाहूंगा कि जो हमारे अगले गेस्ट हैं जो अभी आपसे इंटरेक्ट करने आ रहे हैं, ये वो इंसान हैं जो बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पर, मैंने कुछ बैनर्स भी देखे, कुछ पोस्टर्स भी देखे, इनको प्यार से लोग यूनिवर्सल MVP भी कहते हैं. बहुत सारे लोग आर्ग्यू करते हैं कि शायद ही इज द गोट. You're absolutely right. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise and welcome Jonathan! Jonathan, welcome, welcome. Did you expect this? क्या आपने सोचा था?
શું ચાલે છે અમદાવાદ? भाई क्या एनवायरनमेंट है यार, मिस कर रहा हूं मैं यहाँ पे खेलने. बट गाइस, ये जो ट्रॉफी है, नेक्स्ट टाइम फॉर श्योर, ठीक है? यार गाइस, हार्ट बीट एकदम फास्ट कर दिया यार आपने, क्या अमेजिंग यार, रियली मिस कर रहा यार. मतलब क्या ही बोलूं, आई एम आउट ऑफ वर्ड्स, नेक्स्ट लेवल गाइस.
पहले दिन से बहुत सारे ऐसे पोस्टर्स हमने देखे जहां पर पीपल वर मिसिंग यू. सो थैंक यू सो मच जॉनथन फॉर कमिंग हियर. सपोर्ट BGMI. एंड जिस तरह से प्यार ये दोनों दिन आपको मिला है, भले आप यहां तक नहीं पहुंचे थे, लेकिन हमारे कानों तक ये आपकी आवाज पहुंची थी. इस समय जिस तरह का माहौल है एंड जिस तरह से esports ने ग्रोथ दिखाया है, कमाल है ये. एंड ये जो आप विटनेस कर रहे हैं जॉनथन, जब आप स्टेज में एंटर कर रहे थे, आपने सोचा था कि नजारा कुछ ऐसा होगा?
मतलब यार, ये चीज देख के लाइक यू नो कुछ अजीब ही, लाइक नेक्स्ट लेवल लगता है मुझे. इन शॉर्ट ये लाइक यू नो, जब मैं छोटा था ये ड्रीम किया था, इतने लोगों के सामने आऊं, खेलूं, एंड आज मैं विटनेस कर रहा हूं कि प्यार तो है, लाइक जो भी हो जाए, मतलब प्यार तो है.
प्यार तो है. तो एक बार अपना प्यार सुना दीजिए जॉनथन को, फिर एक बार. बट जॉनथन, इस समय काफी इंटेंस टूर्नामेंट भी चल रहा है. आप इस समय हमारी जो 16 टीम्स जो क्वालिफाई कर चुके हैं टू द फाइनल्स, कौन है जो आपको लग रहा है कि इस समय बाजी मार सकता है? एंड इज देयर एनी टीम जो आपको लगा कि यार ये तो सरप्राइज कर दिया ये?
लाइक अभी जितने भी न्यू टीम्स अभी आए, लाइक GS हो गई एंड GENxFM, ग्लिच, बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे सारे के सारे. एंड मेरे हिसाब से तो ब्लाइंड जीत जाएगी इन शॉर्ट.
ऑलराइट. एंड जॉनथन, इज देयर एनी फेवरेट लाइन जो आज आप अहमदाबाद को बोलना चाहते हैं? इज देयर एनीथिंग यू वांट टू से टू अहमदाबाद राइट नाउ?
गाइस, एक बार, ठीक है, एक बार जोर से, जितना भी पावर है आप में, हैकर वोट हो जाए, ठीक है? 1 2 3. यार अमेजिंग यार, लव यू अहमदाबाद, लव यू.
और यही हो रहा है इस समय एका क्लब में, जहां पर आपके फेवरेट प्लेयर्स, द लेजेंड्स ऑफ द गेम, द बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट प्लेयर्स आर कमिंग टू इंटरैक्ट विथ यू. तो एक बार जॉनथन, बिफोर यू लीव द स्टेज, मैं चाहूंगा अहमदाबाद, जितना प्यार आप दे सकते हैं while Johnny leaves the stage, please give that to Jonathan. Come on, Ahmedabad. Go for it. Show your love.
लव यू गाइस. बहुत जल्द मिलेंगे एंड ये ट्रॉफी अपनी होगी नेक्स्ट टाइम. ठीक है. लव यू अहमदाबाद.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan. All right. यही फायदा होता है एका अरीना में आना. यही फायदा होता है जब आप लैन इवेंट्स को लाइव एक्सपीरियंस करते हैं. तो ये मोमेंट्स जो हैं जो आपने कैप्चर कर लिए हैं अपने मोबाइल पर, बताइए, फ्लेक्स कीजिए अपने दोस्तों के साथ, अपने परिवार वालों के साथ कि ई स्पोर्ट्स हिंदुस्तान में कितना ज़्यादा बढ़ चुका है. एंड अभी इसी ई स्पोर्ट को, इसी आपके फेवरेट गेम को अभी और आगे ले जाते हैं. एंड लेट्स गेट बैक टू सम मोर BGMI एक्शन ऑफ द प्रो सीरीज ग्रैंड फिनाले. लेट्स हेड बैक टू द कास्टर्स.
Well, welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, after that short commercial break. Or we might just call it the interview break, because some of the legends were on the arena, or were on pretty much the stage, and the entire crowd was just going wild. Mortal and Jonathan, these two guys are the face of esports, and we just witnessed them on the stage. How are you guys feeling?
I just feel exalted right now, to be honest. I mean, just legends of esports in India arriving, the men who are responsible for putting Indian esports on the global map. And it is just phenomenal every time they step in front of the crowd, because you get to see what the love of the people actually looks like. And someone just dropped me an airplane, I got to fly it, so I was definitely having my own fun during the break,
That certainly was fun, but to be honest, Necro, to answer your question, Mortal becoming esports personality of the year twice, I mean, that has become a very big thing for us, right? He has put Indian esports on the global stage. Definitely a very big moment for all of us.
Without a doubt, but now we need to talk about the moments that we witnessed before all of that, which is the game, of course. So let's move forward and find out which was the MVP, or who was the MVP in that previous game, because this is going to be an interesting one. Because Blind Esports, once again, the domination continuing. It's a big issue.
Can I spoil this? Can I spoil the stat? It is S-Power, for sure.
Wow.
Of course, has to be S-Power, right? 8 finishes, and the finish contribution of 57.1. Of course, this man's going to take it home.
Yes.
And this is incredible. He is a part of the biggest team, or one of the best teams inside India, and he still manages to get that much amount of finish contribution.
One of the youngest players on the stage right now as well, and it has been incredible. You listen to the story of his struggles, his achievement, and it just inspires you what this man is capable of. But he's not left alone in the list of top 5 players, because his IGL is there to back him up.
Of course, even Manya is in the race of the MVP players, right? But at this point, just like how Blind is looking like in the overall standings, even S-Power has so much lead. It seems next to impossible to catch up to this guy. But now it's time to take a look at the point standings of the previous game. How much points did Blind Esports exactly accumulate? Because this is going to be revealing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite interesting to see how far... Oh, 29.
Oh, this is just devastating for so many teams. Gladiators getting 18 points. I think so. It's actually 47 points difference, maybe.
Yeah. Necro, you were right. How come were you right in math? Wow. But on the other side, you also have teammate.
Did you forget his secret weapon from mathematics, Pythagoras theorem?
Pythagoras theorem, right. That was the secret weapon for sure.
So that's the problem. Everyone thinks that Pythagoras theorem cannot be applied in normal calculations, but it actually can be.
Ooh, Entity! What? Just 2 points?
Yeah, no, that's a big downfall right there. And that's something that should not have happened at all. We wanted to see them play consistent. Entity, first two days, just playing so good, consistent, and then when it matters the most, once again, they're choking. Somraj, do something. That title on top of you is looking good right now.
You can help them out. You got to share your Pythagoras theorem with Entity.
And what are they going to do? Just
make
by
better
making
calculations.
Well, I don't know if that works when it comes to the game strategies, but now this is something that's going to be really important, because we also need to take a look and find out how the highlights were actually looking like, right? Because today, incredible stuff's been happening so far. At the start of the day, of course, things were quite good, but then now that we came back in the Sandhawk, we had so many expectations from Insane, Entity, but no, these guys were not able to perform at all.
Well, the performance was definitely something that we did not expect, but so can be said for a lot of these big names. I mean, GENxFM getting beaten down so early in the match, and Numen, you have to give props to this team. They tried their level best till the very end, securing a lot of eliminations, putting them on the board, but unfortunately in the mid-game stage, they just crumbled down. And Gladiators, I'm loving this slow play style from the Gladiators.
Absolutely, but on the other side, have a look at this. Like Numen also, right? They tried their level best. Gladiators on the other side just being choked by the play zone, of course. Have a look at this, GLITCHxREBORN. This is one of their strongest maps. I felt, especially when GLITCHx was slowly tumbling on the overall standings, I felt like this would be the map which would once again resurrect them, but not anymore. It seems like no one but Blind has been consistent on this lobby so far.
Yeah.
That trend is not going to change for a while now.
Oh, it's not going to change for a while, that is true. But it's going to be interesting to see how far can this take Blind Esports. I mean, Necro, we are waiting for the overall rankings. When are you going to reveal this?
Guys,
secrets?
not just that. With this, we have officially reached the halfway point of this entire day.
Yeah.
3 games are down and dusted. 3 more chances to go. for the teams in the top 5 to potentially have a shot at the championship. But now, at this point, I would say the only top 3 will have a potential shot at the championship if in the upcoming 3 games, Blind Esports gets shut down instantly.
So guys,
The top 3 right now, are you still considering the top 3? I think it's just the top 2, or possibly just Blind.
You still got to consider the third one, though. Imagine if they get a lot of points in the upcoming game, then definitely the top 3 is going to be a chance.
3 chicken dinners. That's what they need. 3 chicken dinners.
Exactly.
I don't even think so. A 30 bomb, and then later on consistent, I would still say that
Are you considering Blind to completely stop their run
That's
right
what
now?
I'm saying. If they get countered, that's what I literally said before I made any type of statement.
But listen to this, right? The next map is Vacandy. Blind does not get challenged on Vacandy at all. They have a very clear drop, no early fights. So they will definitely play for survival on that map. Miramar, La Cobriera, we know the domination from the northwestern quadrant. And Erangel, it's just been theirs.
Johnny, did you forget halfway point is already done, and now teams are just going to start targeting?
I don't think
3
it's
more
gonna
games
matter.
left. That's what happened in the past BGS as well.
Unless like 2 teams just simultaneously drop clash Blind and completely focus on the fact that we need to finish them off, and that's the only way their day gets ruined. Unless that happens, Blind is definitely just going to cruise through the last 3 games.
Exactly, and the kind of momentum that they are right now, it seems like it is very hard to stop them, even if a drop collision comes up, right? I'm pretty sure in a 4v4 collision, with the kind of mindset that they are, with the kind of run of form S-Power is in, and their team communication overall, there is nothing that is going to stop them. Just like Johnny mentioned, I think the only way they can be stopped is going to be if 2 teams somehow in certain star alignment just come in a sandwich situation right at the start of the game, 0-point elimination. That is the only way Blind can be stopped. But why are we being the negative guys?
One more thing can stop them, Blind themselves. Teams, when they have a massive advantage, usually have a tendency of getting too overconfident before the show is over. And we've all heard the saying, never celebrate too early.
That is true. And I'm pretty sure Blindy's not one of those that's going to celebrate instantly. I'm sure these guys know what's at the stake. These guys have been here over and over again inside the LAN arena. They have witnessed such LANs in the past as well. I mean, of course, not as big as this one, but they have sort of felt the same play style. They sort of have felt the same feeling in the past as well. So I think Blind Esports is not going to go for the early celebration just yet. They would still wait for 2 more games at least.
I mean, absolutely, right? I mean, Blind Esports, as a matter of fact, they have never been in a position where they were almost about to lift the title. I mean, they were almost about to lift the title, but they've never lifted the title as of yet, right? The hunger is still there. The determination is still there. And we saw how Mania was constantly, I mean, we met Blind Esports before the games progressed, before the games commenced today, and they were very serious. In spite of the lead that they had, Blind Esports came in with a game plan and they're executing right now. I don't think this team is going to lose track of that.
But they can get confident, too confident for themselves, because I have a story to tell you. While we were backstage, we were making our way back to the to the casting desk. While walking, we just happened to cross paths with Mayavi, the coach himself. And there was just one phrase said in a matter of seconds while we crossed each other. We are here to win.
I mean, they are proving that so far. And I guess Mayavi, as a coach, he has definitely been quite successful for the team, because with the way the path these guys are walking on, everything is just clicking together. As you mentioned, hopefully things are not going to be in an overconfident way, because we know there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. And once you step that, things are going to be quite bad. S-Power actually has stepped that a couple of times today itself. So
Every
there's
time
a chance.
he does that, I believe there's a very awkward conversation between him and Manya. And then the next game we see S-Power take a step back, and then Manya is like, all right, don't fall back this much. We still need you in the front line. But this team is just absolutely incredible. But I hope Gladiators at least have one big win, and especially in Vacandy.
So we were speaking about S-Power, right? One game he kind of I think tried to overcompensate. He got eliminated. The other 2 games he has 6 and 8 eliminations respectively. How does it matter if it does not perform in one game? Man has 14 eliminations in 3 games.
I mean, still though, you need S-Power in the upcoming 3 games as well, because Gladiators still on a tail. They're still on the tail. They're not that far away. Once all a game, Gladiators can easily catch up, and that's the beauty of this entire overall standings. We know Gladiator has what it takes.
Well, do they have what it takes to bring the chicken dinner to their name on the map of Vacandy? Now that is going to be the question that we are going to ask ourselves. But look at the intensity on the faces of these players, Salty. Look at the intensity on the faces of Gladiators. Destro wearing your watch today. Do you think that is the reason they aren't able to perform?
Possibly. Definitely possible. I mean, he definitely was wearing my watch yesterday when they made that huge climb, but
See,
it's fine. I mean, we can be as superstitious as we want, but nothing is going to take away the practicality of performance. Gladiators.
He's doing well on an individual level, so I'll give you that. At least as a solo player, you do well as well.
You
that
know,
is
one of the
true for you as well.
I'll agree with you on that point because Justin yesterday was a big reason why Gladiators climbed up.
Yeah.
His performances, his services were absolutely brilliant. Even Shogun, as a matter of fact, was consistently getting those finishes on board. But when you have just one player leading the team, that is where the problem is. But ladies and gentlemen, all of those problems come to one solution as the next game gets locked and loaded. We are here in the icy lands of Vikendi and we're gonna have some fun. As a big bird, Johnny is back up in the skies.
Oh, it is going to hit the sky, and this time it's going to lean extremely towards the western half of the map, starting from the south of Winery, and it goes towards the northern side between Port and Krichas. But, Salty, are we worried about this flight path? It is the map of Vikendi. It's not that big, to be honest, so teams should be able to glide to their preferred drop spot without even breaking a sweat. But there's one thing that excites us the most, more than anything, more than a big chicken dinner: early drop clashes, especially when it's the last 3 games of the tournament and there's a massive difference between the team at the top and the team at the bottom.
You know exactly what, this is something which I want to see right now. I want to see something different. But as of now, the circle is not going to be different, Johnny. It's going to be the same old Vikendi circle once again.
I thought we lost the fixes effect and we weren't going to have more Podvosta zones.
We had a different circle yesterday and I was so happy. I was like, what happened to Vikendi all of a sudden? Are we witnessing the change of eras? But no, that's not happening. We once again have that center circle moving towards Villa, towards Podvosta. Does include Castle as well. Mount Kresnik is in the northern fringes. But majority of these teams, they drop down.
Look at Psych. What is Psych up to?
They usually do this, the 3-1 split. Even on the map of Erangel, they've done this once.
And Blind, it looks like the players Blind landing on Podvosta have been drop clash already. And there it is, Blind versus Gladiators, 1 versus 2. Manya gets dropped by Shogun, and that's the first pick of the game.
Oh my god, this is interesting. Right now, S-Power and Ronnie just trying to jump up to the second floor as of yet. Team Gladiators, they're here with vengeance. They have blood in their eyes. They want to take down the competition right now as the flood comes in. Destro takes initial contact, Johnny. What is going to happen?
Oh, Blind, they are not looking to back off. They might have just picked off one, but the trades from the side of Gladiators are coming through as well. Roddy with a sliver of HP, drop Shogun, and Gladiators down to their last player. Blind are looking to eliminate the competition right off the bat. They do not want to wait for the last game, and it might just be all over. 4 eliminations for Blind. Gladiators, the first team to be kicked back to the lobby.
Oh my goodness. What did we just witness? Number 1, number 2, the challengers trying to take down the Titans. And this time it was Ronnie stepping up for his team.
If Blind makes it to the top 3 of this match, there is no way Gladiators can challenge them on the overall leaderboard.
Absolutely.
Ouch, that was awkward. He thought he was comfortable over there.
What happened to GLITCHxREBORN?
They took a fight against Xbox, that's what happened.
Roman and Chris has been taken down. Ralph is down as well, and it's just Duke who is still surviving. GLITCHxREBORN, another contender for the top 5. It seems like they have dwindled on the other side. It is absolute carnage breaking out. HYDRA taking a finish from Team Revenant as of now. Gladiators.
Look at them. The disappointment in the players. You see Gladiators towards the bottom right of your screens. They don't believe what happened. They don't know what went in the heads of Blind and what went through their bodies of this game. But they still have one more opportunity. In fact, 2 more opportunities remaining in the form of the Miramar and the Erangel that are supposed to follow up. In the meanwhile, yeah, that's gonna harm your suspension. Don't do that, IRL.
And also your bumper.
Yeah, rammed it right into the wall.
I'm not even sure if the headlights are going to be fine. A lot of...
Do they have insurance?
I don't think so. the way the vehicles are used, I'm pretty sure like there's barely any insurance. It's just very rugged.
They don't have windows. I just noticed.
No, the windows are turned down.
Oh, for air? It's
Possibly.
quite chilly. It's quickened.
It's very chill, but I think, I don't know, maybe something or the other. But have a look at this Team Soul catching that one individual player, the one split from Team PSYCHE, and then this was the fight, Blind versus Gladiators, and Gladiators did try to flood in. This was the attempt. This was one shot that they have, and they had the man advantage. They had Manya taken down in the early stages.
Yeah.
Blind were hurt. But once again, the way they pushed up, right, just to taking those individual battles did not really fare out well.
They brought it down to a 2v2. Gladiators brought it down to a 2v2. But then the mistake that was made was the fact that as Ronnie was hiding in the corner with his DBS, everyone just came in front of him, and Ronnie, all he had to do was just hold one angle on the corner and just pull the trigger at the right time. And considering it is the DBS, you're going to spam the entire clip. Should be easy.
I understand that this is the early stage of the game and not a lot of utility remains. But again, right, I did not even notice if Gladiators had utility in that situation, but the nades could have...
They didn't.
They didn't, right.
Yeah.
Still, taking those individual isolated battles
Man.
does not really digest. Oh my God, it's just so tough to digest, to be honest. Because at this point, we are having a free roll.
We are having a free roll, but I also wanted...
you wanted suspense.
I wanted to be a suspense. I wanted a close competition between Gladiators and Blind. And in order for that to happen, I really hope that Gladiators bring themselves a massive, massive chicken dinner, at least in the next game moving forward. But it is going to be tough. Although, I'm quite hopeful for Gladiators on Miramar, because day 1, day 2, they won both the Miramar.
Two games left to go. It's too difficult for Gladiators to make it count right now. 3 games, still they could have done something about it, but Blind, especially like you said, right, if they do end up somewhere close to the top, considering they still have 3 players, and 3 players from their side, it's quite enough. They can do the unthinkable. I mean, they will reach points where it's almost unattainable. Have we ever seen a grand finals this one-sided, Johnny?
Oh, well, Blind might have taken down their competition. Look at what is happening to Entity. Kamla Boy caught off guard by HYDRA. It seems like even the stars have started to align for Blind. And Blind is there going after Numen now. Someone stop these boys. Someone stop the end their tracks, because Savitar, along with his teammates, I think in a few moments they might have just had enough of this.
They might have had enough. As a matter of fact, S-Power still trying to cook up their nade. One of their players has been knocked out. But now look at this. The rest of the cavalry arrive, but he still finds a knock. Oh. What is this man? He finally has been brought down, and Team Numen making things a little easier to digest.
Yes, this balances it all out. This makes perfect sense now. Numen eliminating Blind right after they were done with the side of Gladiators. And I think what was the difference? 47? What was the difference? 47, right?
Yeah.
Now it is going to be 51. The difference, 50 points. 2 games to go. Can Gladiators recover? A difficult question to answer, to be honest.
Definitely a very difficult question. Once again, have a look at this. We have another fight going on. Team Entity versus Team HYDRA. And beautifully done. Entity just clean up the squad of HYDRA Esports. So, look at this, right? Look at the alive status. 2 big contenders are down and out. But before going down, Blind managed to eliminate the likes of Gladiators. Could have been such a change. Just imagine the possibilities, Johnny.
Well, the possibilities are definitely going to be endless, but
could have been so much different had Blind been taken down by Gladiators. It could have been so much more difficult, but it did not really happen that way. And now, like you said, the points, the difference in points has constantly kept on improving. Numen, of course, just stabilizing things a little bit for the team. S-Power, what is this madman? I mean, I have no clue, right? Even in such a pressure situation, a high pressure situation where 2 players are charging up against you, man still manages to take down 2 of his players. I mean, it's absolutely impeccable, the amount of calmness and composure in that situation. He knew that he will not be able to get the second player. At least he knocks down 1 player before going down. For sure, his team was eliminated because of the numbers advantage, but it's still fine. I think the team did a fantastic job so far.
They have indeed done a phenomenal job. Again, but I think it will go down to the wire. I expect Gladiators to do well on Miramar. In the meanwhile though, Insane on our screens have had a pretty interesting day today. Team Together Esports, shots connecting on that vehicle as they try to ride through this difficult terrain. It's not going to be easy, and it is the players from GENxFM that are trying to pick them off. A few of the shots did connect, but not enough to secure that opening knock. Crypto, he's still trying his level best. Sees he gets distracted by Sevi plays in the distance. The spray from the M4, 4x scope equipped. Not enough accuracy to track that vehicle perfectly.
Not enough accuracy. GENxFM. As a matter of fact, this was one of the teams we were looking out for, and we really hoped that GENxFM in their first LAN event would actually leave a mark. But again, they did leave a mark with their aggression, with the kind of gameplay that they have so far in the league stages, of course, that come back in week 3. That is something which we will never forget. Hoping to see more of GENxFM in further official tournaments, but as of now, let's just have a discussion about the defending champion, Johnny.
Well, they're quite low in the rankings. The one brilliant performance they had today did bring them up to the 10th position, I believe. They are going to be knocking on the doors of the top 8, but breaching inside, it is going to be close to impossible. Not close to impossible, actually. It's going to be difficult, but not impossible. Breaching in the top 5 is going to be close to impossible for them. But where's the next shift going to take us, Salty? It is vacanty, so it's going to be, again, a central... Did it move?
Yeah, it did move, Johnny.
Oh,
you
damn.
did not catch it.
No.
You need to get the specs. This is Vacandy Circle 1 and 2.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
You forgot, right? This is madness. The circle barely moves. And we're sort of accustomed to it as of now.
Yeah, but it's annoying.
It definitely is. I mean, there's literally no movement on the map, on the teams. They will get stationed where they are. Nobody just paying attention to the zone. The only team that still is in the blue is going to be GLITCHxREBORN. Duke, the only one who is still standing. And for GLITCHx, Johnny, what has been the problem so far? I have no clue.
I mean, I think day 1, they showed up with a belief in themselves. And day number 2, there was too much of that belief. So the belief started to overflow.
So you think they overshot themselves?
Yes. Because notice the difference in the fights GLITCHx was taking on day 1 and day 2.
Agreed.
They were overcommitting every single time on the second day. And because of that, the tumble was there. As soon as they hit that 5th position within the top 5, I think it was the panic set in. And now it is too difficult for the players to reset their minds, to go back to the same state they were in on the first day of this tournament. But we won't stop believing, just like the players of X. Wait, they have stopped believing. They are going to give up on their teammate. Dreams is going to fall back. They're going to try and force Insane into an awkward spot for the fight, but Insane, they do not care. Skips, pushes forward, secures the finish point for his team. And Dark Lord, even though he was knocked out in that collision, I think Insane is going to try and see if they can clear the low grounds and bring their teammate back into the action.
Well, Team Insane definitely will get the revival done, but I wonder if the other team, Team X-Pac, will be looking to kind of chime in as of now. There's still a player who is hiding in the backlines. Look at the radar.
Yeah.
He's still there lurking somewhere. Oh, no. He's a shark.
He's not a shark, he's just a fish, because I don't think he will have a single pixel to stand upon and take those shots. He's just going to be swimming the entire time. And his teammates are going to feel the additional pressure because of this. Dreams, it's just down to him. So far has contributed to the 3 finishes that his team has inside of the game. And I think he's going to have to get a few more if he wants to help X-Pac move up in that overall leaderboard. Adi, look at him. This is a man that doesn't forgive, doesn't forget if anyone puts any sort of harm towards his teammates. And now he's going to make sure that Sarang pays for what he did.
I mean, nades will get lobbed in. Does not really connect, but will Team Insane actually crave for that 1 extra point, or will they try and focus themselves on the rest of their positioning? Team Insane usually play this way, especially when they play Vacandy, just playing from the edge lines, try and keep their numbers up high, and all of a sudden we will get to see this team just really get that numbers advantage going. But now look at this, Kips. It's a hide and seek right now, Johnny.
Yeah, it is a game of hide and seek. The only way to seek, the only thing you're going to seek is your inevitable demise. And that is what Sarang is trying to avoid, but no! The nade gets lobbed in his head. Something Necro likes to call a wireless fishing rod.
A wireless fishing rod indeed. But have a look at this team Insane. Now are slowly inching closer towards Dreams. But Dreams is far away. He knew that Team X-Pac, the rest of his crew, of course, they were done and dusted. So he had to take that exit, playing in for the placement points. But Team X-Pac, right, even their downfall has been massive.
Yeah, true.
I mean, from a position where they were on the first day, third position, pretty close to the #1 spot, I did not really see this stumble from X-Pac. Second day was never really theirs throughout that entire 6 games and even today.
100% agree with that. I mean, yesterday we saw the fall of momentum from the players of X-Pac, and today, even though we were talking to them before the day began, it felt like, all right, they were going to try their level best to bring it back, bring the ball back into their court, but it seems like they just completely failed to connect their shots, and that has resulted in the team losing out early in every single match that they played today. So things just keep getting worse and worse and worse for X-Pac. But AUTOBOTZ on our screens, they are surrounded, because look at the radar, there are 4 different teams around them. Even if they've abandoned this compound for a second, they're going to be in such a tough spot.
They definitely will be in a tough spot, but the only thing about Vikendi is that there are always these uninvited neighbors who do end up in very close proximities, but rarely have we seen teams just engage against each other without any external affirmation. If the circle has not moved, if there is no external pressure, the teams would rather peacefully stay in those compounds for a while. And then the wilderness just turns into an entire warfare up after the 5th circle. So I'm going to be waiting for the 5th stage, Johnny.
I think I'm going to wait for the next one, quiet, because I expect a hardship to be there in the 4th one.
Hardship will be there in the 5th one. Let's bet on it.
Bet? How much?
A cheesecake.
All right, done.
I've been craving for some sweets for a while, so why not?
buddy.
It's fine, right? It's fine. I need that sugar rush sometimes because the games have been so crazy. I've sort of used all of my energy. I still have a lot left in my gas tank, but who doesn't like some sweets to act as a catalyst?
Yeah, exactly. Sweets are amazing. Just like the players of Entity, at least we hope they put up an amazing performance in this game. Interesting moves from Entity, by the way. We saw them take control of Castle a few moments ago, and they have been there for the last 3 minutes. But now finally, Somraj exited Castle, not from the west, but from the eastern bridge. He's going all the way towards this bridge between Wall Novo and Winery, and he's going to cross from that Wall Novo bridge. So Entity going for a very long rotation, entering the circle from the southern side. But we do have Team Soul on our screens who are quite close to the center of the zone, just outside the city of Tawar. And we all know, since it is vacant, there's a very high probability that even the next shift is towards the center, and Team Soul, they managed to remain safe at least in this game.
They will be safe, at least for now. I mean, stage 3, nothing really to kind of wonder about. Have a look at this. Like, there's so much space in the circle. This is Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. But again, right, this also has a downside. I've mentioned this during time and time again. When the circle takes on to its 5th stage, that is where the hardships come. But this is the 4th circle, and Johnny, we do have somewhat of a hardship. So is the cheesecake on me right now?
We'll split the cheesecake. We'll split the cheesecake now. But HYDRA, I think they are going to be the one who are going to be craving a dessert now. Close to the center of the circle. X-Pac as well. But Team Insane on the move. We see them flying around, zipping through all of the snow, looking to find an entry inside the zone. And they will have a clear entry from that northeastern edge. But where will they go from there next? In the meanwhile, players from 8-bit CS rotating quite close to the players of PSYCHE. In fact, Numen, they show up as well. A fight breaks out, middle of nowhere, and Numen kick things off in a phenomenal manner. The opening knock and finish has been secured. Juicy dropped extremely low, and Whiskey, he's not looking to stop anytime soon. The push forward comes to shove on the other side of the wall. Spots the opposition with the DBS. Shots connect, and the flank from the either side is going to make sure that Juicy is going to be juiced between the two individuals from the side of Numen.
Absolutely crushed over there. Have a look at this Team Numen. They are in top form. They certainly have looked to be very, very aggressive, but right now they have the perfect opportunity of gatekeeping Team PSYCHE. Do they do that first or do they enter the circle? This is going to be the question right now. Team PSYCHE making a longer rotation, forced inside the blue, but they are happy. But they are happy to just hug the blue zone and make that longer rotation work. I think this is the perfect strategy because there is nobody nearby Dino Park.
I mean, especially considering PSYCHE did take a few shots on the players of 8-bit CS a few seconds ago, and that gave Numen the information about the second set of players lurking nearby. So PSYCHE are going to try and rotate wide, and as you mentioned, they are going to move through Dino Park, but that means they might just run into the remaining players from the set of 8-bit CS, who are going to be looking for revenge, of course. But will they succeed in getting the revenge? That is also another important question.
Well, we'll find that out in a few moments later. As of now, Team PSYCHE finally injecting themselves into the zone. But now look at this. Duke all by himself, just holding on to his position. There is absolutely nothing that Team Together Esports to know about his presence. But on the other side, it seems like one of their players from Team Seoul has suffered. And Growing Strong is right next to these lads. The circle definitely shifting towards Abby. It seems like these two teams, they are going to be duking it out for the final, for the majority of the circle control. Massive real estate under the grasp of Team HYDRA Esports as well. And it seems like Growing Strong, they're still going to be challenging Team Seoul. This is a very nice settlement that Team Seoul have under their control. But Growing Strong, they have the man advantage. And I think this is what they can play around with. Team Seoul aren't even covering majority of the angles. So maybe this infiltration, the flooding of Growing Strong and their players can be sneaked in. That will be interesting to watch.
It's not just going to be interesting, it's going to be intense as well. There's going to be a massive cluster of teams pouring in from the northern side, northern edge of the circle. In the meanwhile, the recap of the execution of the players of 8-bit CS, and of course, Mega from the side of Team Seoul. Growing Strong trying their level best, and the point goes in their bag, not anyone else's, but it does get stolen eventually. Oh, how did Numen find the players of PSYCHE anyway? Numen also going for, or opting for a wide rotation, got quite close to the players of PSYCHE and now have decided to, but I believe they did not have any information of the players of PSYCHE being there and did move directly to the edge of the circle. This might just result in Numen getting sandwiched, and of course they get shot at by the players of Growing Strong. Two players knocked out, one after the other, even the AUTOBOTZ are getting involved. This is going to be the end of Numen in this game. Whiskey, last man left standing, Faith lining up the spray inside the smoke. AUTOBOTZ moving through for the cleanup. Will they get the final man off the board as well? They see where he is. He is trying to burn them alive. The DBS does the damage, but no! It is AUTOBOTZ and their cleanup strategy that gets them the points, but no time to reset. Growing Strong not too far away. The fight has broken out. Carry knocked out. Rico in the backline has a lot of damage upon himself, but Eclipse, he's not stopping.
He certainly isn't stopping. You saw the connection on towards Carry. That connection from that spray was massive. You saw that red marker just hit right on his helmet, engulfing it over there. AUTOBOTZ did try to escape, especially with those Lamborghinis, but it did not really work out, and now they are being pressured. Growing Strong, they have done a massive job, but even they are facing the heat.
Brilliant gatekeeping strategy by the players of GS finally works to their liking. AUTOBOTZ, they're down to their last player, the most experienced man in their lineup, Siri, the solo survivor, but how long will he stay alive? That is the question that even he is asking himself. In the meanwhile though, Insane, it seems like have been spotted by the players of HYDRA, are the extremely low. Does manage to recover his HP, and Insane, they go for the push. Starboy knocked in the backline, Skips is going to get traded out, Spray got knocked out, and Dwora falls as well, as Insane wipe out the entirety of HYDRA in a matter of seconds. 6 eliminations secured already.
This is vintage Insane, Johnny. The scavengers we've always looked up to. You've got to start correlating this team with a massive swarm of crows, because that is what they do. Just come in from the edges, engulf everything on their path, and leave no traces behind. But look at this, Apollo had a brilliant moment of individual brilliance in the first game, now being pressured by the likes of Team GENxFM. He has been pushed down to the corner, but Revenant They are least aware. Look at this MJ in 3-roam roll. This man has his vehicle flying in the air. Shots connect, but he barely survives.
Wow, what a swan dive right there. Just a style point being awarded. No actual points, but GENxFM now under heavy fire. Scrambling for cover, running out into the open. Only the rocks to hide behind. It won't be easy. Revenant on our screens now. Fierce along with his teammates. They can be the ones to gatekeep every single squad pouring in from the northern side. MJ is inside the circle. Fierce and Apollo on the outside. It is going to be a difficult decision. A difficult move for Revenant to figure out how they want to move forward. But look at this. The nade from GENxFM clears up the front lines as MJ is going to be dropped and knocked out. The other players trying to push from the back, and Vishu is going to be the man who stops there in their tracks. One more knock secured. Fierce, the last player surviving. Nade being cooked by Madrek. It's going to be an easy one, and boom goes Revenant Esports.
Absolutely, GENxFM. What a brilliant move was it from them. All the players, they certainly are healthy and they have the edge of the circle, can potentially move in and cause problems for this nearest neighbors. That will be Team Together Esports and Team Xpark. But the only thing which works in favor of Team Xpark is going to be the fact that they have a little bridge between them and others. But have a look at this Team Soul and Team 8-Bit. It seems like they're the ones who are duking it out. Multiple teams still survive. But in the close proximity, Gupper from Team Entity did come up to play, but now he has been blown into smithereens and nades explodes right in front of his face.
Oh, Entity, Somrat, so lucky over there, and Dark Lord as well. Both these players just aimed right on each other's heads. Shots connected from either side, but not enough damage for the knock. Range strong in the meanwhile, forced to take an exit from the game, down to 8 teams, 18 players alive. And Insane, they want to go for an insane win in this matchup. All that stands in their way are going to be the players of Entity. The nade is going to be lobbed and Gupper falls. Troy in the back lines. Down to 50 HP, Dark Cloud right in his face. But Dark Cloud ignores the threat, pushes forward. This can be a big mistake. Shot from the DBS through the smoke. One more man falls. Troy, the last man, shoots him in the back. Does manage to survive, but now it's going to be forced to fall back. Entity, not a lot of opportunity, but what just happened? Runs forward, lobs a nade and eliminates the competition. Dark Cloud, what was that?
Well, Team Insane, this is what they're known for. And like we said, but have a look at this. On the other side, you've got a Team Together Esports versus GENxFM. Krunal in the front lines, Crypto as well. Nades being cooked in. A lot of damage being given to his friend as well. But have a look at this. This nade looked nice. I felt like it's going to connect to Psycard. But now, Crypto. And not just Crypto, both players, Krunal and Crypto, both of them are down.
Oh, that's a brilliant 2-pointer right there in GENxFM. Not a lot of hope remaining. Not a lot of opportunity for them to survive. This is going to be the toughest game of their lives. But the recovery is there. At least one player has been brought back in the meanwhile. Insane from the backlines are stepping in to distract, and not just distract, but completely finish off the players of Team Together Esports. We're down to the top 3 teams of this match. Insane with 11 eliminations to their name. 3 players surviving. Team Soul are looking to move in from the southwestern edge of the circle, and they also have 3 more players remaining. GENxFM, they are going to get caught in the crossfire between the 2 big squads.
They certainly will. And have a look at this. Dark Lord was spotted. Team Soul once again have the chance of making history. 2 chicken dinners to rile up the fans once again. But as of now, Insane, they must be their biggest stronghold, just holding on to the majority of the front lines. But now Goblin made a very, very gutsy move, and he's right next to the doors of GENxFM, Johnny.
The smoke indicates where the nade needs to be lobbed, but the players of GENxFM switch positions. It's not going to matter. They can get caught off guard by one of the nades from the players of Insane, and Team Soul, they capitalize on this. Mox also taking a lot of damage from the utilities from both these teams. GENxFM, bye-bye. There you go. Neo gets the pick, and the crowd goes insane. Last 2 teams left. A final 3v3. Insane versus Team Soul.
This is majestic. As of now, Team Insane, they certainly have a good play, but Dark Lord has been spotted. Neo was over there in the front lines. They try to take down one of their flanks, but as of now, it hasn't been made possible.
Look at the circle. Look at the circle. Team Soul, they have complete control of it. Insane are the ones who are forced to breach through. But Insane with this flank can make things happen. Neo has a vehicle for cover and Akshat helps him out. Dark Lord dropped to the floor. Soul, is this it? Is this the second chicken dinner on the day of the finals? 10 eliminations secured already. Final 2 players remaining in front of them. 3 versus 2. Team Soul, they're there with a massive advantage to their name. And Insane, they will try their level best to stop them in their tracks. But will it actually happen? Akshat and Goblin, with how these players are moving, it seems like they have spotted out Harsh and they're looking to see if they can figure out a way to isolate these fights. It's not going to be easy for sure.
It certainly is not going to be easy. But as of now, it seems like Team Soul, they are prepared for the carnage. They're prepared to go all guns blazing. And they're just waiting for that ideal opportunity. As soon as the time arrives, I'm pretty sure the entire army is going to force themselves in. Brute force from Team Soul versus technicality from Insane. Who's going to reign supreme?
I think it's going to be opposite. I think Insane needs to brute force this play and Soul can just wait. But it's not going to matter. The MG 3 times 10. Goblin is on fire. And Insane retaliate, but it's a little too late. Another win. Another chicken dinner for Team Soul. The map of Big Indy. It is going to be theirs. What an amazing match. 12 eliminations.
Absolutely, what an amazing display it was. To be honest, we expected this coming for the fans. Even if the trophy is gone, the hopes never die. And as long as you breathe in the gaming world, ladies and gentlemen, you always have an opportunity. And it seems like Team Soul are making their fans proud. They certainly are going down with their statement that they are here to win.
Yeah.
They're indeed here to win, man. They definitely did grab that opportunity, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately, gentlemen, because we know we're already done with pretty much 60% of the day, and you've only got 2 more games to go.
See, they might be quite far away to win the trophy, but we talked about this, like leaving a legacy behind. And Team Soul came in with the legacy of being the defending champions. It was also about them saving their own pride. And if they fail to break into the top 5 or the top 4, I think there's going to be a lot of questions being asked. But after a performance like this, I think all of that is taken care of.
Yeah.
It's absolutely understandable, leaving that legacy behind and sort of just proving that you're still worthy to perform inside such a massive competition. But as I mentioned, where was this Team Soul in day 1 and day 2? If this similar type of performance would have been seen, maybe they could have been inside top 5, maybe hell in the 2nd spot in the overall standings. But unfortunately, Team Soul, they're just trying to fight for the pride now.
You know, I think this is one of the reasons why we always talk about pressure and performing when you do not have pressure on your shoulders, right? Team Soul had the tag of being defending champions. Team Soul had the tag of being the fan favorites. Too much responsibility on those shoulders. Now that that tag has been removed, they can be free lions, and that is exactly what they are.
Exactly. As you mentioned, now they're free lions. They're pretty much having this one thing in their head. And they're pretty much having this that, okay, it's completely fine if we lose, but at least we're going to try to do something before we get completely kicked out of this tournament. So they're not having any type of pressure on top of their heads. They're playing with free minds. They should have played the same way before as well. But unfortunately, no, that's not the case. But now we need to speak about the positive factors too, which is Team Insane getting themselves in the top 2. And this type of performance was definitely needed to at least steal that 2nd spot away.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was needed. But as you are talking about the positives, I think there was one thing that happened at the start of the game, which we felt like was going to be a positive, but then turned out to be a negative. Blind went on Gladiators, and then Blind got wiped out. After they wiped out first 2 teams to get wiped out in this game were also the teams sitting on the 1st and the 2nd.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
That was one of the moments, right? And I almost felt, especially the way Gladiators challenged in on Blind, right? I felt like this is vendetta on their minds. They wanted to get that revenge. But the only problem was that in that 2v2 situation, they kind of lost their calm and composure once again. Gladiators, had they won that fight, things could have been so much more different.
You know what I noticed? As soon as the game began and Gladiators and Blind, that fight happened, Blind won. There was a celebration already happening in the crowd. People started to celebrate. The tournament is not over yet.
Exactly. The tournament's not over. And look at the brighter side. Now, at least the lead's not going to be continuing. That lead's being put on a halt, at least for the one game. And I guess Salty said that he's also going with Blind Esports today. So maybe Blind Esports' downfall can be seen once again. He's already cursed Gladiator. Now he's also cursed Blind. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not even need to say anything. This man's right in front of you.
Well, well, well. Of course, we've had a lot of fun over there. But let's just have a look at this entire event so far, the way it has started. This was a phenomenal day so far.
Let's just have a look at this, guys.
Play to win, won that. Headshot, you saw that. Notice, on contact. I lay the man them down on site. Trigger man's head, see if I'm alright. If you got a pulse, guess he'll be fine. One of you lot can hit revive. I lay the man them down on site. Trigger man's head, see if I'm alright. But you waste your time. Don't back down, what's target? No fear, look in my eyes. Don't like it, do something about it. Don't like it, do something about it. I play kind, victory, victory's mine. Don't like it, do something about it. I play kind, victory, victory's mine. I play kind, victory, victory's mine. You're wasting your time.
Whenever that intro plays or that
All right,
opener
Ahmedabad,
plays,
are you guys
there's just some
having
sort of a
fun?
feeling that just runs through your
Day
veins.
3
And you
of
just
the
cannot
grand
describe that
finale.
feeling through words.
It's
And
so
इस समय
much energy in that
Yeah.
music, in that video, in those clips, in those players.
Guys,
Well, don't do that, man.
I just have something which is absolutely phenomenal, to be honest.
Yeah.
I just received it from one of the fans. Great piece of art. You guys want to watch it?
Yeah.
Of course. Of course. If you've got to show it to us.
Have a look at this. This is so beautiful, guys.
It was extremely
I
impressive how talented these fans are. I mean, we saw
Impressive.
this in the morning, and the lad was just sitting right behind us.
Yeah.
We have asked for this,
Yeah.
and here it is.
What's
There's
his
one
name? You
more
got his name?
to scout. It's signed over there.
We'll
what is
possibly ask him and
Well,
let
you know what?
Obviously, it was
You know what? Whoever that guy is,
Yeah.
later on we'll probably try to get him in touch with our social media. So you guys can move forward and also follow us off on all of our social medias if you guys are enjoying the show so far, especially if you're watching it online. But Johnny, getting back inside the conversation of the real game once again,
Yeah.
I feel like that's something we need to focus on and get back our heads once again in there. Now that there's a halt
Yes.
on the first spot, at least Blind Esports is not able to run away with the lead anymore. There's a chance in the upcoming game in Miramar, things can be brought back under control.
I mean, things can be brought back under control, but there's only one way to do that. Gladiators have to play like Gladiators and have an impressive when they need to get those 15 eliminations on the board one way or the other. Because we were talking about the differences, right? As you mentioned, it was those 47 points before that, and now in this game it's going to be 51 points because Gladiators went out. Not 51 actually, 50 points. Gladiators got one pick. They were able to shut down Mania. 50 points, 2 games to go. How do you recover that? Blind needs to finish both the games with 0 points, and Gladiators need 25 points per match plus 1 extra for the trophy.
That is true. But ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and take a look at the highlights of the previous game and how exactly the action kicked off. Of course, it was the players of Gladiators Esports against the side of Blind, right? The top two teams duking it out against each other. One of the best battles to be witnessed. And then you saw this 1v3 being pulled off by one single guy. That's Blind Esports for you, pretty much.
That is Blind Esports for you, pretty much, ladies and gentlemen. But also, Insane was having a pretty fun time in this matchup. We saw them also get a lot of eliminations on the board. But in the end, it was Team Soul, who have been very impressive throughout the day. 2 chicken dinners in the 4 matches that they played so far. They have 2 more left. What if they win 2 more?
That is true.
What if they win Miramar and Rang?
I mean, that's a little bit too much to ask, but if they do end up finishing consistently, even if they do make it inside the top 5, that can be a massive comeback to talk about.
See, I mean, this BMPS has been all about achieving the impossible. Not impossible, but achieving what people think is close to impossible to achieve. Insane did that with 8 wins out of the 15 matches they played in the league stages. Blind has done that right now with a phenomenal run that they are having. Entity beating the odds, finding their way inside of the top 5. Every single story you look at, every single team, every single player you talk about in this BMPS has just been competing against the odds the entire time.
Without a doubt. I mean, as you mentioned, they have been competing against the odds, and all the time we have witnessed some great moments, some astonishing moments. But as we once again get our heads back inside this highlight, Team Insane, I gotta say one thing, with the way they were just joining the cleanup crew, just cleaning up their way inside the circle, inside the centric spot, they tried their best to spread themselves out, but unfortunately one of the men got caught out in the open, where Team Soul were able to take the opportunity instantly and sort of regain that control back inside the circle.
Well, and the control that they had was supposed to be there till the very end, but Team Soul, I mean, just too impressive with the team fighting capabilities. I think the split that Insane brought in was completely reliant on Dark Lord actually getting the first frag. But since he was the first one to go down, after that there was nothing they could do.
Absolutely. But with that being said, at what stage are we right now of the tournament? We just have 2 more games to go. And like Necro said and Johnny said as well, right, there are only 2 possibilities right now. Of course, Blind can steamroll through the competition. They can get themselves the trophy and the MVP, of course, possibly even the best IGL as well. I think they have all 3 bases covered, I think.
Yeah, without a doubt, pretty much.
Without a doubt. The other possibility is, if the stars get aligned for Gladiators right now, there is one way Gladiators might be able to come back. But Necro, I think you have a job at hand.
Well, you know what? I'm not even going to say anything. We're just going to move on forward and take a look at the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Goblin from Team Soul, of course, with 6 finishes wrapped up and 1,040 damage. That's the most amount of damage so far in the grand final we've seen by an individual player.
Yeah, by an individual in a single game. This is just impressive. And this is what the fans were hoping for from the start of the day as well. But finally, Team Soul have started to deliver. Let's have a look at the top 5 players as well. Here they are. How many from Team Insane? 2.
How many from Soul? 2.
Well, I mean, Team Soul and Insane have pretty much dominated the top 5 player bracket, but then Team X-Spark 2, Sarang, still making sure that his team's going to be back in the run. At least try and finish inside the top 5, so maybe you can be the few that are talked about by the players and by the people that are currently witnessing this entire greatness in the arena itself. Point standings in front of us, Team Insane with 23, Team Soul, of course, leading the chart with 27 points. GENxFM 2 trying their best to keep themselves somewhere in the top 3.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, but have a look at this, the massive jump down between Team Insane and GENxFM. 10 points difference. Majority of those finishes were coagulated with Team Soul and Insane at the very top. 12 finishes for Team Soul, 11 eliminations for Team Insane. And now I wonder, I mean, for Team Soul, right, they certainly are making massive climbs. Are they going to be inside the top 8 of the overall standings? Because have a look at this, both GDR and Blind, they are on the second page, but Blind still have the upper hand. 4 points and GDR 1.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what the result of this match of Vacandy will be on the overall rankings. But guess what? Necro, you want to be the spoiler?
We don't need to wait at all. Soon enough, we're going to jump inside the overall standings.
Or
what are you saying? No?
Why
does Johnny not want to jump? Why does Johnny not want to jump inside the overall standings? Hey, director, listen to me. Please, just show us the overall standings. I'm too excited to see
You know,
them.
if you talk like that, the frame's going to shorten up, and in a few moments, it's going to be me and Salty.
Yeah.
Please, director, please, I beg you.
That is better.
Show the overall standings, please. I just want to look at him. I'm just so excited to see. I mean, the suspense. I just want to find out how much points difference is actually left over.
What a sweet guy. I mean, he's so sweet while asking for the overall rankings. Trust me, Necro, if I was there directing the show, I would have shown.
Weren't you the one with like the power of Pythagoras theorem? Why do you need the overall standings?
Calculate the overall rankings.
You do it yourself. You're faster than a flash.
Listen, I don't really remember how many points difference that was, but I hope it's something that's going to get us on our toes. You're saying 3 points difference?
3 points difference. Blind got 4. GDR got 1. We initially were at 51. So
50 points.
50 points.
50 points.
50 points difference. Ooh, that's a lot of points difference still. On the first and second spot. Man, what's going on? Gladiators, you guys need a 35 bomber to at least catch up. 2 more chances left over, Johnny.
That is what I've been saying this entire time. They need to drop the big 30 in this upcoming match itself. If they do, it is going to be a massive, massive turnaround coming in from the Gladiators. But imagine this. If Blind closes with a big win, it is all over.
Oh no, if Blind Esports, they even get a solid game on the second spot.
Top 3 and it's done.
Yeah, top 3 and it's done. That is just done. You can never catch up to Blind Esports anymore.
Unless we keep asking for the 30. Have we ever asked for a 40 bomb?
That's too much, especially inside Grand Final, especially when there's more than 10,000 people watching you. It's too much to ask. It's never happened in the past.
It's the biggest esports tournament in the country yet. If you want to leave a legacy behind, this is where you
Johnny,
make it happen. Let's go, 40 bomb.
I understand we're talking about exceeding limits. I understand we're talking about breaking limits, but that's a little bit too much to ask. That's next to impossible.
If you and I were in the same team, I think we can pull it off.
I mean, yes, we can pull it off, but against bronze players.
Against him.
Yeah, against him, of course, without a doubt. This man is the worst player I've seen so far when it comes to gaming, no matter be it this game or any other game. But jokes apart, ladies and gentlemen.
He's actually a pretty good player.
He is?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I didn't really notice him considering.
Guys. I mean, I'm just going to let these 2 gentlemen find it out and then let me know the answer because, again,
we are tied to buy time right now so that Necro can do his calculations and give us the That is what was happening.
That is true. But now just witness this. You talk about beauty and beast. I mean, we see a lot of beauty amongst the crowd, and the beasts are, of course, in the arena on the stage, duking it out.
And only one beast will be left alive. There's the beast. In fact, 2 of them standing together. Jonathan and Jelly.
Even Sriman's over there. Even Dynamo is over there. Kashmi, Scout, every single massive creator is currently in that photo frame.
The cumulative subscribers that this photo will have.
Over 100 million?
Over 100 million. And this is crazy. Now even Thug joins the party.
This is esports picture of the decade. Indian esports picture of the decade. That is what it is. And whoever gets their hands on it, please like it.
I'm not gonna lie, I want to be a part of that picture.
Me too. I just want to run there and join.
Yeah, me too. I just want to sit down over there and be like, guys, please, I beg you. Just want to have I just want to have even like a 1 pixel of me in that picture.
I think we can. Who's going to cast the game?
Salty will cast all by himself. It's completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with the solo
just
cast,
for like
to be
5
honest.
or 10 seconds, 5 or 10 minutes, it's completely fine.
Yeah,
right? We all can do it.
Absolutely. But will you be able to reach the photo location in 5 minutes? I think it'll take you an hour at least. Gravity's pulling you, man.
Okay. Well, Johnny.
Yes.
This man is someone I do not want to talk to anymore. So I'm just going to be speaking to you. And talking about how things are looking like in the arena, of course, they're quite exhilarating, but it's time to take a look at the IRL highlight and feel how the intensity was before the previous game started. Every single person, they know final 3 chances were left over, but now that even those chances are narrowed down, you've only got 2 more chances to pull off anything.
Well, it is going to be quite interesting to see how much these teams can pull off in the second game itself. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this is what was happening when the fight between Gladiators and Blind happened.
You know, this it's so crazy that BGMI has brought so many strangers who never really knew together just come together and celebrate for the same occasion, right? You see, it's an absolute celebration going on, and when teams all got the chicken and it's like an absolute party.
I've received some amazing gifts today. I've gotten these swag glasses with me that I'm going to wear for, I believe, for the rest of my life. I got an airplane. Someone made it, came up, gave it to me to fly. It's just been non-stop entertainment. We are enjoying ourselves. The crowd is enjoying ourselves. But now I think the intensity is about to go through the roof. Because again, last 2 games, 50 points.
I didn't get anything. from anyone.
You got a lot of love, Necro.
Please. Well, I hope I do get that as well, because so far
Hey, I mean, Necro, from my side,
it's deserted, man.
Necro, I'm not really sure if you're going to get something from the audience. From my side, you have this.
Yeah, no, I do not
Why
want
not
your
give him
love.
that expensive watch?
This mount, it's not mine.
Well, you know what? One thing is for sure. For you guys to feel yourself, or to at least make yourself feel a little bit more important, you guys can download Loco on your phones or also open it on your browsers and just be a Loco VIP. Now, what does that exactly mean? This stream is running on 0 delay on Loco. Can you believe that?
You get all the information 5 minutes before the rest of the world. And as we look at it, that is basically time travel.
That is pretty much you being a VIP at that point.
Yeah, I mean, or else you can also come down to the Acre, and if you live close by, just come down to the venue and enjoy the last 2 games, because this is going to be an extravaganza, ladies and gentlemen. The extravaganza counter.
Exactly, but I'm not even going to count that anymore. But we've got the player camps in front of us. Well, that only means one more thing. The upcoming game of Miramar is going to be on the way. Before we move on forward inside Miramar, I just want to know your predictions, what your prediction's going to be. But you know what? Stop right there, because the plane's already hit the skies as well, Salty. So I'm going to cancel your predictions, because the plane's in the sky for the second last time off the day, and for the second last time off the BMPS, as the plane's going to be starting all the way from Los Egos towards Torre Amuda.
Absolutely, this is going to be a flight path which definitely bisects the map in 2 different halves now. A very, 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 very horizontal flight path. A very vertical flight path that they have to traverse so far.
Exactly. And then, as we do know, considering this plane flat path is clearly or completely just dissecting the map into 2 halves, that means a lot of these teams are not going to have any of the issues. Maybe moving all the way towards El Pozo can be a whole nother story. Maybe that can be a whole nother issue, but still, considering in El Pozo, Team Insane drops in. Let's see how they're going to be dealing with this situation. Growing strong as usual. They like to go towards Valle del Mar, but Team Insane, hold on. They have changed their drop location at the last moment, going towards Los Egos.
Yeah, this is going to be insane. This is going to be fun. I mean, towards Los Egos and Minas del Sur, I think, towards the Valle del Mar bridge, they are going to find themselves a little bit of a collision of Autobots go to that region. Nothing as of now. You also have Growing Strong in that same vicinity. So it's going to be fun. On the other side, Los Lunas has its usual inhabitants. You've got 8-bit CS, you've got the likes of Revenant, you've got the likes of Gladiators. Gladiators will eventually move towards Impala by gliding all over, but it seems like they're stopping for an intermediate vehicle.
Of course. And the circle's quite standard too. Nothing out of the box, nothing out of the ordinary. Autobots spotting out, Growing Strong on their way towards Valle del Mar. Shots taken with a Vector. It's next to impossible to find connection in that range, especially when you're going to be using a Vector, which is an SMG, which is not meant for long range at all. This is going to be a tough one to pull off. Autobots in a good spot towards Minas del Sur. They do not need to worry about anything.
Yeah, they definitely do not. But, I mean, like we said, right, Team Insane and Team Growing Strong in close proximity. I think Autobots will not have enough freedom to move about. Well, you will find out about freedom as of now though, but right on top of Autobots there is GLITCHxREBORN towards the side of Montenuevo. We'll have to find out how well they can use the highways of Montenuevo to their absolute advantage. Gladiators on the other side, a lot of eyesights will be on them because they are the only challengers right now. Necro, if the entire country was split in 2 halves, one half will be with Blind believing that they will get the winner, they will get themselves the championship. The other half will be believing that Gladiators will mount an impossible comeback.
I mean, you said it yourself, an impossible comeback.
Yeah.
You gave the answer to the question yourself.
You know, I love to believe in fairy tales, and it seems like I will still believe till the very end. Because that is what my principles are. But realistically speaking, like I said, it will be very, very difficult. And one of the reasons why is because it's not just the chicken dinner or the huge number of points that Gladiators can acquire. It's also the fact that Blind, their results have to go their way. They have to be taken down early on. And the fact that they have dropped in at La Cabrera, they're not going to be challenged at least for the next 2 circles.
Without a doubt. and Blind Esports. That's where they like to drop. And considering even the circle is sort of favoring them, this can be a date with destiny, Salty. But let's see how they convert things into their favor, because that's going to matter quite a lot. And considering they're probably getting chased down too in the overall standings, Gladiator Esports, these guys will try to grab any type of opportunity they get to close that distance. 2 more chances, 2 chicken dinners, and Gladiator Esports can definitely make it. But that sounds next to impossible. 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, especially when you need that to happen. Oh man, unintended, yes it can happen, but especially when you intend that to happen, it sounds too much.
Imagine the fairy tale ending to this tournament, right? It would be the perfect ending to this entire occasion. It's been such a fabulous tournament so far. But once again, we do have the crowd being riled up. A lot of things happening. Everyone enjoying themselves. Team X-Pac, their journey has been very nice so far. They have performed to their absolute best. But the only problem is, Necro, the fact that the plummet was there on the 3rd day. That felt a little off. Team X-Pac not coming down at their best of forms.
Team Insane. A team that will possibly try to be the first runner-ups inside the tournament. Still that 2nd spot away from Gladiator Esports. Might be too much. Might really be too much to ask. But it's definitely not impossible. Let's see how things can be turned around. Let's see how the fates are going to pan out at the end of the day.
Well, fate of Team Soul has sort of definitely been not what they exactly want, but they have done what the audience wanted. A massive amount of improvement. First day, of course, like we said, right, we were discussing initially that their performance, the pressure that was there, their performance was affected by those factors. But now, since those factors are completely removed, they are playing their natural game. It seems like Team Soul is back to their absolute best. I mean, imagine this. This is the 5th game of the night, and they already have 2 chicken dinners for themselves.
What is going on between the crowd?
I have no clue.
These guys are just throwing some random stuff onto each other.
Well,
they're having fun. One thing is for sure, they're having their own house party. They're having their own fun, because it's one way to cheer for your team as well, right?
Yeah.
Just throw some random stuff in the sky. It's fun.
Yeah, for sure. And as of now, I think Team Blind, they're also going to throw a lot of celebratory pyros to kind of celebrate the victory.
I mean, these guys don't have confetti, so that's why they're probably just throwing some random stuff in the air. But oh, Wall of Death moves up. Gladiator Esports still at the edge. Look at Destro, all by himself, surrounded by the foes of HYDRA. Nowhere to go. Destro in a big problem. And how can he get out of this one? How can he get out of this issue? And HYDRA, they have no intentions of moving away. No intentions.
They certainly have no intentions of moving away as of now. Gladiators slowly and steadily going in for the flank angle. Look at this, Justin and Delta up on top. They slowly are moving towards Spray God. And if that flank is taken care of, I think this entire fight will be wide open. This is so important for Gladiators as of now. And HYDRA will be here to stop them dead on their tracks, Necro.
Oh, Destro's pinned. IGL needs to survive if Gladiators want to have a chance at the 1st spot. If Gladiators gets eliminated right here, that 1st spot is gone. Blind will be the champions, the default champions. Destro finds them both, but needs to patch himself up too. The blue zone is dealing too much damage. He does have 1 medkit, and he's now going to decide to pop that. Oh my god, Destro barely manages to survive in a sliver of HP. This is the fight for the life inside the tournament, and Destro! What was that shot? Monstrosity from Destro. The IGL finally steps it up when his team needs it the most.
Gladiators, what have they done? 4 finishes. This team, they never give up hope. They have the silver lining in every occasion. And right now it seems like this is going to be a phenomenal fight, a phenomenal ending. We will find out what exactly happens as of now. But Gladiators, they do manage to survive. Blind is still there, holding on to their Loco Brera and create a field situation. Meanwhile, Gladiators, they're still in the blue. On the other side, 8-bit CS and growing strong, they are duking it out.
They indeed are duking it out. GLITCHxREBORN duke out in the open. Ralph has been taken down completely. And if you talk about GLITCHxREBORN, Roman is all the way in the back lines, Entity at the top. It's a bad situation to be in, but you cannot really help it. Duke is all by himself. If Roman tries to help Duke out, there's a chance he can pickle himself in this situation too. So it's better to stay away from this situation, at least for now. Entity from the top is definitely going to be raining down hellfire if you try to close on up over there.
Well, have a look at this. I mean, Sparky was being picked off AUTOBOTZ, but then this was the fight that we were talking about. Destro just managing to strike every single one of those shots, falling down. Jump shot was absolutely brilliant. This man is not giving up. He certainly is leading his team from the front necro today. He has tried so hard. What more can he do to try and bring down that gap?
Try harder, Salty. That's the only answer.
Yeah.
So far, they've got 4 points. That means 4 eliminations without any type of harm onto themselves. And that's the best possible scenario you can ask for. Numen Gaming getting charged on up by the players of GENxFM. And does GENxFM really want to go for this fight? This can be a good one to pull off. If GENxFM does come out on top in this fight, Numen Gaming, their mindset's not going to be recovered for the at least upcoming 3 months.
Well, we'll have to find that out in their minds. It is not going to be figured out. But have a look at this. Shadow was struck down beautifully. Now that the Igil is down, GENxFM might be looking to reach past their defenses. Clutchgod and Wixky still holding on to the position. That was a pretty good shot. Strikes on top of the head. Clutchgod is down low. The utility is not going to reach. I like what GENxFM are doing. While BSYCHE is keeping Clutchgod and Wixky at bay, 2 others, they have actually moved past. They're on the massive flank and they want to invade. They have moved closer to the ridges. And it seems like the nades will not be enough to stop them.
Fearless Marathas being fearless in this situation. Shadow confirmed. Numen Gaming, the woes continue. For GENxFM, they've got the man advantage. One little misstep even from GENxFM can cost them their life, because Numen Gaming is not a team that should be underestimated like that. There's a reason why these guys are in the top 16, right? No one should be underestimated. And Numen Gaming, at least for now, they know that they're surrounded by the foes. No need to be proactive in this situation. Just play defensive, hold your angles, and try to dodge the incoming utilities.
This is very surprising from GENxFM, as a matter of fact. They went in, they charged in, but still, now have a look at this. Avatar has such a beautiful flank. He has information and he does not want to give it away. Wants to strike when the iron is hot. Didn't manage to find the first knock, the second one almost, but now has to regroup with his teammate because now he is completely out in the open. Shots being fired against him. Savitar barely managing to survive by a sliver of HP. GENxFM, they have been riled up.
They indeed have been riled up. I mean, the entire arena is getting riled up too. And now let's speak about things getting riled up. Numen Gaming. Oh, I like the fact that Savitar tried to do something out of the box, went for the flank, but unfortunately messed up on the opportunity to at least give that advantage to his team or to equalize things out. But Savitar with that nade finds a blow. Nicely done. That's going to equalize things once again inside the battlefield. And now as the things are back on the equal ground, GENxFM, they will also try to press upon the charges because they found a return knockout out of Savitar. It's a 3-on-2 scenario. Savitar's confirmation's going to be there. But you do see another team closing up from the back. Salty, a third party from Revenant Esports.
This is going to be fun. But as of now, the nades are flushed in GENxFM. They have flooded this entire compound. Clutchgod and Wixky holding a crossfire. That is the best way to try and stop this entire ambush. And GENxFM understand that. They have done the SWOT analysis of this entire fight, but they have to finish it as quickly as they possibly can, because this fight might lead to the entirety of the control or the southern edge of the circle. And Revenant being in the third party situation, I think they are waiting for the finish feed to pop up. They're going to correlate that with the finish feed and the gun sounds. They'll get an ideal information of how many players are surviving.
Indeed. And Revenant Esports, I mean, they're in full force. If they want, they can charge in. They can try to play for the trade game, and they can definitely come out on top. And Numen Gaming, they've just been forced in a corner. But GENxFM is definitely going to be a massive red flag if they don't do anything against them. I like the fact that Revenant Esports isn't really being too overeager and challenging this fight. Instead, taking their sweet little time, waiting it out, waiting for the right opportunity, and then probably they're going to strike in the front. Team Insane, though, on a move instantly. Does not want anything to be done. They just want to make it inside the safe zone as quick as possible.
Yeah. Team Insane, they've always done this. Just prioritize their positioning, prioritize their play from the edges of the circle, especially when they play Miramar. This time around, I think they have a proper position to inject themselves from the western side of the circle. Nobody to contest, a lot of space to move about. An absolute free entry from that Montenuevo highway towards Hashi and the Delpatron. But Blind and Entity in very close proximity. I think that is where a little bit of the trouble lies. Blind Esports once again in contention. They are still unhurt in this game. And the prospects that we were talking about, have a look at that. The circle shifting, a hard shift towards the water treatment and Hashi the Delpatron. Team PSYCHE, Team Together Esports, they're going to be at a massive advantage, especially look at PSYCHE's position. The high ground advantage for him, while the rest of the two players, there's three players in fact, holding down the edges. I like this split, I like what the intention is, but they will have to execute it to perfection.
Without a doubt. And considering there's not a lot of real estate inside the circle, you need to make open terrain your best friend. And TT is one of those proactive teams who have managed to get an aggressive compound control, and I love it. They're in the smack center with the best compound they can ask to hold. But are they actually going to be successfully defending that? That's the real question.
Speaking of the real question, Team Entity still being gate-kept by the likes of Team PSYCHE. On the other side, Team GENxFM, they've taken down one of the players of the Numen Gaming. Crossfire that was being set up. It is Wixkey right now, but have a look at this. Crypto has been taken down, and from the distance, MJ did find the connection through the doors and the windows, a very long distance knock, but nothing on the back of it. GENxFM are still going to hold on, and so will be the lads from Numen Gaming. Clutchgod was knocked out. He has been revived. He has healed himself up as well. Even Revenant Esports, as a matter of fact, will try and scout out what exactly is happening on this compound, because this fight has been going out for a long time and no information has been passed on to Revenant. So they're here to investigate.
Without a doubt. Here to investigate, here to shut down the opponents. And Team X Spark, as Soul's going to be the one to surround this entire compound. Goblin's already charged in. He's bloodthirsty. He does hear a lot of footsteps around him, but he doesn't exactly know the live location of the opponent. And that's why the desperation is increasing even more. Pukar's on a run, he's on a move. He sees the players of Soul move in against him, but with that scenario, he also reveals his position. And look at Soul. They're going to toss in the smokes to cross on over. Too many nades, and Pukar crumbles down, knocked out, and confirmed.
Well, Team Soul, they have found what they have wanted. Once again, a three-man lineup just charging towards Hashi the Delpatron. And we know what it means when you translate that to English. Is the house of the boss. And have the bosses arrived? Well, in one way or the other, Team Blind, they certainly are inside the circle. So the bosses definitely are there, but Team Soul, they have to be the Kingslayers as of now.
Without a doubt, the Kingslayers. Can they really be the Kingslayers though? Oh, so many shots. Skips. Too many bullets on his way. Now needs to stop on the pit stop. Get the patch up. And then once again, maybe start moving in. Revenant Esports in this dip that they've got to play, but all the players together not having a lot of map control or not having a lot of area control, that can cost them later on. But look at Blind Esports, so comfortable on that age.
Very comfortable. Blind, they know from the backline GENxFM might arrive. I think information has been passed on. And it's not just GENxFM. There are so many other teams, and with that being said, the circle once again shifts spots, and this time, I think Gladiators, there's going to be a big smile on Destro's face, because if this is what they want, the edge of the circle, then they have it. Blind certainly don't, and there is such a massive cluster on that southwestern side of the circle. The open end of the blue zone has so many teams that only a few will be able to reach, and this is ideal condition for Glitch as well as Gladiators.
Goblin, oh, the blow up on the face. Akshat actually blows himself up in that scenario. Salty, what do you got to say about that? And Akshat being knocked out. Oh no, shots from Team Insane to get the confirmation up. Neo knocked out from the back by Dreams. Team Soul, what a big blunder that was. Akshat, he's going to be kicking himself after that.
Exactly, but this was expected. But on the other side, we have another fight happening. This is Revenant Esports. And Apollo has closed in the distance. Look at BG, one bounce, and what a knock. I like what we see. Because they're being taken down Gladiators. They certainly are poised to take this fight for themselves. Confirmations acquired.
That nade. Indeed was a page changer in that fight. GENxFM. Crypto caught out in the open. Instantly shut down. Confirmation rolls up too. Soul still barely alive, barely hanging on the ridge. For how long though? Revenant Esports MJ trying to make a run for his life, but the vehicle gets blown up from the back. Blind Esports still alive in full force, and now the gangsters are going to decide to move inside the safe zone too.
Look at the confidence with which they move. Absolutely impeccable. Have found a dip for themselves right at the edge of the circle. They're moving from strength to strength. They do not have to care about the backlines because the blue zone is certainly hugging, but now they have been spotted through the smokes. The hit markers give their position away as Carry keeps on tapping away at Blind. Team X-Park also coming in from the backlines. This can be brutal for Blind Esports, but Gladiators, do they have an idea that their arch nemesis is right next to them? Have a look at this. Team X-Park, Dreams does found the knock on S-Power. And this might be the beginning of the end, is it, Necro?
Yeah, too much damage inflicted. Blind Esports, they are in a world of hurt, out in the open, in the center, but eventually it's the Pleasure TTE who sort of nailed that for the likes of Blind Esports, so at least for now they will survive to see another day. Vehicles are being blown up left, right, and center. Gladiator Esports, they want a chance to win this game. They want to make a bounce back on the first spot. Might just be too much to ask, but Gladiators, they need this game desperately. They need a chicken dinner. They cannot let every single point go away.
Yeah.
They cannot let even 1 point go away.
Absolutely. And they certainly are in position already, but the circle shifts away, and Gladiators, the stronghold, the settlement that they had for themselves has been snatched away. Justin in the distance will be knocked out. Gladiators will be forced to leave that compound and come out in the open. And Blind Esports, they are struggling, but they certainly have the advantage of the zone. If they do manage to keep their numbers alive, I think this game can once again be theirs, because all the rest of the teams, they are at the mercy of being electrocuted.
Oh my god, Insane! Insane, that's it! Oh, they lost the chance! I don't even think so. They can't close it to the second spot, and all they can do is defend that third spot in the overall standings. This has just taken an exciting turn, ladies and gentlemen, because Gladiators still up against Blind, and both of them are fighting for a better spot inside the circle, but unfortunately for Gladiators, they're outside of the safe zone, Salty. They need to move out in the open and leave that hard control.
You know, Necro, I think it's done and dusted. There were two conditions we were talking about. Gladiators getting themselves a big chicken, and Blind just falling back. It seems like Blind, with 4 eliminations, they have 4 players alive. Only 5 teams left in the competition. I think they've done a massive job. They have done a good job so far. But this is time when Gladiators will be forced to move, and I think we are approaching the end game. This fight might decide the fate of this tournament so far, while the rest of them are going to be watching standstill. Saad is going to get taken down. Team TTE coming out in the open. This is all the teams making their last-ditch attempt to make their way inside the circle.
Oh, look at Gladiators standing on top of the players of Blind. This is the only way things should keep on continuing. And Gladiator Esports, it's a mayday. Blind Esports crumbling down under that pressure, but still, things are under control, but not anymore. Justin from the back stabs him and shuts down the entirety of Blind. Gladiator Esports, they have just wiped out the biggest opponent inside the lobby, and maybe the chicken dinner is there to take.
Absolutely. I mean, this is insane. 10 finishes, all their players are still alive. Gladiators have done what they exactly needed to do. This is good stuff from them. And now the only thing which remains is to clean up the rest of the crew and finish this game on a high. Get as many eliminations as you potentially can. 6 more still remain. 3 from AUTOBOTZ, 3 from Team Together Esports. Not lose those players. Get those 16 finishes and get that chicken dinner. 30 bomb will be insane. But Team Together Esports and AUTOBOTZ, they're fighting amongst themselves. This is not good news, Necro.
Rolex, that pro and spray is definitely going to be like a laser beam. So AUTOBOTZ, they needed to dodge it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be possible because PSYCHE's bullet is just going to penetrate through. Siervi knocked out. Rico still on the left. Trying to pull off something. But let's see how things can turn around. Let's see how the fate can turn around. Team Together Esports with 3 players left standing. AUTOBOTZ with 2. And then you've got the players of Gladiators with every single pawn or with every single player alive on the board. So everything is looking pretty good.
Absolutely. 10 eliminations on board. They have utility, they have vehicles as well. And I think they have additional manpower. Team Together Esports and AUTOBOTZ, they certainly are duking it out. Siri gets knocked out. It is Shogun and Destro who are making it work. Team Gladiators, this is exactly what the time wanted, and this is what they are going to be getting.
Rico needs to move in the circle. Team Together Esports and Gladiators, they duke it out once again against each other. Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Well, they ball down to just 2. And now it's down to AUTOBOTZ against Gladiators. And at this point, it's next to impossible to stand against the mammoth force of Gladiators because they are just marching through their opponents like they do not mean anything. Gladiators are the gigajets in this arena, looking to stomp on top of every single player or every single person that stands in their path.
Oh my god, look at this. The chase comes in. Justin with the buggy, and he has been cleaned up. Gladiators, they did exactly what was required of them. Destro, he's still chill. You get that expression, which means he does not stress at all. This is Gladiators. This is the wrath of the champions. They know they've done it time and time again. Late comebacks is their forte, and possibly for one last time with one more game remaining, are we gonna witness history in the making? A 30 bomb dropped by Gladiators.
Yeah.
What next?
40 bomb, I guess, because guess what? Even Blind did not do that bad in this game. That is the problem. That is the only flaw of this story. That Blind, they were there on the 4th position. They had 4 eliminations to their name.
Oh, man.
Guess how many points that is? 12.
But Johnny, now let's imagine this. Blind Esports, 5th position, 4th position, 4 eliminations, 10 plus 4.
It's 8 plus
8
4.
plus 4, pardon me, for that 12 points. And on the other side, you've got a difference of 18 points.
Interesting.
Now what remains is Blind Esports. If they do get eliminated early, Gladiators with 1 chicken dinner or possibly a top 3 finish and a few eliminations, I think the job will be done.
Everyone's been raising their sign. I got my sign.
Oh, you got your sign? Let me just type something.
I mean, we just don't have any pen. Okay, Salty, you do have
I'm
a pen.
gonna raise my sign as
guys,
well.
we need to focus on what exactly is going on too, because the overall
I'm gonna
standings now are
show my
way
sign
too
as well
critical.
to the people, and there it is. I hope you guys can see.
Way too critical, ladies and gentlemen, in the top 3. Now that Salty mentioned, even Gladiator Esports have a fair shot at actually being the champions. Because in the upcoming game, if Blind Esports is shut down off the bat, another 30 bomb, and maybe Gladiators can do the job.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is still a big maybe, but the probability has just gone up slightly, and it is going to be interesting to see if there's only one possible scenario in which Gladiators win the next win the trophy, right?
That is true.
If they have one of the biggest chicken dinners in the history of BGMI, not just this tournament, but in the history of BGMI, and Blind needs to be the first team to get eliminated from the match. If that happens, then Gladiators lift the trophy. Otherwise, the finals are pretty much done.
Might be too much to ask, or at least might sound too much to ask, but they've got no other choice anyways. If they want to be the champions of BMPS, they would need to do what's required. And you can clearly see in the IRL highlights too, Gladiators, not even a sigh of relief after that win, because they know the job isn't even 50% done yet.
Yeah.
That is true.
It will be very difficult, just like Johnny described, right? One of the biggest chicken dinners required, and Blind needs to be stopped dead on their tracks. Now, how is that going to happen?
Yeah.
We will obviously find out on the map of Erangel, because this is exactly what I wanted, right? A little bit of palpitation in the ending stages. What is wrong with you guys? Like, I have no clue, right? Every time I say a word, they're like...
We're just impressed by your vocabulary. Palpitation.
Anyways. So the point that I was trying to make is, this is ideal condition.
Yeah.
This is what we exactly wanted. For sure, there are a lot of Blind fans right now. They want them to get a straight victory. But then for all the neutral fans out there, for all the true BGMI fans out there, they wanted to see this tournament end at a very high-octane situation.
Exactly.
And I think Gladiators have created the situation for us.
That is true.
As you said, it's the ideal condition. It's an extravaganza.
That is absolutely true as well. But one more thing that Blind Esports just needs to do to put that nail in the coffin is just be a little bit more perspicacious. Once they do be that, then things will be even more better, right? Because as we know...
I thought you weren't going to join him now. You've betrayed me, Necro.
I mean, what about that? Listen, the indefatigability nature of these teams is something that really helps these guys to be on top. Indefatigability.
Right. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I believe there's something special in store for us, and it's all thanks to Crofton India, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to happen soon, but you guys are going to have to wait, because we're going to make you wait.
You guys are going to have to wait at least for a couple of more moments, because we want a little bit more limelight, right?
Yes.
Of course.
While you're waiting.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
That's
guys,
what I was about to say as well.
I just spotted something, right? If people are watching the English broadcast, they can watch all 6 casters just together, right, on their screen. If you watch the Hindi broadcast, you can only watch 3.
Hey, and one more thing I want to tell you guys is that soon enough, a promo is going to be playing, and after that, something special is going to happen just for the offline people who are over here in the arena. And you guys are, of course, missing it out. And unfortunately, it's a little bit too late now.
Last game
It's
left.
too late. If you think these guys are going to travel?
No, I mean, why not? The trophy lifting ceremony is still going to be there.
Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward and take a look at the promo. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that promo, but these guys are having fun, too much fun with the crowd. We need to get back inside the game, guys. One more game is still left. The nail is not yet in the coffin. As I mentioned, Blind Esports, they need to be a little bit more perspicacious.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I knew the meaning of that word, but I'm going to say one thing, right? The point is, Blind, they have to play their natural game, right? 10 points on board, I think they're secured. They know it. This game as well, they maintain that thing. And I think having such a big support staff behind these players is also very important because they constantly keep feeding in information. Now they are doing the math in the background. They're telling them constantly that, all right, fine, you get 5 points, you're done. You get yourself 5 placement points, you're done. 5 elimination points, you're done. This feed is so important. I think Gladiator Esports, they will also have a very good back-end staff which will tell them, all right, boys, this is going to be the strategy for the day, and it's all about executing. Whoever executes it better, I think, will get the victory for themselves.
I think I'm going to tell you again. I'm going to tell you guys again what Blind said themselves. We are here to win.
Yeah.
And I think that wasn't a statement made out of confidence. That was just a fact that they were stating. And now, even after the win from Gladiator Esports, the difference itself in the last game is going to be big enough to make anyone panic, anyone tremble.
Absolutely true. Before now, we've got the highlights in front of us, and this is where things could have been so bad. Destro being able to take down 3 players all by himself in this fight sort of saved the day for Gladiator Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, we don't expect him to land a jumping shot as well. It's extremely difficult to land one of those, but have a look at this, right? This was one of the fights which I was so excited to watch because GENxFM, they were trying against Numen Gaming for a very long time, but now once again, Team Insane, Team Soul, all of these teams, their run of form has kind of dwindled down. And as of now, it seems like it only comes down to the top 2. This is always what happens, right?
Yeah. I mean, majority of the time it does happen, and the finals are executed like this, but it would have been quite interesting to see other teams be a part of the competition as well. Blind, of course, always phenomenal, always consistent even in this game. They made it to the top 4, but Gladiators, again, inching close, step by step, moving towards the win. Will they be the ones lifting the trophy after the last game ends, or will Blind, who already pretty much have their hands on the trophy, just hoist it up above their heads towards the heavens?
At this point, I'm not going to lie, Blind Esports, they have yet to lift any sort of trophy, or at least the official ones.
Yeah.
So I would say Blind Esports, they definitely do deserve to lift this or hoist this because they have worked so hard so far in the grand finals.
True.
And they do prove us that they are the deserving champions.
Hey, you know, I have a very complicated analogy regarding this. I believe in sports, and especially in esports,
Alrighty.
the grand finals,
Shoot.
they are the most cruel places to be. Specifically in grand finals, why do I say that? Because when you were born or when you started playing esports, nobody mentioned that your life was going to be fair. You might have played the best throughout the league stages. Nobody cares. In the grand finals, you mess up once, you slip up once. The title belongs to someone else, and you are going to be bowing down and watch someone else lift it right in front of you.
No one remembers who finished second.
Exactly.
No one cares about the second place. It's only the champions that will turn into legends. But ladies and gentlemen, the legend from this game, it was Rico from the side of AUTOBOTZ, the MVP of the second last game of the grand finals of BMPS 2023.
886 damage dealt, 0 headshots, and 0 assists. That's going to give him the survival time of 25:53. Rico, of course, putting in a lot of stats, a lot of numbers, but Destro, too, getting 5 elimination points to himself. Delta as well from Gladiators is there with 4. Justin, 2 from there with Gladiators with 4, and then you're going to have Neo, too, with 4 eliminations wrapped up. In general, the top 5 players is looking pretty stacked up, but then let's move forward and take a look at the point standings of the previous game, because that's going to be revealing a lot of new things.
Well, it's going to reveal quite a lot, as you said, Necro, but look at that, 29 points brought on the board by the Gladiators. AUTOBOTZ finishing the match with 21 points to their name. And then on the third, we have Team Together Esports with 15. Necro, can you run the Pythagoras theorem with these numbers?
I can't. I can't. It's getting too hard.
Oh,
It's
damn.
getting too tough.
Can I take over the mantle?
And
All
even
right,
if I can't run the Pythagoras theorem, I would not want to destroy the suspense for the audience.
Salty, go ahead.
50
No.
points, 50 points. The difference here is 17 points. A 33 bomb required from Gladiators, 0 points required from Blind. That is how Gladiators will take it away.
Wow.
30 points.
33.
33 bomb. That means Gladiator needs to have a game of their life.
One of the best games BGMI has ever seen since its existence.
It needs to be.
That is what we ask.
It needs to follow the script exactly, right? Blind Esports needs to get eliminated early. Gladiators needs to continue throughout.
Every single point that Blind gets, makes it more and more difficult for Gladiators to recover. Because get this, game starts, Gladiators, they're playing their standard game, Blind gets one finish. Now Gladiators need 34 points. Blind gets a squad wipe. Gladiators now need 37 points.
Yeah.
And even if it is a slow game, Blind figure out a way to break into the top 8. Gladiators, well, they're going to have to settle for the second.
I just want to put one more thing out there. The upcoming game is going to be the last game, and a lot of teams, they know there's nothing to lose. So they might just be on a hunt. This might just be a purge season, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. GS. Is this Necro the time that GS can actually drop Clash Blind?
I don't know what's going to happen, but I just want to see these teams on a purge. I just want to see them go out on a manhunt. I just want them to take down each other like it does not mean anything. Maybe even team battles.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes Necro does speak a lot of sense, and he's definitely won my heart saying it. Because, see, again, right, this is what the storyline has been. Blind, they've been the big bad men, and Gladiators, usually who are the champions, they have been the underdogs for the first time, but now slowly and steadily they are making that one final dance. And it would have been a miraculous moment if these 33 points get dropped, the 30 bomber that we are waiting for. But what a beautiful ending to Pro Series would it be, where every little bit of check boxes will be marked. I would feel extremely sad if Blind loses out, because this will be their tournament to lose, not Gladiators to win.
But if Blind loses, that means Gladiators have won. And I will be so excited if that happens.
Not just that, if that victory does come true, that would go down in the books of history. It would be one of the most remarkable and iconic moments that the esports industry in India would have ever noticed.
Necro, you're Batman, right? You have well, you don't have superpowers, but your superpower is that Batman's rich.
Yeah.
Can we have the last game started already?
Guys,
I can't wait for it.
Well, you know what? We're going to have the last game started within 30 seconds, guys. Just have a little bit more waits. The last game will be started. That means the last game will be booted inside the lobby in 30 seconds. And then, of course, you'll need to wait 60 more seconds because the players are getting ready in the lobby.
Yeah, but, you know, just kind of I went down the memory lane and suddenly reminded me of something.
What?
Gladiators. The first title that they won was not an official event, but 1 point. At the end of it all, it was just 1 point. The difference between them and the trophy. They have done it in the past. They've done it in BGMI as well, came back. And this is the storyline which has led us to Ahmedabad in Eka Arena in BMPS 2023. I cannot wait, Necro.
Crazy stuff. Crazy scenes. All the people in the crowd. I also do see one Moe moment. And as you guys can see, everyone just showcasing their boards, their signs, and also the Hindi desk in front of us. And Salty is just way too busy waving his own board.
He was helping me out.
This is your board?
Yeah.
I thought I was waving my board.
Thank you, Salty, for the help. And hopefully someone helps Gladiators in the last game, just like Salty did.
I highly doubt that's going to be possible because, as I mentioned, it's going to be an all-out manhunt. And no one cares who they're going to be taking shots again. Hell, do some friendly fires too.
Let's make predictions about who we expect are going to be drop clashing the top contenders. Autobots?
I guess they definitely can't go for it because at this point it's pretty much done. They can't do anything. And Rico in the previous game, he was definitely on fire, so you can't say the momentum is sort of in their favor.
Who else is in the list? GS for sure.
Growing strong, of course. Even Team X Spark Numen can try to go for that. One more team entity. Revenant can also try to go for that manhunt.
Esports.
Team Together can be the worst possible team to run
HYDRA
into.
too.
HYDRA as well. But Team Together, I think HYDRA, for them, I think the value of the capital that they go home with can be substantial. But for a team like Team Together, that's there on the second page of the rankings, and has the firepower to drop clash and come out on top, it is going to be so entertaining to see if that actually happens. But look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan in the house.
Yeah, crowd's going wild to even get a single picture with him.
Yeah.
And the people that are currently in the center, they do not have a chance to get a picture with Jonathan. That's why they have written Moe on their posters, which is a sad moment, of course. But hey, at least they're over here enjoying the vibe. They're enjoying that party that they're having themselves. And of course, the best thing is that they're going to meet each other, and that means they will be good friends of each other too.
Yeah.
That's the best thing.
Guys, be friends amongst yourself.
Yeah.
Like the three of us, right?
Yeah, just find yourself new people to play with, new people in the lobby. You guys can rank up together and be the best buddies that you can ask for.
Yeah.
You can explore this world as well together.
Wow.
What is this positivity coming from Necro now? What
All
happened
of
to
a
the lion?
sudden, my man turned from a lion into a cat. What?
Aren't lions cats already?
Yeah, they're sort of like from the same family.
A smaller cat.
A smaller cat. Interesting. But you know what? Enough of talks, because soon enough we're going to be jumping inside the last game. And before we do so, I want to know you guys' prediction. Last game of your angle, Gladiator needs a 33 bomber. Blind Esports needs to get eliminated instantly in order for Gladiators to actually come out on top.
Okay, all three of us have been working together for a long time. Let's see how the synergy is with the three of us, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to be important that this will decide whether the three of us remain friends or not, all right? 3, 2, 1, all three of us say our prediction for the champions, all right?
Okay.
All
3, 2, 1.
Blind!
All right.
Okay,
Yes, it is. Yeah, we can make it work.
We're all on the same page here, guys, and it does seem like Blind Esports, they're super close in taking this all home. Who's going to be stopping these guys? Of course no one, because the upcoming map is going to be on the way. A lot of these teams have got nothing to lose, and maybe that can be their strong suit and a kryptonite for the top teams. But let's find out how the story or how the Cinderella run is going to be unfolding in front of us.
Well, the Cinderella run, the Cinderella story is definitely there, but let's see how things are going to turn out and how things are going to be turning into reality for Blind, for Gladiators. But look at the audience, they're waiting for the champions, waiting to see how this last game is going to turn out and how the story unfolds. Necro, my man, are you ready?
Of course I'm ready! Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the day begins now. As the plane's going to be hitting the skies for one last time in BMPS, and the plane flat ad starting all the way from Lipovka towards the Snoka military base. Johnny, my friend, we are in the skies for one last time inside this tournament. It is indeed quite an emotional moment, but at the same time, the champions will be crowned after this single game.
Oh, I can't wait for the action to commence. And this flight path as well is going to make things a lot more interesting. It starts from Lipovka, heads towards the western edge of the military island. Quite a short flight path leaning towards the southern half of the map. You have School, Pachinki, Rozhok as options where you can drop and collect those vehicles, move towards the northwestern quadrant. But everything else is going to be a little bit of a challenge.
Not a little bit, a lot of a challenge.
Yeah.
And I'm just searching for some drop collisions, Johnny, because that is going to be the most important thing. Who's going to drop on top of who? That's my real question. Team Together Esports dropping inside Lipovka. One thing is for sure, the intentions are clear. They just want to loot up early and be on that purge. I told you, this is the moment to purge.
Oh, this is definitely going to be the moment to purge, but only one team will be able to survive. And we will find out who that team is going to be. GS against Numen. The city of Yasnaya becomes the first battleground or the fighting ring between these two titans. GS kicking things off in a brilliant manner. Have secured the opening knock as Savitar has been dropped to the floor, but clutchGOD with that angle trying to find GODBOT fails, and the knock that Numen needed isn't really there.
Numen Gaming getting targeted by Growing Strong. This is definitely one of the worst situations you can ask for. But hey, what do we like? We like action. Eclipse knocked out from Wixie, and Shadow is now looking for the bounce on top of the opportunity, but GODBOT, what a quick pop that was with the shotgun. Nicely done, one single pump to the opponent's face, and he goes down sailing. And Growing Strong, they're indeed growing strong inside this battle. Numen Gaming looking for to back away. I don't understand what they're trying to do. You might as well try to commit.
Finally, I think Numen realized that, all right, we might have bitten too much than we can chew. And Whiskey and clutchGOD, they start falling back. GODBOT, look at this setup, the DP and the shotgun. A perfect loadout for close quarters engagement and long distance as well. And this form of GODBOT that he has achieved in the final day itself. GS, I think they're going to be thinking that it would have been better had things turned out like this from the start, from game one, match one, but unfortunately, you don't always get what you want. GS with a man advantage. Numen running towards the western edge of Yasnaya. Do you think, Necro, they can actually make an escape? There's a vehicle towards the parking lot towards the west.
There's a possibility for everything.
Oh no, now they can't escape. AUTOBOTZ are there.
AUTOBOTZ are going to roll out too, or maybe roll inside the city, because Yasna Poliana is about to be filled up way too much. Numen Gaming in front of us, and that's going to be causing even more troubles. And that trouble means that you getting eliminated from this possible last game. Anything can happen. Anything at this moment is a possibility. And AUTOBOTZ have already closed on up. They've got no clue that Numen Gaming's in the front lines, or maybe they do. They've probably heard the footsteps.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out.
AUTOBOTZ.
Rico looking for the push. Numen completely sandwiched, no escape. Whiskey and Kludsgård running for their lives. It's going to be a while, I believe, before AUTOBOTZ and GS actually collapse upon the remainder of Numen. Are there any other fights? Oh, Necro. There's something big that is about to happen.
Maybe. Indeed. And let's see what is about to happen. That's probably going to be unfolded in front of us soon. But look at this replay. This is how the action really started to heat up.
Yeah.
Savitar got instantly knocked out, so unfortunately the firepower of Numen Gaming dwindled massively, and that's where Growing Strong took a massive opportunity and shut down the opponents. So that was beautifully done. Numen Gaming now just down to their 50%. It's next to impossible to recover from, but let's see how it's going to look like.
Well, let's see. Hey, Insane against Team Together Esports over here. Another fight we did not expect, but this one I think it is going to be pretty clear. Insane kicked things off in a brilliant manner. First knock secured. Looking for a few more. But it's not going to be that easy for them to find a Team Together Esports on the run, trying to protect themselves. Have done a phenomenal job hiding their presence so far into this game. Insane on the hunt, only one finish on the board as of now. Looking for a few more. It's not going to be as easy as I thought.
It's not going to be easy at all.
Yeah.
And for Insane, the only thing they can do is just defend that third spot in the overall standings, nothing else. That's the only chance they've got left over. So let's see how well they're going to be able to defend that, because so far Insane's performance indeed has been on a downfall. At the start of the day, Insane looked pretty okay, but then later on, once again, that graph is just not staying consistent.
Oh, now look at this. Where are these guys? Are they lost? No. Blind Esports did start from their regular drop location towards school, but guess what is going on inside of the game? This is a little bit of a backstory, ladies and gentlemen, information that is available to us, but not to the players and not to you guys. We have the map visible to us. Gladiators went to the school apartments to pick off Blind. Blind escaped to Rozok. Gladiators started to chase them, and now Blind have made it all the way through towards the Georgia Pool containers, rotating into the circle early. This game is going to get intense and more intense with every single second, because with this sort of a mindset, it feels like Gladiators, they want to hunt Blind down no matter what happens.
And I mean, you can clearly see the replay too. And then somewhere else on the map too, Insane actually engaged in the fight as well, so yeah. As you mentioned, Blind Esports rotating all the way to our Georgia pool indeed just showcases that even Blind Esports knows what might just be coming on their way. So you might as well try to be a little bit more cautious. Gladiators towards school, you do not really see this happen that often, but Gladiator Esports, these guys need to be out on a manhunt as quick as possible. They need a 33 bomb. They need a lot of points, or at least a lot of elimination points. That can only be their day saver.
I mean, we did calculate the number 33, and Blind needs to be the first team to be eliminated in this match. It seems like with how Blind is avoiding all sort of conflicts inside of the game, there's a very small possibility of that happening. Psych. Still in the blue. Entity on our screens now. Playing slow as always. Still in Pachinki. Completely looted up and ready to go.
Entity A team that showcased such consistency in the first 2 days.
Yeah.
And then in the last day, everything just falls apart. Which of course blows to find out, but sometimes Entity, I guess, they really needed to keep that consistency rolling in till the last day as well. But no, unfortunately, no, that was not the case.
Oh, look at this. Blind, they have control of this water tank area. Pucar spotted out. Manya looks to land the spray and it connects perfectly. First knock on the board. Blind looking to push on the players of Xbox. Sarang, can he help his IGL recover?
First elimination of the manhunt begins in Blind Esports. They instantly close on up. Team Xpark can definitely feel that sweat. Pucar being knocked out, they're definitely trying their best to even the odds, but is that really going to be that easy? Sarang's pulled out the nade. He wants to go for the perfect timing, but unfortunately misplaces that nade, misplaces that utility, tosses in that Molotov, and that's where things are now going to start to fall down. Team Xpark, they've lost out on 2 players already, so the man advantage currently in the hands of Blind, but then the return utility welcomes Knuckle.
Is it going to be enough? That is the question. Sarang has done a phenomenal job. Dropping Knuckle down. Mane is going to be taken down by SprayGod, and Xbox might just make a comeback in this fight. It's down to a 2v2. Sarang versus S-Power. Who will win? Opens the door. The lob is perfect. And S-Power, what a nade throw, but the one from SprayGod might be as precise. S-Power waiting for it to detonate, and finally he has the opportunity, tracking the sounds of the footstep, but one last man left remaining. SprayGod the shotgun to his face, and Blind, they wipe Xbox off the map.
But unfortunately, Blind lost out on Manya. That was a big hit that Blind has to suck up now. But I'm pretty sure they can't keep on moving forward.
Yeah.
Manya being taken down now. Manya needs to sort of backseat game for his team and make those shot calls. But unfortunately, now that their scouters out, I want to see how Blind Esports is going to reroute. Gladiator Esports on a manhunt too, chasing down the players of Insane. The Gangsters once again out on the manhunt too. 2 big teams. They're desperate to get these elimination points. Insane looking forward to pin down that 3rd spot. If they get taken down right here, problems are going to keep on continuing. But Destro knocked out. Team Insane, they get the first dig against the players of Gladiators. But Gladiators, they're on the path for vengeance, and they want to catch Skips in his tracks. They do find him as well. Team Insane on the verge of getting eliminated. It's all down to just this one last man, and that's it. Team Insane has been eliminated from the game. This can cost them that podium finish.
Oh, it would definitely will for sure, but Gladiators, trouble in paradise for them as well. They've lost Destro, and even Shogun was knocked out. It's going to be difficult to recover Necro. We knew 33 points is what they needed at the start of the game. Blind getting the squad away on Xbox meant they needed 37 after that. Well, they've gotten 4. Again, it's back to 33, but now they have to pull that humongous, that monumentous feat off with just 3 players in the match. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Look at the coincidence. The first and the second team in the last game is down to a 3-man. That means the pressure is going to be felt on both the sides equally. Especially for Gladiators. They need to have the performance of their lifetime, which can be too much to ask to, but at this point in time, you do not have any other choice left over anyways, so you might as well try to go for it, considering the team that's right underneath you, which was Team Insane. They have already been eliminated, so Gladiator's 2nd spot is already pinned down. They cannot lose that anymore.
It's going to be very difficult for them. Drop any further. They've taken care of the team right behind them. Oh, now HYDRA, what is happening? Starboy spotted out in the open by Goblin. A brilliant knock secured. Can they get the squad wipe? At this point, this is just consolation frags. Climb on the overall leaderboard, not really something that the team expects. But I think if Team Soul does well in this game as well, this might just bring them close into the top 5.
Maybe. I mean, Team Soul, still, I would say, the performance they showcased in the Grand Finals itself, it's just not enough. Really? It's just not enough. Team Soul needed to do something more. Unfortunately, it's too late for that moment. And no matter how much you try to pull off in the last day, it's just not going to be recovered. Let's be honest. We can try to sugarcoat things all day sitting over here. We can try to give the fans a little bit more hope, but what has happened, and accepting the reality is something we should do as humans that can help you move on in life much well.
Ladies and gentlemen, after Aristotle, we have Necro, the greatest philosopher.
Of course. I mean, I was making these type of statements back in BGIS when we were in the studio events. Of course, I was not here for the BMPS.
Yeah.
That's why you guys didn't really get to hear a lot of these quotes. But now maybe on the last game of the last day, you guys will be able to hear a lot of emotional quotes.
It is time to let go of everything, Necro. This is the final game. This is the end.
It is time to let go of all the emotions. It is understandable you guys have a lot of your favorite teams that were not able to success, but hey, it is what it is, guys. Need to move on as a human being, need to accept the fate and accept the reality. For now though, GENxFM quite close to Entity. And this fight might just commence, but Entity, they're on a move, they're on a run. Maybe Entity, they would just want to have an iconic or remarkable moment at the last game.
Maybe, but look at the radar. There's a massive cluster forming. It's not just Entity. There is GENxFM, as you saw. There's Blind taking on the players of GS. And Godbot, he might have just ruined the day for Blind. We were talking about the early elimination. They have just 4 points. If they get taken out right now, that is all they will have. And it's down to Knuckle and S-Power, the last two players surviving. Nade lob lands on the wrong floor. Faith, Godbot, and Sparky Eye. What are they going to do? This is revenge from the players of Growing Strong.
Revenge indeed. Blind Esports, Knuckle, look at this nade that was being tossed. Could have been so bad. Could have been so bad, Johnny.
Yeah.
Another nade tossed from Gamla Boy. Somewhere else on the map is actually able to find a little bit of dig against the opponent. So GENxFM, they lost out on one of their own comrades, but the fight over here inside the building against Growing Strong. Growing Strong, these guys have been known to ruin a lot of dreams. Can they ruin the dream of Blind Esports too? At this point, it's next to impossible to ruin that. They've already secured that first spot, but still, it's about nailing that spot down. It's about nailing that coffin. But Gladiators Esports on a move out in the open against the players of PSYCHE. Orya spot out in the open. He can be caught over here. And yes, Shogun decides to block that gateway. Unfortunately, was not able to pull that successfully and actually finds the knockout. Beautiful stuff. And just like that, you blink it and you miss it. Gladiator Esports, some miracles happening.
What an execution in the middle of the straight. An absolute war on the players of PSYCHE. Shogun had barely any HP left. He was standing up in the middle of nowhere. He was getting shot at, and still his focus was on tracing his prey on that moving buggy. And every player from the side of Gladiators simultaneously took down Team PSYCHE in tandem. They survived with all three players. 8 points on the board, Necro. Is Blind still there in the game? Yes, they are.
They're in the game. Doing pretty okay. 8-bit, they make a pounce on top of the players of Blind Esports. Oh my god, so many players and teams looking to deny that spot for Blind. Oh, but it's too late. And here we go, Godbot finds one from 8-bit. Ronak taken down. Blind Esports, this is the fight for survival. This is the fight to stay alive for as long as possible. If they want, they can just stay quiet and let 8-bit and Growing Strong duke it out.
And I think that is what they need to do as well. They need to keep their heads down, because 8-bit CS this slam, and while this might have been detrimental for Blind, it does open a new possibility. As you mentioned, Necro, if GS and 8-bit manage to fight each other, then there won't be enough players left, and Blind can easily take on one or two individuals, survive and move further in the game. Such an intense moment. And of course, even the circle, look at this, we are heading towards an hospital endgame.
We indeed are moving towards that, Johnny. Look at Blind Esports, these two players. Oh, so much on their shoulders. You can feel the intensity. You can feel the pressure. I'm having goosebumps right now, I'm not kidding. 8-bit with the two players inside hospital. They've lost out on the man count, but at this point, do you really care? You've got nothing else to lose anyways. Gladiators, once again, they make a step inside the arena, and this time they're on a prowl against the players of AUTOBOTZ. Shots taken, and an exit found.
It's all
what an execution that was.
It's all or nothing for the Gladiators, and they are not done yet. AUTOBOTZ, Rico is going to be spotted out. The shotgun is there, but Shogun gets shot down. Justin in the backlines trying to make the same play. Goes for the high ground instead. Delta trying to recover, but Gladiators, I think this might just be the end. Oh, sliver of HP, barely alive.
Overconfidence. I mentioned there's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence. As Delta's knocked out, Justin's going for the patch-up, and it's too late, ladies and gentlemen. Gladiator Esports, they've lost out on too many players at this point. It's all down to Justin, and Justin needs to do the impossible. And as I said, it's the impossible. He cannot get that many amount of elimination points, but Gladiator Esports, look at them, they've already managed to secure 9 elimination points, from which Delta PG has 7.
Now, no matter what Justin does, it is, as he said, close to impossible for them to win, but we will try to see what is this man capable of, what does the end game look like. Blind is still there. How? This is just a miracle. Look at Knuckle and S-Power, they're just standing. Faces to the corner of the wall. Do not want to get spotted out, but the zone will now force them to step out of this building. Entity in a brilliant position along with the players of HYDRA and Numen. GENxFM towards the northern edge can control the game, can have a big game to end their journey of this BMPS 2023.
Justin, look at him, that one single dot on the southern side. That's Justin from Gladiators. And Blind Esports, these two guys, them being able to stay alive, that just means that they are the champions of BMPS 2023. But you got to give it to the players of Gladiator Esports. In the last game, they realized that you got to give it all you got, and they tried to go for an absolute manhunt. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. That's a whole nother story. But efforts is something that matters, and they definitely put in those efforts. GENxFM Moksh gets ran over by one of the players from the side of Revenant Esports, but Revenant, they've got no intentions of stepping in tracks.
Well, they might not have intentions of stepping into the fight, but they're going to be forced into it by the players of Entity Gaming, and it will be extremely difficult for Revenant to recover from this. Fierce knocked out into the open. Gladiators, look at that, Justin, a great move or a blunder from this last survivor. Has he lost all hope? Damage from the bullets, the vehicle exploded, Justin barely alive. The end of hopes and dreams for the Gladiators with that final nade lobbed towards him. Is it actually going to happen?
And yes, it has happened. GLITCHxREBORN is going to put an end to Gladiators' misery. And that's it. Gladiators will be the second spot, the first runner-up inside the tournament. But over here, the game still hasn't been done. It's still about bringing up that remarkable, that rememberable moment. And which team's going to come out on top looking growing strong against GENxFM? The fight commences as MadWreck is trying to find a blind shot through the smoke. And I guess he's getting denied over and over again. GENxFM themselves are in a big wall of hurt as they're losing out on the man number slowly and steadily. And just like that, GENxFM, they've been dealt with. HYDRA from the back has stabbed him.
And there's the instantaneous third-party Faith. Can you survive? No! Gets knocked out. HYDRA Sparsh securing the opening for his team. But HYDRA under immense fire from the backlines as Revenant are very eager to chime in. FJ, incredible spray coming in. Sparsh is going to be dropped instantly. Necro, it is stage 5 of this match. We're down to 8 teams, 23 players still alive. And guess what? Guess what, Necro? Blind is still there in this matchup.
Blind indeed is still there in this matchup. And Revenant Esports continuously being peppered, continuously being put under pressure. What can they do to get out of that one? It's a dip. And as long as they manage to keep themselves anonymous and unknown, I guess they should be able to stay alive. But HYDRA, if they manage to get control or fully control of this ridge, they can be the dominant one.
Oh, Team Soul focused in on Entity. They are also looking to have a big game. The last match that they played, Smoke Slate out. allowing the team to move forward. And here comes the push. But Somraj sees it coming. Goblin put under pressure, gets knocked out. But Goblin with that nade actually did knock out Gamla Boy from the side of Entity. Goblin was still left standing. Perfect. Will he find one? Yes, he does. Akshat is going to be dropped through the floor. And the IGL stands up tall. One more player from the side of Soul is going to be dropped. Two players going for the push. Troy with the nade looking to secure the third. And Neo, the damage is intense. Entity, are they going to be the end of Soul? And I think the answer is simple. Omega, what can you do hiding in the backlines? Not a lot.
Being a team who had all the 4 players alive, now being a team who's only got one single player standing on the board. In the name of Omega, desperation being punished at its finest by Entity. And well, I guess if Entity do manage to win this last game, they can still have a good spot in the overall standings. But let's see. HYDRA over here on the top, as I mentioned, if they do manage to get a full control of this ridge, they can reign supreme. And they're still in the circle with a really solid spot, but they just need to clear the sidelines because they can be the backstabbers.
Well, they can definitely be the backstabbers, but HYDRA, one of the biggest games they've had in this Pro Series so far, 10 eliminations already secured in the top 5 of this match. Omega is trying his level best, gets spotted out from the flank, shots coming in from every single direction. Finally he hits the deck, but he's going to force Entity to go out with him down to the top 3 teams. It's 1 player from Revenant, 2 players remaining from Entity, and 4 from the side of HYDRA. But this moment won't be about either of them. It will be about one and one question only. But before that, Entity Somraj gets dropped by Spray, Sparshopi, Gabbar and Troy in the backlines. Can these 2 men recover and get this final chicken dinner?
HYDRA looking to name a humongous game to themselves. But that too at the end, when everyone else was busy fighting, HYDRA took the advantage and third-partied them. One thing is for sure, when it comes to playing a safe game, when it comes to playing a straight game in the grand finals, HYDRA was not successful at all.
Yeah.
So this win, even if they do get, it does not really challenge their skill level at all. Before now, Entity Gaming out in the open, being pinned behind that rock, and they've got nowhere to go. They're pinned over there. At this point, the storyline might just be it for Entity unless a return slap's gonna find him.
Look at what SprayGod is going to do. He's going to go for a wide angle, and Gumbar does not expect this at all. He's going to go wider now. Looking for a better opportunity. Just a few shots on the field. Oh, clear line of fire available. Few shots, and it is going to be done. But no. Finally, Dwara from the flank finds the knock. The pick is going to be there. HYDRA with 4, Revenant with 1, and Entity with 1. Final few players left on the board. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the last game of the BGMI Pro Series coming to an end. HYDRA, the last chicken dinner of theirs. It is going to be in their hands soon. Troy is the only man standing in the way, and he is about to be finished off in style.
Oh, there we go.
Goes. HYDRA, the last chicken dinner, and a big one as well. But now, Necro, one final question. Who is the champion?
That's not even a question at this point. HYDRA, they did have a good closure to this tournament. But the overall champions, they can only be one. There can only be one champion. It does not matter who won this last game.
Yeah.
We're still yet to find out who's going to be the champion. Still waiting for the confirmation, gentlemen. And as we get that, the champion will be revealed together.
Well, let's see who eventually walks away with the trophy. I think even before this game began, we all knew what was going to happen, and we all knew what the difference was going to be like. But at this point, I think even the fans are just waiting for that one moment for 4 players to step in and lift the trophy. And now finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have the champions of the BGMI Pro Series 2023.
It's going to be Blind Esports! They take the championship home. Blind Esports, they've finally done it. Years of grind is now paying off for them. Finally lifting a trophy in their hand in an official tournament. They have faced a lot of disappointments in the past, but now they finally reign supreme in the arena, which stage is filled with over 10,000 people. It's a moment to be proud of, not just for the players, even for the fans and the family members of each and every single person that's currently standing in this arena.
Yeah, especially think about the storyline of every single player, the struggles they have gone through. 4 players brought into the community by one man, and he was the only one who believed in them. S-Power struggling to break in, struggling to compete. So many challenges faced, and finally has his moment. And now, let them have it their own way.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your champions, Blind Esports. They have deserved it. With a consistent lead in the overall standings, and in the final game, they kept on mowing down their opponents. They are the one who have hosted this trophy, and they deserve to be there on that stage. And with that, they've also taken home 40 lakhs rupees.
What a historic run. What a day in the lives of these 4 individuals, their coach, every single person that believed in them, and of course, the massive, massive army of fans that are there right now, everyone on their feet. A massive sign of respect to these individuals who achieved what at the start seemed impossible.
Indeed, it seemed quite impossible when this whole thing started. As I mentioned, Blind Esports is a team that has went through a lot of thick and thins, a lot of tries inside the battlegrounds itself, but finally all those efforts have now paid off. Blind Esports, this is a pride moment for them, but it's not just a pride moment for them, it's a pride moment for India indeed, the esports scene in India. The amount of support we have received from fans all across the world, from fans all across the India, it indeed is a moment that is going to go down in the books of history tonight.
I think we got to thank you guys for that. I mean, you guys have just been amazing. It was such a pleasure to be a part of this journey. And of course, a huge thank you to Croft and India Esports for making all of this happen. It's just been an amazing moment after the other. And I think both of you are going to agree with me on this. We have just been riding a huge tide ever since we got an opportunity to be a part of the BGIS, and it's just been phenomenal. Thank you guys so much for the love and all the support, and of course I think the massive audience, the wave that's there behind us as well. Just a huge appreciation from our end, from the 3 of us on the panel, I think. Together. Thank you guys.
What? Yeah, big round of applause for yourself. Even the people that are sitting at the home watching, be it on Loco, YouTube, whatever social media platform you guys like to prefer to watch on. But a huge round of applause to all of you for stopping by on the English stream, be it on the Hindi stream. But it indeed is a massive moment for the Indian esports scenario. Guys, any final words?
To be honest, this was... I mentioned it, right? And every one of us, we agreed on it that this is the biggest esports event in the history of the country. And I think the people who were here, their experience, the fact that everyone had a good time, they had a ball in this entire arena and back at home as well. I think this was a stamp of justification. You guys made it the biggest esports event in the history of the country.
I mean, one thing, could we have asked for a better tournament than this BMPS 2023?
No.
And not just this, think about the journey of the team that just won the Pro Series all the way back in BGIS. The struggles were there, roster changes happened, one of the best players went out. He came back in just a few weeks ago, or a few days before the BMPS began, and then the team had to start from scratch. They did. The struggles were there in week 1. They recovered, qualified for the finals. The finals did not start as they thought. No, actually, it did start on a high note and they never dropped the ball. Just an absolute domination by Blind Esports. And Gladiators, a team we felt that no one would be able to hold the mantle close to them. Blind, they were the answer.
Absolutely.
Blind, as you mentioned, were the answer for all the questions that were felt at the last moment. And one thing is for sure, that them being able to maintain that consistent lead, you just can never argue against the fact that how did they become the champion? No, they are the deserving ones. And if anyone is questioning their capabilities, I don't know what's wrong with you.
You gotta speak with Necro then.
You know, this is possibly for the first time a team has come to the grand finals and stomped on the competition just like Blind have. Like, we have never seen this happen. For sure, there were there were comebacks, there were situations where we felt maybe Gladiator is going to take it away, maybe Entity is going to take it away, maybe Team Insane is going to take it away. You bring all of them, Blind, they just surpass and stand aloft this entire crew. And it felt surreal because just like you mentioned, right, their journey was filled with inconsistencies. Even in the league stages, right, they did phenomenally well, but Team Insane surpassed that, and we thought that Team Insane might be more poised to actually play in the grand finals the way they play in the league. But all of that went subsided, and Team Blind, they stood tall, and their confidence never shook since day 1 till day 3. And you know, ever since we've always started talking about land pressure, audience pressure, and all of these things, it seems like these young players, they don't care.
Exactly. I mean, every single name that you took, I mean, a mad shout out to all and every single player that was a part of this, all the 96 teams that were there during the league stages, and all the 16 teams especially that are there sitting on that stage right now. It is such a humongous feat to be able to make it this far, and of course to deal with the pressure of playing in front of 10,000 people, ladies and gentlemen. When you are in front of such a massive crowd, the ground itself begins to shake. And I'm not even kidding about this. Literally, the ground shakes.
Like, literally, we have noise cancellation headphones, but
we still
you can feel the vibrations, you can feel the thumping, and with every single finish, it seemed like the ground was trembling. Everything, you'd feel the movement, you could feel the crowd just riling up in joy. And when the moment came, right, when we actually declared champions, there was a huge wave of cheers.
That is true.
And one more thing, again, I mean, this is a special thank you to Crafton India Esports from our end as well, because I think you will agree with me on this format that was there for the BMPS was introduced for the first time. It was such an amazing format. As I kept mentioning during the league stages, the fundamentals of BGMI being tested forced every single team in the grand finals to evolve to the max. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the historic moment where Blind Esports lifted the trophy.
We've got the highlights of them lifting the trophy in front of us. You guys got to see it once again. They have massive smiles on their faces, and as I mentioned, they deserve that. Also an emotional moment for the players. S-Power just looking what's inside of it. S-Power is actually jumping in, was looking what's inside of the cup.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the man does that every now and then. And man, it's such a proud moment. His parents are there.
Of course, as I mentioned, it's a proud moment for the parents as well. And in general, every single parents that are currently maybe watching the English stream, I just have a request for you guys. Even me as a kid, my parents stopped me from gaming quite a lot of times. Maybe I couldn't have been here. But I just want you guys to notice one thing. Yes, study at their own place is completely fine, but you need to understand there's also a lot of careers in esports. So don't stop your kid from gaming, but give him his own time slot.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you have sports practice, right? You don't play and practice football throughout the day or cricket throughout the day. You segment your times. Studies you do for 7 to 8 hours, and then 3-4 hours you're gonna give to practice. But there's one man we forgot to talk about. We've been talking about Blind this entire time. We forgot to talk about the man who believed since the start of the day till the very end, he was sticking to just one phrase: we are here to win. Mayavi,
the coach.
Absolutely.
And how can you forget Iogi as well, the analyst? Mayavi and Iogi. It's a duo that has made this dream possible. And I'm pretty sure right now Mayavi is going to be the proudest amongst all of us. Mayavi started his journey as a caster, and now he's a professional coach himself. Of course, it's a massive transition, but this man made that happen. Guys, any one of you looking forward to be a coach in the future? Because I'm definitely motivated.
I want to be a player.
I want to be a coach. I mean, if anyone wants a team to be made up, let's make a team together.
We make a team, you be the coach. He's going to be the
of course.
IGL.
Why not? Why not? Let's make our own team and let's see if we can be successful.
I don't think I'm qualified enough to be a coach, guys. It's a very difficult job.
You're the IGL.
I'm the IGL?
Yes.
Yeah. No, then we definitely lost. We're not even going to make it in the qualifiers itself.
Yeah. I don't think we're qualifying if I'm the IGL, though. I prefer to be on this side of the camera with them in front of the microphone. That is my safe space.
Maybe you can help us.
Yeah.
Can you?
You know, I think there are some amazing players, and majority of, not majority, I think a lot of people who are in the stands right now, a lot of people who are watching back at home, they are aspiring esports players.
Yeah.
And the fact that these players are duking it out in front of such a grand stage, in front of such a massive crowd, in an open-air stadium, right? This was a stepping stone, right? We always said this was the biggest event. For sure, it was the biggest event. But for now, this was the biggest event yet.
that has been noticed and witnessed by the Indian esports community.
Exactly right. But now the standard has been set and we are not going downwards. We are only going to go upwards. And all of those players who were thinking of the struggles, imagine the struggles of this team and see them at their peak, see them at the helm of things, get inspired. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people are getting inspired. They will also start their own journey. But this is what the BMPS was all about.
Yeah, that is true. And as you talk about the struggles, I mean, one of the players from the side of Blind that I've known for the longest time, in fact, for almost 4 years now, was his power. Earlier days, struggling to even compete, wasn't even allowed to play. That is how bad the struggle was. And from there, getting into one of the teams, and he always had that talent in him. And finally being able to showcase that and lift the trophy, I can't even begin to fathom what a storm of emotions must be going through the heart of his, and of course his teammate Manya as well. Manya has been struggling for so long to be able to get that one major title under his belt. He knew how talented his team was. He knew how much potential his team has, but every single time just falling a bit short. It stings so much. And finally the fire that was there in the hearts of these lads has turned into just a storm.
Understandable, but everyone watching this entire broadcast right now, be it inside the arena or be it someone who's watching at the home, one more request: make sure to follow all the socials of Crafton India Esports, because a lot of updates are going to be pumped out in the future. And make sure to follow our socials as well. It's NEKROW, it's Super Johnny for him, and for Salty, I don't know what it is, but make sure to follow all of our socials, and we'll try to stay in touch with all of you guys, because of course we like to have fun on socials, right, Salty?
Absolutely, I do.
As we said, we are looking for an ideal, so if you can help us out, please do teach us a few things. But I guess, I mean,
that's it.
It has been an exciting journey.
That's it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we need to move on to the stage, because of course the prize pool distribution, and we still need to find out how it's looking like. So let's go there.
Thank you so much, casters. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Time for the closing ceremony, जहाँ पर हम celebrate करेंगे our amazing players and our amazing teams who entertained us, who showed us what esports is all about in India. Welcome to the closing ceremony. मेरा नाम है रोहित वर्गीस, and of course आपको तो पता चल गया है कि champions कौन है, लेकिन इन टीमों के पीछे, इन गेम्स के पीछे बहुत सारे और लोगों का भी हाथ है, बहुत सारे और लोगों का भी मेहनत है, एंड उन लोगों को यहाँ पर सम्मानित करते हैं अभी. एंड टू गिव अवे द अवार्ड फॉर द बेस्ट IGL, आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल अपॉन स्टेज द हेड ऑफ क्राफ्टन इंडिया esports, मिस्टर Karan. And ladies and gentlemen, the award for the best in-game leader goes to Insane Adi from Team Insane. He also gets a check worth 2 lakh rupees. The best in-game leader of the Pro Series 2023. And Karan, I would request you to please remain on stage and also award our MVP of this tournament. So, ladies and gentlemen, any guesses ki most valuable player in तीनों दिनों के बाद कौन है? Well, with full power, he proved himself, and the MVP for the 2023 Pro Series is S-Power. S Power from Blind Esports, the most valuable player of the Pro Series 2023. Thank you so much, Karan. And अब चलते हैं हमारे top 3 teams की तरफ. And to give away the award for the second runner-up, I would like to call upon stage the head of design Crafton India, Mr. Sham, to please join me on stage. All right, so the team that came third, ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए टीम इनसेन का. Congratulations, Team Insane. Team Insane Esports, ladies and gentlemen, the second runner-up of the Pro Series 2023. Can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you so much, Mr. Sham. And अब बारी है उस टीम को सम्मानित करने का जो second आई. And for this, I would like to call upon stage the head of finance and strategy, Crafton India, Mr. Mibu, to please join me on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, the team that came second, यानी कि हमारे first runner-up हैं, Team Gladiators. Gladiators, let's smile for that photo. एक बार मुस्कुरा दीजिए, मुस्कुरा दीजिए. Thank you so much, Mr. Mibu. Congratulations, Gladiators. I think आपके चेहरे पर एक छोटी मुस्कान आनी चाहिए क्योंकि you played really well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to crown the champions. And for this, I would like to call upon stage the CEO of Crafton India, Mr. Sean, to please join me on stage. ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in an official LAN event, they have made a mark. So let's welcome our new champions, Blind Esports! Our new champions, they made a mark. They showed why they are the champions. And कहीं ना कहीं एक तरह से जर्नी की शुरुआत हुई है इनकी, क्योंकि ये उनका पहला ऑफिशियल लैन इवेंट चैंपियनशिप विनिंग मोमेंट है. The new champions, ladies and gentlemen. And it is time for the champions to lift the trophy and tell the world that they have arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, Blind Esports, the new champions of the Pro Series 2023. This is your moment. All the hard work, all the grind, and finally it paid off. Team Blind, the new champions. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us so much love to this stream. Thank you so much for giving so much love to this game. And with this, we come to an end of the amazing Pro Series 2023. टीम ब्लाइंड, क्या चल रहा है इस समय दिमाग में? ऑफ कोर्स आपकी टीम ने वहां पर ट्रॉफी संभालते हुए, ट्रॉफी उठाते हुए बहुत सारी बातें चल रही थी, बहुत सारी इमोशंस चल रही थी. क्या चल रहा है इस समय जहन में?
ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं, बस यही था. एज अ अंडरडॉग टीम जब स्टार्ट किया था तो सोचा था भी ऑफिशियल ट्रॉफी उठाएंगे, और आज ये सपना पूरा हो रहा है तो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है.
क्या बोला? और जब आप लोग प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे, जब आप बीच बीच में गेम्स में अपने कोच के साथ इंटरेक्ट कर रहे थे, तो ये पल, ये ट्रॉफी उठाने का मोमेंट कहीं था आपके सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में, कहीं था आपके सपनों में कि तीसरा दिन आते आते ये ट्रॉफी हमारी होगी?
जब ये टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट हुआ था तो हम सभी को पता था कि ये ट्रॉफी हम ही उठाने वाले हैं। तो हम बोलते ना मैनिफेस्ट करना, सो हमारे सारे प्लेयर डे 1 से ही कर रहे थे। एंड ये जो टूर्नामेंट था तो हमारे को डे 1 से ही पता था हम जीत रहे। कहीं ना कहीं जितनी भी टीम्स हमारे साथ खेल रही थी वो जितनी भी अच्छी हो, बट हमने अपनी प्रिपरेशन, अपना जो स्क्रैच से हमने काम स्टार्ट करा है, हमने अपने आप को इस तरीके से स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाया कि हम कर लेंगे और हमने आज ये निकाल दिया। सो इट्स अ प्राउड मूवमेंट एंड यस, हमारा IGL द बेस्ट IGL, और मैं बोलूँगा इंडिया का अभी करंट टाइम में द बेस्ट IGL, और AK असॉल्टर मान्या, अब वो बताएंगे आपको आगे।
मान्या, एक दिन पहले जब आपसे बात हो रही थी तो आपने बोला था कि ये जो कंपटीशन है वो अपने आप से ही है, अगर लड़ना है तो अपने आप से ही है, अगर जीतना है तो अपने आप से ही है। अब वो सारे जो बॉक्सेस हैं आपने टिक कर दिए हैं, तो अब भले ये टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो चुका है, लेकिन अब एक नई शुरुआत होने वाली है टीम ब्लाइंड की इसके साथ। उसके बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
लाइक डेडिकेशन और ग्राइंड कभी रुकना नहीं चाहिए। तो कल से वापस हम स्टार्ट कर देंगे ग्राइंड अपना, भूल जाएंगे जीता है और नेक्स्ट ट्रॉफी पे वापस फोकस देंगे।
एक दिन तो ब्रेक देना बनता है ना, एक थोड़ा सा एंजॉय वगैरह करने का।
गोल ऊपर है, इंटरनेशनल जाना है।
ऑलराइट, गोल ऊपर है, इंटरनेशनल जाना है, टीम ब्लाइंड ने कह दिया है। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, द न्यू चैंपियंस, द चैंपियंस ऑफ द प्रो सीरीज 2023, आई वुड लाइक you to lift the trophy once again. Take it home. This is yours. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from the Pro Series. My name is Rohit Varghese. And keep loving the game you love so much. Bye-bye and good night.